Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Beta Bash Invitational. We have 4 teams competing against each other in beta, all new dungeons. We got some new affixes as well. Hello, everyone. My name is I. I'll be your host this weekend. Today, I am joined by Undad and Dratnos. How are we feeling about these dungeons? How have you guys been doing in beta so far?
I'm excited. Anybody who follows me has known I've spent the majority of my time for the past 3 months playing these dungeons, kind of getting to know them inside and out. So I'm really excited to see what these top teams that are gearing up for MDI are going to do in these first shots.
Yeah, I'm super excited as well. This is the first time we're going to see these dungeons in a tournament setting, so it should be super interesting to see what these players have in store for us. Dranos, what about you? How have you been feeling about these dungeons? Do you have any favorites in mind?
We're going to start off with my personal favorite, I think, which is Halls of Atonement. And
Mhm.
then we're going to see every dungeon today at least once, so we should have an option to see everything.
And let's talk about the new aspects that we are bringing in. We have a new seasonal fix as well as a couple of new affixes. Undad, could you discuss those a little bit and how we're going to see those play out today?
Yeah, sure. So we'll see Prideful, which is the new seasonal affix in every dungeon. That'll be active for everything. That'll be active for all of season one. And it works similar to the way Reaping worked back in season 2 of BFA. So every
Mhm.
20% trash that you complete, you'll spawn a Prideful mob as opposed to the waves of Reaping. And that Prideful mob simply does AoE damage. It has a small ability where an X will form around a random player. That'll shoot out periodically and do damage and stun anyone who's hit by it. And then when you defeat the Prideful, you gain a buff for a minute. So we finally have this beneficial affix that we've been asking for what's
Mhm.
4 years now. We get a 1 minute buff. You do 30% bonus damage, 60% move speed, and you'll regen 5% of your mana every second. So we'll look out for these teams to use these prideful buffs to kind of execute a bigger pull than you normally see. And then Dratnos, you want to talk about the 3 other affixes that we're going to look at outside of prideful?
Yes, there's three other new affixes with Shadowlands. We've got Inspiring, which is basically Emissary of the Tides from Big Island season. That's actually up in our very first game. Then we also have Spiteful, which is on death affix, where basically things from beyond will spawn, targeting a random person when you kill stuff, and then everybody in the group can try and slow them down and stop them from getting their target and beating them up. And then what's the other one? Let's see. Inspiring, Spiteful, and Storming. Storming is the third Shadowlands affix, and that one is basically the King's Rest first room tornado mobs, but on steroids. So great affix for any melee players that are foolish enough to be in those dungeons.
Sorry, I had to leave real quick. My cat spilled coffee all over my mouse and keyboard mid
Exactly what
tournament.
you want.
Yeah, totally. Thank you, Copper. So looking at these affixes here, are there any that you guys are like? Do you find particularly troubling or difficult to maneuver around?
I think spiteful and storming for not only the players in this tournament, but for everybody when the game goes live will be particularly annoying, especially for melee players. I think Blizzard has kind of gone out of their way to ensure that we see some ranged classes show up in Mythic Plus by adding these affixes that are way more punishing for melee players. Not to say they're not punishing for ranged. Spiteful
Mhm.
will still run after ranged. Storming will still, as mobs move around, will affect range, but primarily are affecting melee, and just making pulls a little more difficult to not only group up but also
Mhm.
manage once they are grouped up. So we'll be looking out for those. Inspiring, like I said, we've seen before, like Dretnos mentioned, in the form of the Tides emissaries in Beguiling season, so season 3 of BFA. So it'll be interesting to see how that affects these dungeons in particular, but not necessarily a new affix.
And looking back as well at the previous seasons that we've had in MDI Dratnos, one of the larger complaints that we did see from the MDI fans is that the different comps really weren't all that varied. We kind of saw a lot of rogues, a lot of hunters, a lot of the same tanks as well. Do you think that's going to change at all, at least in this first season heading into Shadowlands?
Well, I can't make any promises about the first season of Shadowlands, but I can say that for this tournament, we do have a rule in place where you're not going to be allowed to play more than one copy of the same spec. So
Mhm.
multiple druids, for instance, is fine, but you can't have multiple balanced druids, right? You need to play one balanced druid, and then you could have a guardian druid or a feral druid also on your team, but you can't have another balanced druid from there. So that should help us, at least in this tournament, have some variety within compositions.
Yeah, so it should be super exciting to see the creativity from these players, since they can't, obviously, like Drano said, can't play multiple of that same spec. What are some key differences as well, do you think, that we're going to see Undead if we look at PFA? Copper, I swear today, come on, he's about to knock my coffee over again. Sorry, I don't know. What was I asking? Key differences between BFA last year and the meta that we may see today. I know it's going to be different since there isn't that double spec rule in the NBI traditionally, but what do you think some major differences we're going to see here today?
Sure. So in BFA we saw a lot of Rogue, we saw a lot of Beast Mastery Hunter, and we saw DK utilized for big pulls. Now, not to say that those classes necessarily aren't going to be good still, but we might see some different specs. For example, Marksmanship Hunter is probably what we'll see when we see Hunters as opposed to BM or Survival. Um,
Mhm.
DK, we may see some Unholy still. Unholy is widely unchanged. It plays a lot. It has a lot of the same strengths it had in the past. Rogue still strong, but we may see some subtlety Rogue as opposed to the Outlaw that we've seen for the past 2 years. I think subtlety will show up a bunch today, as well as Mage being more prominent. Things like Vengeance Demon Hunter being much more powerful than they were in BFA. Warriors kind of got knocked down a peg. We saw Prout Warrior in pretty much every key for the last 2
Mhm.
seasons of MDI. I would expect to see Guardian Druid actually as well. Guardian Druid does maybe not so much damage as the other tanks, but it is kind of like you could pull whatever you want and your Guardian Druid isn't going to die. So Vengeance on the flip side is a little squishier, but does massive damage. So we'll probably see those two. And then healers are going to change too. Druid's taken
Mhm.
a big hit to the power of Druid, as well as Mistweaver Monk taking a hit. Mistweaver Monk is now capped. So the niche that Mistweaver Monk previously had and this massive healing coming from Way of the Crane hitting 20, 30, 40 mobs at a time no longer really exists. So I would expect to see actually some Resto Shaman, some Disc Priest, maybe some Holy Paladin, alongside maybe some Druid sprinkled in there as well.
Yeah, and looking at the comps that we are going to be seeing today from our teams, it kind of looks quite varied. There's not really one particular healing spec that seems to be the most popular by a huge margin or anything. Do you see one spec sort of being the star like we've seen in previous seasons, or do you think it's going to vary?
Well, I think we're going to see a lot of people playing stuff that they're comfortable with today. Like we have mode,
Hmm.
for instance, in this tournament. Wouldn't be surprised to
Hmm.
see him play a lot of Discipline Priest. We got players like Andy Brew in this tournament. Wouldn't be surprised to see him play a lot of Brewmaster. That kind of stuff I think is going to be particularly in this kind of new environment. I think
Hmm.
there are a lot of players who you're going to need to prove it to them that another spec is better than them on their favorite spec before they'll
Right.
start playing those kind of things.
Yeah, which I think is why it's really fun to have these sort of tournaments before the actual season starts, because the pressure's off, and it's fun, and we've got these fun rules as well where you can't play multiple of the same spec in a team. So I think it makes for some really interesting games, and I'm super excited to see these games start up here, Undead.
Yeah, I think the variation as well. I don't think it's going to be so much that the teams themselves play a lot of the different comps, but I think
Hmm.
all four of the teams will have drastically different comps from each other. So
Hmm.
when a team comes out, we'll probably see them play primarily the same thing, just because there hasn't been a lot of practice time. Um, it's beta, so things are constantly shifting. It's kind of difficult to get a feel for multiple specs.
Right.
But as we see here, that these comps are very different. We see the triple druid at a nerf mage with the mage and the hunter, and then we see nothing repeated on the other side except for the moonkin with pieces ponies. Andy Brew's actually going to be playing Brewmaster for all these keys. It's a slight error in the graphic for him. He's not going to be playing Vengeance. But everything else is correct. Dova will be on the Holy Priest. He apparently has some secret tech for some of these dungeons that we don't actually know about. We just know it's secret tech Holy Priest owns apparently. We see
Oh my
Dice on the
goodness.
Shadow Priest, Frost and Fire Mage being brought out, and the Moonkin as well. So this is kind of what I meant, where we're going to see a lot of different stuff today.
It's not often you see holy priests. They really have not seen a lot of love in PvP or PvE, I feel like, for a while.
Yeah, the thing I want to point out about this is we're looking at two triple ranged compositions for this dungeon.
Mm.
So they are going to be staying far away from all the mobs. And that is a big change from BFA, where triple melee was pretty common up until the final season when Hunter and Mage started to show up a lot. But that's kind of a big turning point that we've got going in Shadowlands.
Yeah, it's super different to see. What was the joke? I'm gonna Dradnos. What was that joke you guys always said? What was it like the blue? Oh, it's the blue mage. It's the blue rogue, the red rogue.
Yes, yeah.
Am I remembering that right?
There's like orange rogues and all the different things are just different versions of rogue. Yeah, I mean, notably, there's no rogues here on either team. Neither team fielding a rogue here, which is also unheard of pretty much compared to BFA. We saw rogues falling out a little bit of favor in the very last season in a couple dungeons, but still, these are two comp teams that are basically never fielding rogues this whole tournament, it looks like. So that is going to be wild.
2 Moonkins as well. If you listen hard enough, you can hear Tettles and Nagura just cheering far off in the distance.
And that also comes down to, we mentioned earlier the affixes being anti-melee, but we also have to remember and acknowledge that target capping has happened. The majority of melee specs have been target capped at somewhere between 5 and 8 targets, so they can't hit more than that. Whereas the range specs primarily have been left uncapped, or at least some portion of their spec. For example, Frost Mage, not uncapped except for their Blizzard. So Frozen Orb is capped at 8. Their other spells like Splitting Ice and things like that are capped at 2. But Blizzard does damage to everything. Fire Mage, Flame Strike is uncapped completely. Does damage to everything. Starfall, uncapped. Searing Nightmare from Shadow Priest, uncapped. Hunter is one of the few that is capped primarily, but their damage is so high right now from the marksmanship spec that it doesn't even matter. They just do as much damage as uncapped specs, so expect to see a lot of marksmen there as well. And then melee, like I said, have a few uncapped melee, but I don't think we're going to see too many of them today. More so the uncapped range.
So what you're saying is, for somebody like me that plays only melee, I should re-roll like mage or something.
Oh, I'm leveling mage and hunter. I'm a rogue main, and mage and hunter are being leveled. So something like that, yeah, is what we're seeing, at least for this first season.
I literally have just finished leveling every single melee class. I stopped with enhancement shaman, and I think I need to swallow my pride and potentially level a range class here. But yeah, excited for this to get started here. We are going to be going to Halls of Atonement. A lot of people, they don't have beta at the moment. They haven't had a chance to play this dungeon yet. Can you talk about what exactly, I think it was you, Dratnos, that said this is your favorite one. Why is this one your favorite? And are there any challenges in this one, or why is it unique exactly?
So the first part of this dungeon is really wide open and has a lot of options for how you're going to pull the trash. And then it sort of condenses into a little bit of a boss gauntlet at the end. The one big thing that I'm going to be looking for both teams to have here is a Venthyr player. Venthyr players in this dungeon get to mind control these gargoyle things, and they do completely ridiculous amounts of damage. So there will absolutely be a Venthyr player on each team here, and it's going to be representing a huge amount of damage. I think it shows up on details now. So
it does as of the latest build. It shows up, so you'll know when the Venthyr takes the gargoyle, you'll know for sure.
Oh man, and that's not something we have really discussed yet this morning, is the covenants, right? I mean, that's really the hot topic right now as we head into Shadowlands. A lot of people are pretty worried about those and how it's going to affect sort of min-maxing across all facets of World of Warcraft, not just M+, Arena and raiding as well. What do you guys think about that for M+ specifically?
I'm personally on the side of, I don't particularly think the difficulty in swapping is the best thing. They've done kind of a good job of balancing most of at least the classes that I play. They balance them in a way where either one covenant is very good for all your specs, or all 4 covenants are pretty close, so it kind of doesn't matter. It'll be interesting to see how pugging Mythic Plus is handled, just because we're talking about the gargoyle for Venthyr in Halls of Atonement. Most of these bonuses from playing a specific covenant are very powerful. So it'll be interesting to see how you kind of coordinate your group of friends to make sure you have all the correct buffs. Obviously, it's a little easier in these Halls of Atonement, or these tournament dungeons, because we have access to as many characters as you want, right? So you just make a new character to choose a different covenant. But on live, it'll be interesting to see how we handle that.
All right, so it looks like right now we have this is Pieces Ponies doing the 13 key, but it doesn't look like Nerf Mage has started yet. So I wonder if this is a practice run from Pieces Ponies, or if we got our wires crossed here and the teams didn't start at the exact same time. Either
I
way,
don't
I'm
know.
sure
It's interesting
I
to see from this practice run. At least we get like a sneak peek of what Pieces Ponies is doing. I was actually expecting a 20% pull done right off the bat here to spawn Prideful in one pull, and whether this is practice or not, it looks like they're not doing that. So curbing my expectations a
oh
little bit then
it
as well. I guess it's worth noting we're at 200 item level in this tournament, which is
mhm,
effectively normal raid gear, so not very geared at all. In previous MDIs and KSMs, we've been geared in effectively full mythic gear. So we're at a much lower gear level for this, and the keys are still 13. So for that gear level, it's still kind of high.
yeah. Also, I did get a word from our admins. We are going to be restarting that. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I think that was just a bit of a false start here. So we'll get the teams ready to go shortly here. And sorry, continue your thought on that.
I mean, I think it was done, but we can start another thought.
Okay.
That's fine. Something to talk about here with Nerf Mage, just because it's a new name in this
Mhm,
team. But if you remember our previous KSM, the FX tournament, this is effectively the BDGG squad, led by
right.
Trell, with the one exception being that Chow is not playing on this team and Goop is now in, which is exciting for anybody who's followed Trell or Goop. They've been playing together for a long time but have never been able to compete together in any official
Mhm.
tournament. They've just played live keys together for reasons and restrictions that didn't allow them to play together. But now Goop is in the squad. We have Terrasant returning, Thalamir returning, and Cry as well. So that's that squad. It's a BDGG minus Chow plus Goop. So
Yeah, Goop and Terracent both notably Moonkin mains, but Terracent forced into that healer role as he's kind of the more, the more subservient to the two players. He'll shift into the role as required by the rest of the group.
has his guild forced him into the healer role as well on live servers? Is just his Mythic Plus team, Dratnos?
I've heard rumors that his guild has got plans for him to stay on the bench for the foreseeable future, but
Oh my
we'll
goodness.
see.
Harsh. Why aren't you guys competing today? Instead, you decided to cast. Too hard for you?
I am no longer competing because I've come to terms with how washed up I am, and it's time for me to ride into the sunset and just talk about the games now as opposed to play in them. But maybe Dratnos has a different reason. I don't know.
Well, however washed up you are, I'm like 3 or 4 times as washed.
That's why I'm not competing as well because I would just crush all of the competition today.
Oh no.
Pretty
Oh
similar
no.
reason, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with how good melee classes are right now. But
Yeah,
uh,
just right in our wheelhouse. Just
oh, well, we can talk about the other maps here, the other dungeons in this pool as well. This is a best of 3 series, so these teams only need 2 victories here to move on in the bracket. And the next one we have will be Plaguefall, and then we're going to go to Necrotic Wake. So after this dungeon, we're for sure going to see Plaguefall. That's going to be Fortified, Prideful, Sanguine, and Explosive. And this is the first time we're seeing Prideful. What affixes exactly do you think is like a lethal combination with Prideful exactly? Either of you guys? Are there any that just make it worse, do you think?
I think Storming and Spiteful, we'll talk about them again, are still the most punishing.
Hmm.
Typically just because it's aerial denial.
Right.
So the Spiteful, if you finish the pack, the Spiteful spawn from the mobs you just killed, and so does the Pride. And Pride has like pretty specific positioning requirements to make sure you don't hit your team with the mechanic on the Pride, while also dodging Spiteful. So you kind of want to remain stationary while you're fighting Pride, but Spiteful forces you to then not be stationary. So these kind of counteract each other. Storming's the same thing. You have to move out of the storming. You don't really want to move on the Pride. Can cause some mistakes in that way. So that's going to be a theme I think for this first season is the storming weeks are not fun and the spiteful weeks are not fun, and we'll probably see that in these dungeons as well. But it looks like we're getting into it. We'll see these first polls finally.
All right, yeah, we've got both teams here going to the right, which we saw from that run that we ended up stopping before because they didn't quite start at the same time. This is Pieces Ponies, though. We got the Frost Mage perspective in their kind of multicolored composition here with the 2 priests, the Holy Priest as well. Notable thing going on here. Nerf
Yeah,
Mage, meanwhile. Oh, yeah, good.
we noticed the Venthirs taking these Stoneborns right here. I couldn't tell if I think it was Dice that took the Stoneborn for the Pieces team. So maybe he's playing Venthir. Can't see for Nerf Mage. I would assume one of the Druids is playing Venthir that allowed them to take that as well.
Yeah, and you can see that Stoneborn then became hostile and flew away right at the end. So they got pretty good value out of that, keeping it mind controlled for most of the pull. They're going to be starting the second pull of the dungeon here. As a reminder, Prideful is the seasonal affix, and when either of these teams reach that 20% enemy forces count, and then every multiple thereafter, they're going to spawn that Prideful mob, which I think is what we're about to see here. I think this is going to be roughly a Prideful spawn from pieces. I'm
Yeah,
not
we've already
100%.
seen it on Nerf Mage. Nerf Mage did what I expected to see these teams do, was a 20% pull right off the bat, and are now currently fighting the Pride with the remaining, the one inspired mob, which it looked like they CC'd during their big pull. They're now fighting that with the Pride. So this is almost like a combination of reaping strategies and beguiling strategies. We saw this in beguiling where you'd CC the beguiling mob and then fight it with a boss afterwards. So they combine strategies from both of those affixes to definitely pull ahead here. Nerf Mage is looking like they're in the lead so far as Pieces Ponies spawns their first Pride mob.
Yeah, so this is 30% count for Nerf Mage here. They're going to take down that Pride mob, and here is that buff. As you can see, massive movement speed, massive mana regen. Actually, you can see Terracent was generating a huge amount of mana there before swapping into cat form, and also a bunch of extra damage too. They're now going to loop around to the left wing of the dungeon here. This is what I was talking about here with the kind of open trash concept, where there's really, you have a lot of options about where you're going to move and what you're going to pull, but you do need to kill some specific mobs in order to charge up and spawn the first boss, right? You're looking to fill up that anima bar that you can see at the top of the screen. There are 3 mobs, I think, that spawn it, and they each give a third of the anima bar. And once you've killed all 3 of those, you can then go and challenge the first boss.
Yeah, you'll see these 3 Shard of Halkia. So far, the first pull for Nerf Mage had one of them in it. This is the second one they're fighting here. It's worth noting that the move speed from the Pride is actually really valuable in this dungeon. I know we talked about, or we've seen meld skips by playing Alliance in the past, a lot of the time for reaping, beguiling, just to mobs you didn't want to fight to get rid of and just effectively vanish them off as you go to the next mob. With Pride, you can do that with the manifestations of Pride, but there's more opportunity cost now, right? Like you don't get the buff from killing it. You don't get the move speed, which allows you to move through the dungeon a little quicker. And I think that's why we'll see in this dungeon in particular, all these teams kill all of their Prides, all the manifestation of Prides to utilize the move speed and the damage on these next pulls.
Yeah, it's still conceivable that you might benefit from a shadow meld against one of these manifestations of Pride, but it's a lot closer. And particularly because you can often fight something at the same time as the Pride, you're really not giving up too much by killing it. And then you get this massive, massive buff afterwards that it's really hard to pass up. There are some bosses that are made so much easier by going in with a Pride as well. One thing that both these teams have access to as well is a real bloodlust. And we haven't talked about this yet, but in Shadowlands, drums are nerfed to about half as effective as Bloodlust instead of being, 5/6 as effective as they were in BFA. So this is a huge extra bonus to having one of those Bloodlust specs. And both teams here do have that from the Mage. In addition
This is
to
a
the
massive
Hunter.
pull from Nerf Mage that they're pulling up here. They've pulled the Shard of Halkias from down below, along with every mob in the way, back upstairs for them here. This looks like it will definitely spawn their 60% Pride as well if they're able to get through this pack. And yeah,
Yeah,
it's worth noting the Bloodlust is a big deal. I think in all of the comps, I think we see a Mage or a Hunter or a Shaman across the whole tournament, actually, to make sure that you get that real Bloodlust for these difficult pulls.
Yeah, that pull just got melted. You can see huge damage coming out from really all 3 of their damage dealers. They did have their Pride buff going into that pull, and they're doing a really good job here of something that I would not be surprised to see in all kind of M+ tournament settings in this expansion, where you kind of chain a Pride into another big pull that spawns another Pride into another big pull,
Yep.
because it just snowballs so nicely, that buff.
Yeah, especially with cooldown classes. They have cooldown classes here, like the Fire Mage is on a 1-minute cooldown. We're back to Minute Mage builds for Fire, utilizing the Night Fae Covenant, which gives you CDR on all your abilities, on top of the Kindling talent. Goop playing the Moonkin, obviously Incarn being a massive cooldown still for these big pulls that they do with Pride. And Marksmanship Hunter functions on about a minute cooldown basis as well with Double Tap and the Kyrian Covenant, which is a minute cooldown. They line up together. So you'll see these big pulls are kind of, they pull big, they fight a Pride. A minute later, they pull big again around their cooldowns. They fight a Pride. A minute later, they pull big. And the pacing and cadence of this route for Nerf Mage has been really good to benefit from those cooldowns.
Yeah, checking in now with Pieces Ponies. Pieces here are a little bit, they're about 50% on the enemy forces meter. They are killing their third Shard of Halkias here, so they will be spawning that boss. But Nerf Mage, I'd say, substantially in the lead at this point because they are already fighting that boss and have also spawned and dealt with an extra prideful wave relative to Pieces Ponies. Pieces here, 56% count, so the next trash pull they do is going to spawn their pride, which they will probably take into that first boss, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think they'll take it into the first boss. It looks like Nerf Mage is doing the pack in front of the first boss with the first boss here. Not the easiest thing to do. This first boss, I guess we'll talk about what this first boss actually does. This is Halkias. He is the dad of all the shards of Halkias. You'll see he has an aura around him. As we see a wipe on this boss with the pack. So I guess my fears of doing that together were were confirmed. But to talk about what the boss does, the circle around the boss. You have to be within the circle. If you're not within the circle, you'll be feared permanently until you're pulled back into the circle, and eventually you'll die from that. We'll notice here the animation of the circle has an issue with it on beta currently, in that it's a lot smaller than it actually is. So you'll see them outside the circle, but not actually being feared. Uh, Outside of that, you have a few positional requirements involved on the boss. He will alternate between casting Throw Debris and Crumbling Slam, which are effectively the same ability. One targets the tank and one targets a ranged. It'll just be a circle that's placed on the ground. You move out of it so you don't take damage from it. That's basically it. After a rotation of 4 to 5 of those, which is random, he'll do 4 or 5 of those casts. He'll then cast Sinful Reflection, in which he spins around in a circle. You'll see a cross of beams that you can't stand in. You kind of just have to move around the pools you've spawned on the ground, stay in the circle, dodge the beams, and somehow manage to not die. So we'll see that coming up here soon. A lot easier when there's not trash involved.
Yeah, they have dealt with that trash now. It did look pretty sketchy though, with the trash included.
Yeah,
Now
we
you
see
can see
Terracent go down.
that. Ooh, that's not good. Do they have a battle res available? I would be surprised if they do. I expect they've used it already. However, they might be able to get out of this without a healer, especially because they do have a Moonkin who can provide some off healing. Trell is playing that Guardian Druid as well. Guardian Druid, not the highest damage tank spec, but it might be the best at surviving without access to a healer.
Insanely tanky. Yeah. And
Yeah,
there's
it doesn't
only
have
tank damage on
self-healing.
this boss, right? That's worth
Ooh.
noting. If you play this boss correctly, the only damage that's taken is to the tank. The DPS will take no damage if you play correctly. So if Trell can get away with, I'm sure he's using the Bark Skin legendary. Judging by the damage he's doing, I'm expecting a defensive legendary and not the Thrash legendary, which effectively it gives him a shorter cooldown on Bark Skin, a more powerful Bark Skin, and he casts Frenzy Regeneration twice every time he bark skins, both at the beginning and the end of the bark. So
Oh
he may.
no!
Oh no!
No! That okay? Good
He invis it
invisibility.
off. Let's go!
Well played by Thalamir there. And yeah, so Trell is just trying to stay alive between every Sinful Reflection cast. As long as he can survive to the Sinful Reflection, he can swap out of bear form and cast some heals on himself during that boss spin. So he just needs to manage his health during that, and then he'll be fine. They do need to make sure that they kill this boss before they run out of space in the room, though. As you can see, the ground is starting to get pretty full of debris.
They've actually changed this recently. These pools start to despawn. About 2 minutes after they spawn, they will despawn. So you won't ever run completely out of space if you're good with your drops. You'll be able to pull back into the spot where you started, right? So you'll be able to do like a circle around this little arena, and not be in the way. But when things get chaotic, like them having to invis off the trash vac, you don't always have the perfect circle placements. But this is a spot for pieces to start to catch up because of the wipe that we had on Nerf Mage's side on their first attempt at this boss.
Yeah, it's not good news for pieces that they are ahead by a full team wipe here and are still behind in dungeon progression. That's not a good place to be, but you know, if a couple more wipes go their way, that could allow them to have also, I mean, they had a slightly slower, actually a substantially slower start of the dungeon, but it's going to be easy for them to make it up here, right? Both teams almost done with trash. If pieces can just hold on and keep doing good single target, they might be able to actually close this gap without anything going wrong for Nerf Mage.
Yeah, the rest of the dungeon is actually relatively linear. Like most of the options that the teams have are up to here. After this, you kind of everybody does the same thing almost. They're going to spawn their fourth pride, their 80% pride, probably off one mob that they pull into the next boss, which is what we'll see next. You fight that boss. You have enough trash to get you to 100 in between the third and final boss, and it's just there. Like you're forced to play one of the mini bosses. It seems pretty efficient to play all the other trash that's up here. So we'll likely see the same routes. Maybe there's 2 packs that you could potentially combine. We'll talk about after the second boss, just to kind of prepare you guys for what we'll see up there. But otherwise, I think it's just going to be who blasts harder. Like one of these teams is going to do more damage, and that's who will likely win this match here.
Yeah, if it's even, I would give the advantage to Nerf Mage because they did kill that first boss about a minute ahead of schedule. But you do have to factor in the death differential, right? 7 deaths compared to 1 is a 30-second difference in the favor of Pieces Ponies from that. So, it's not a foregone conclusion by any stretch.
And now we see the fourth prideful mob, the manifestation of pride, spawn here for Nerf Mage. I'm expecting them to. Oh, they don't need to invis pot. They're 5 stealth team. So we'll use invis, 3 druid stealths, and hunter camouflage to skip up to the next boss is what we use here. We see the invis potions come out from Pieces Ponies. Conversely, down below, where they're moving up to spawn their pride next to the second boss as opposed to fighting it first. So they'll get a little bit more efficient uptime on their pride. Could make a difference on their kill time on our second boss echelon. I guess we'll see how that plays out here. Now we see everybody's going to go invisible here, and they're going to move up to the second boss on Nerf Mage.
Yeah, so pieces here are going to be spawning that pride that Nerf Mage just killed, and then they will be killing it and then going and challenging that boss with the buff. Meanwhile, Nerf Mage have that buff already and are using it for movement speed during their invis portion, but that means they will have a little bit less uptime of it on the actual boss fight. So they're going to have a harder boss fight than Pieces Ponies will.
Yeah, it looks like they're pulling here. It's actually worth noting something interesting about Nerf Mage's comp here is this boss echelon periodically will apply a curse to everyone that will stun anyone who doesn't have the curse dispelled before he slams in a big circle on the ground. Nerf Mage has 4 curse dispels, so all 4 of them can remove this curse and not stun themselves. It's just the hunter who cannot. Cry also can remove 1 from himself though as well with his Kyrian potion. I'm assuming Cry is playing Kyrian. Most of the hunters would be if they're trying to do the most damage. And Kyrian Potion it's effectively a Cloak of Shadows and a Health Stone at the same time. It just removes basically all debuffs that aren't magic, as well as heals you for 20% of your HP. And you can use that to remove the curse. Like during one of his cooldown goes, he can make sure he doesn't get stunned during that. So that's actually going to be a big deal on boss damage here for Nerf Mage. I would expect them to pull ahead a little bit more just because of those dispels.
All right, the Time Warp, though, comes out from Pieces Ponies as they're pulling Echelon with all of their cooldowns and with the Prideful buff. So these 2 bosses, it's going to be really, really close here, I'd say, as to which them does die first. Nerf Mage, as you mentioned, does have that advantage of losing less damage during each of those curse phases. But wow, look how much that boss is melting in the bottom left corner for Pieces Ponies.
It's actually disappearing, man.
Yeah,
Holy crap.
That boss has been completely removed from the game.
It's just gone.
I think Nerf Mage has saved their Bloodlust, so I think that Nerf Mage is going to have access to 1 more lust in the rest of the dungeon. They're going to get it on either the last or the second last boss, whereas Pieces is not going to have another lust for the rest of this dungeon. So that will be advantage that Nerf Mage can claw back, but right now I'd say we're looking at pretty much a tied game.
Yeah, they definitely caught up. I think we're going to see the Nerf Mage Bloodlust on last boss with Prideful, if I had to guess. But worth noting what's happening on this boss. We talked about the curses that go out periodically. When he sends out those curses, he chooses, you'll see here, one player to Stone Shattering Leap on. It was Thalamir here. He targets you, he leaps onto you, does big damage and leaves a dot on you as well, but he also shatters the corpses of all the ads you saw there. So if you don't shatter the corpses of the ads that spawn, they'll respawn and you'll get overwhelmed with ads throughout the fight. So you have to get your dispel on whoever's targeted with the leap. The leap has to place the circle around the ads corpses. You remove the corpses, and that just kind of rinses and repeats throughout the fight, while also spawning these blood pools on the ground that do very high damage if you stand in them. So positioning requirements throughout, as well as some awareness as far as dispelling if you don't have 4 curse dispels on your team, which is absurd for that boss. Now we see these guys that both teams are moving out of this boss at the same time. This is way tighter than I expected.
Yeah, so again, Nerf Mage has the advantage of their Bloodlust still being available. Pieces has the advantage of 30 seconds from the wipe from Nerf Mage earlier. So right now I'd say Pieces Pony is actually probably slightly in the lead here. Have really clawed it back from where they were on that first boss. So great job by them. Nerf Mage,
We're gonna
though,
see
are
this
doing
boss used with two
control.
Stoneborn Gargants. The Stoneborns are pulled into this, and they're gonna do them one at a time. There's 2 gargoyles in this room underneath the boss. So we see all this trash just disappeared. That is primarily the Stoneborns annihilating everything for them. It's likely one of the range players are actually gonna pull another one in here as we get further into the boss. Once the first one despawns, you'll probably tag the second one and get that in as well.
Yeah, there it is. There, the second loyal Stoneborn coming in. This is a Venthyr only strategy. If you don't have a Venthyr in your group, you're not allowed to do this. But if you do have a Venthyr here, you can just watch the damage meters right now. A huge proportion of that damage is coming from the loyal Stoneborn as it's doing its breath there. You can just see the boss, and most of the trash was melting while it was still alive as well. So massive benefit to having a Venthyr in this dungeon. I'd say this is probably the single most important dungeon to have the right Covenant specific dungeon ability for, right? Like if you don't have a Venthyr for this dungeon, it is massively worse.
This and Miss of Tyrannus Scythe, which obviously when we get to later in the tournament, we'll talk about in more detail. But I think those are the 2 most important dungeons for that. Certainly this one, it's gone through a few iterations. It's been even stronger than this before. It's been weaker than this current iteration. They finally settled on where it is now. We'll see if that's where they land. They've been doing a lot of hot fixes to the beta over the past I guess week is when they really started. It's worth mentioning as well. Let's talk about the Fire Mage for a second. Fire Mage got nerfed yesterday, and Fire Mage is still blasting. So clearly, anyone worried about the Fire Mage nerfs, I think you could stop worrying about your class being annihilated because Thala is doing massive damage in this dungeon.
I'm sorry, do mages ever worry though? Like
I think that's from my experience. All mages do is worry. All mages do is worry that they're not 20% ahead of every other class
because
in the
they've
game.
reigned for Supreme for so long.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Just every OP spec. Anytime a spec is like good for any amount of time. If they get nerfed, it's the end of the world on their on Twitter and on their class discords.
Like a spoiled child. Like man.
Yeah, Mage also has the Frost spec, though. I wonder if we're going to see any Arcane today, but I would be surprised. I think Frost and Fire are really likely to take up the lion's share of the Mage spotlight here. Frost, though, does do some pretty nice single target damage. And actually, even despite a 2-target nerf recently, they are extremely strong on 2 targets as well.
Yeah, I would actually expect in this tournament, let me try to pay attention here to Splat to see if he's playing Freezing Rain as opposed to Splitting Ice. With the buff to Freezing Rain and the obvious nerf to Splitting Ice, I think that talent, especially in this kind of scenario, is actually very strong now.
I don't think this is a particularly compelling Splitting Ice dungeon anyways, but back to the match at hand here. Nerf Mage have really opened back up that lead that they had earlier. They used their Bloodlust, so they're not going to have it for the last boss, but it really allowed them to kill that second or the third boss with a huge amount of time over Pieces Ponies, and they are now moving in to the final little mini boss, Trash Gauntlet, before the last boss. So this dungeon is almost over.
Yep, Inquisitor Cigar we have here. This is the pad room. This is where, as we can see, Goop ascending to God form of Moonkin right now. This is actually, the pad in this room is not actually pad. All of these mobs need to die. If they're not killed, Inquisitor Cigar will soak them in and heal himself. So all the AoE damage is actually important in here. It's not just meaningless damage like in a lot of situations where you have mini bosses. So the power of Moonkin is super relevant in this room. They've taken care of this room way faster than a lot of other comps without a Moonkin probably would, due to Starfall being able to hit literally everything. The massive range of Starfall is huge in here. And then we're going to spawn Pride. We'll see if they're able to meld this Pride off, or they're just going to do it with the boss. We might see them do this with the last boss here, which is the last thing we have to do.
Yeah, Pieces Ponies not far behind either. They are working on the little gauntlet here and the Inquisitor as well. But Nerf Mage are going into the last boss right now. They have melded off the Pride, it looks like. So they've decided that it's not going to be worth it to have all the extra damage and healing to do during that last boss fight, just in exchange for a little bit of a buff at the end of the fight. You can see they're going into the boss here. Runa powers are down. Combustion is out. And the bosses, they don't have Bloodlust, but they did have all their big cooldowns here. What's the big deal with this boss?
So this boss is one of my favorite. I think this boss is my second favorite boss of Shadowlands dungeons. This is Lord Chamberlain. He has a few different mechanics. We'll see this telekinetic toss where he picks one of these 4 statues, throws them. He'll pick a random player to throw it at. You can tell where it's going based on where it's facing. and you can follow the channel from the boss to it to see where it's coming from. You have to dodge that. It does big damage if it hits you. He applies a dot to the tank. He'll do a frontal called Unleash Suffering here and there. And then this is his signature ability. He does this at 66 and 33% health. It's a phased boss as opposed to on a timer, where he pulls all his statues in, he makes a shield around himself, and then he launches them back out. They'll do damage on the way in and on the way out. And then he does effectively Galavast beams from Temple of Sethralis. If you remember the third boss in Temple, where you had to soak the beams, but you have to soak 4 beams at once, or else they'll do damage to everyone. They either do damage to who's soaking them, or if they hit a statue, they do a damage to the entire group. So you'll see the team's position in a way where they have a soak. Usually defensives are used on one of these, and then healer cooldowns are used on the others. Typically, how you'll handle this. So I really like phased bosses. I like percent phased bosses in Mythic Plus. I think it's a lot better than timed mechanics in Mythic Plus on bosses in particular. And this boss does a great job at executing that.
Yeah, this is a tyrannical boss, so it does have quite a bit of health. But like you said, because it's based on percent instead of based on a timer, it means you don't get these kind of Cragmaw situations where you
Exactly.
start getting huge amounts of extra phases as the Keystone level scales up, especially on Tyrannical Week. So I think that is absolutely a great design choice here on Lord Chamberlain. Looks like this game is going to be going to Nerf Mage here, even though they have the 30-second death disadvantage. I don't see how Pieces Ponies can really claw this one back with the boss health being what they are and Tyrannical being active. So I think Nerf Mage, even with that wipe, is going to be able to squeak out a game 1 win here.
Yeah, I think Tyrannical is just too strong. They're not going to catch up enough. And this comes down to they just pulled more aggressively. We saw this snowballed from the beginning. Every time the Pieces pulled a 13% pull, Nerf Mage was pulling 20. When Pieces pulled a 20% pull, Nerf Mage was pulling 30, and that just kind of snowballed and stacked up a lead over time. They were able to recover from the wipe, and really well played outside of the wipe, which I kind of expected. That pack in front of that first boss is really difficult with the boss, but they recovered well, and congrats to them for the first win.
Yeah, well done by them. They're now up 1-0. As I mentioned earlier, this is a best of 3 series, so they only need to win this next dungeon here if they want to move forward in the bracket. But it won't be the end of the losing team. We do have a lower bracket, and they're going to fight it out there for, I believe, the 3rd and 4th place. So, game number 1, how do we feel like that went overall? Where did we see the difference in those teams in terms of time, Dranos?
I think the wipe was the single biggest event on the clock that was in favor of the losing team, actually, Pieces.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that I would say was a big event was the second boss, which was also in favor of Pieces. I think those 2 moments in time were probably the biggest changes in the advantage, but every other moment of the dungeon was Nerf Mage making up advantage, especially the third boss pull. I think that was another big time change. So and then the big thing was just that they were pulling the first half of the dungeon in half as many pulls as Pieces was, and that no matter what happens, you get in the situation where you have a wipe to give if you are just pulling in half as many pulls as the other team, and it's a really really good route from Nerf Mage.
Yeah, choosing the Bloodlust, the third boss, I really liked as well. As far as I know, the Stoneborn actually scale with Lust. Like, you can actually Bloodlust the Stoneborns as well. So they take the Stoneborn, they Bloodlust, they do 2 packs on top of the boss, and effectively just let an NPC almost murder it all for them. Was a nice adaptation from the let's Bloodlust a single boss. What Pieces Bloodlusted just Echelon. Nerf Mage chose to do 10 mobs plus High Inquisitor together with their Bloodlust.
And with pre-potting gone as well, does that really change much? Do we think?
It'll change a little bit
strat?
for Pieces here, because they had to use their invisibility pots because they don't have the 5 stealth comp. But generally, potions are just used in more pronounced places, as opposed to potioning every pull. You're potioning your big pulls now.
Yeah, I would describe it as a buff for invis pots, because instead of an invis pot costing you 5 pre-pots, it's now just going to cost you 1 other potion. So for those who don't know, potions are no longer related to combat. The offensive potions aren't, and they're on a 5-minute shared global cooldown with all potions. So it's a bit of a change in paradigm. You got to relearn the muscle memory that many of us have, just hitting that pre-pot button before every pull. That doesn't work anymore.
I was gonna say I'm not the only one that's like accidentally done that a few times, right?
Oh no, I'm every pull I just hit potion. I walk into the pull, I hit potion, and it doesn't do anything most of the time.
It's gotta be pretty expensive, but all right. Well done in that first map here. We are going to be going to Plaguefall. I think we discussed it a little bit before we went into that first map. Once again, those affixes we're going to be going to Fortified as opposed to Tyrannical, and then Prideful, of course, Sanguine and Explosive. How do we feel about these affixes, Stratnos?
Well, explosive is a lot friendlier than it used to be, that's for sure. Neither of these teams is going to need a dedicated explosive killer like the Outlaw Rogue used to be in a lot of comps, because they now die to basically a slight breeze. As long as you target them and hit them with just anything or any auto attack, explosive is just going to die at basically any key level. So that affix shouldn't prove to be too much of a problem, I'd say, for this level of coordinated teams, because they can just hit it with pretty much any global and it'll go down. And I think there will be multiple people from each team looking to do that. You probably chip that work off to the healer for most of the time, because they usually get stuck with those kind of annoying jobs. That's the joy of being a healer, is that your friends will make you do all the annoying stuff whenever you can.
Everything's
Sanguine's
right in the
also
world,
gotten,
man.
yeah. Sanguine's also gotten some nerfs relative to BFA, so that affix also a little bit less annoying, less impactful, I'd say. It's mostly just the Sanguine puddles go away a little bit faster than they used to. These affixes, yeah, it should mostly be about just the Fortified and the Prideful, and I think that's going to be a really good place for us to get a kind of baseline of this dungeon.
All right, and then also Plaguefall, not something we have yet to see in a tournament setting. Talk to me about this dungeon, Undead.
Plaguefall has gone through many iterations over the course of beta. It's gone from maybe the worst dungeon they've ever made in the history of the game to the worst dungeon in this expansion to bearable to kind of okay. It's shifted. It didn't start out very good. Like it started out as me claiming that if I ever get a Plaguefall key when the game launches, I'll have 0 Raider IO score in Plaguefall for the entire season, because I'm just never walking in there. To it's not so bad anymore. The bosses have been tuned a bit, which we'll get into as we see the bosses. And the pathing has gotten a lot better. There were mobs that you just couldn't pull for a long time. There were poison tentacles that blocked your path in a lot of places, that have been since removed or been made more manageable at the very least. We'll see the theme of bosses that phase at percentage health as opposed to on timers. Will show up again in Plaguefall. 2 of the 4 bosses here have 66 and 33% health phases again, where you have a first phase, a second phase, a third phase. One of the bosses, the phases are identical. They just happen on different platforms. And the final boss, the third phase is substantially different from the first 2. So it almost feels like a raid boss. One of the Margrave, I don't know her last name, Margrave something, is almost a raid boss, and is another one of those really enjoyable bosses that is the theme for Shadowlands, I think. Trash is kind of annoying, more annoying maybe than BFA, but the bosses are a lot better, I think, from my perspective.
Would you agree with that, Jadnos, about the trash versus the bosses?
Yeah, particularly if you're playing a target capped specialization. For me, that is a huge drawback for trash being fun. Is if I'm ever in a situation where my abilities just aren't hitting half of them, that's almost like the trash just has a really obnoxious like damage shield on it.
I just feel so unfulfilled. I played Demon Hunter towards the end of BFA, and my I-beam just doesn't hit the same anymore. It's really depressing.
Yeah, it just hits different.
It literally does. Literally. Do we feel like how you were talking a little bit at the end of that dungeon, Undead, about sort of the aggressive pulls? Do we feel like with the AOE cap that we're going to be seeing heading into Shadowlands that changes like the types of pulls you can do, the size of them, the aggressiveness of them, and like the risk factor in them as well?
I don't think it actually changes anything. I think it changes what classes you play more than it changes how you pull. I think that you will not play melee. That's in any of these speedrunning tournament environments, kind of like we saw a lot of ranged ignored in BFA in MDI setting. We'll see a lot of melee ignored in the Shadowlands MDI setting. There's a few exceptions, some melee specs that are uncapped or slightly uncapped, that could see some gameplay. Things like Unholy Death Knight. actually, and I seriously mean this, do not take this as a joke, Survival Hunter and Ret Paladin, I think are melee specs that we could see show up in future tournaments. Obviously, I don't think we're going to see any of the teams have pulled them out in this one, but these are uncapped melee specs, and just being uncapped is a strength.
Did we see that at all last year? A red paladin?
Don't think so. Also, I thought Divine Storm was capped, but
The legendary is uncapped as
oh
of
yeah,
like
the
last
legendary.
night.
Yeah,
Last
yeah, yeah.
night, Ret was uncapped. Previously, the legendary, the old, if you remember from Legion, you would launch out a Divine Storm every time you cast it.
Mhm.
That is a new legendary, and that portion of Divine Storm is uncapped now.
Wow.
So
I have one of those. I can play that.
None of those melee specs that are going to see any play in this map here.
no,
We've got
not yet. We're not
triple ranged again coming out from both squads, but a couple different range specs. Actually, I guess just one different range spec here. Splat swapping over to the Destruction Warlock off of the Frost Mage. Pieces Ponies also are going to be fielding the Resto Shaman instead of the Holy Priest. Andy Brew will be playing Brewmaster, not Vange's Demon Hunter. We have an error in our graphics for that. Meanwhile, Nerf Mage is sticking with the same comp that we saw them win in Halls of Atonement with. So we'll have to see whether switching it up makes more sense here, or whether just keeping with that one comp that they have practiced is a better strategy.
Yeah, and if you compare, I wanted to ask you guys here the difference in mage specs. Do you think that they were just going off of a comfort pick there last? I mean, we'd had a frost mage as well as a fire mage. Now it looks like nerf mage is sticking with the fire mage, and then of course we've got Splat, like you just mentioned, switching over to that warlock. Is there a major difference in the mage specs right now, or do you think they're just doing it because?
I think they definitely do different things. The fire mage is more useful for mass AoE damage, just because flame strike is uncapped. Flame strike hits everything. The legendary firestorm allows them to get procs every time they activate heating up. They have a chance to cause their next for the next 4 seconds. Their flame strikes and pyroblast will be instant cast and always crit. So flame strike combined with that legendary allows for massive AoE damage, whereas Frost is more consistent priority damage. It'll do more damage to bosses, it'll do more damage to a specific mob within the pull, as opposed to the entire pack, which I think is useful in Halls of Atonement. Both of them have their merits for sure in the dungeon we just saw. So that's the core difference between those two specs.
So then can we take a guess as to why Pieces Pony opted for the Warlock here, Dretnos?
I can't off the top of my head guess as to what the Destro Lock is doing in this dungeon. I don't have enough experience with it to know. I thought there was maybe gateway shenanigans in some dungeons. I don't know if Plaguefall is one of them. Undead, do you know of any like Warlock gateway skips that are accessible in this place?
I don't think there will be any weird skips with that. I think the purpose of the Destro lock is probably the way they pull plays around Infernal well. If I were to play Destruction Warlock, it would be because I went into a dungeon and I had Infernal up for all the big pulls we did. Because when they have Infernal up, they're massive. When they don't, they're quite weak. So similar to kind of the Fire Mage of BFA, where outside of combustion, very lackluster, inside combustion, very strong. Destruction functions similarly, but with Summon Infernal. And here we go. We have Nerf Mage doing a pull at the beginning, and Invispot's coming out again from Pieces Ponies heading into the first boss room.
Yeah, the Invispot Windrush Totem Wombo combo is going to let them sneak past
that
all of the
synergy,
trash
man.
there. Nerf Mage, meanwhile, are instead doing a big pull here. This trash, it can be pretty movement intensive, which can be kind of rough for a comp with as much ranged as Nerf Mage is fielding here, because they all kind of want to stand still and cast. Or stand on their Rune of Power and cast, and they're being forced to constantly dodge all this stuff.
Sure, this is actually these mobs up front. This is kind of like we think about the end of Motherload in BFA, all that trash that was skipped for so long because it was just so difficult in comparison to other trash that was done. That's what I would like in this section of Plaguefall too. This early trash in here is very difficult. The mushroom area, we have plague rocks along with stormers. There's just a lot of things that need to be stopped on top of just massive tank damage. Like Trell, you can't tell because he's playing Guardian Druid, which is the tankiest spec in the game right now, but he is getting annihilated on these pulls. So I expected both teams to actually do what Pieces did, and I'm a little bit surprised by Nerf Mage pathing.
Yeah, Nerf Mage may be planning to do this because they have that Guardian Druid, right? So they can actually live this pull. Whereas Pieces playing the Brewmaster instead maybe had a little bit more trouble with these first pulls in practice, or just found it to be worthwhile to skip. I wouldn't be surprised if that was what was going on as well. They've cleared out the boss arena here for the most part, and they're almost ready to pull the first boss here, Glob Grog.
That's my boy.
All-time great boss name there, Glob Grog. do love that. They do
Say
have to
that 3
finish
times
off
fast.
this last plague belcher.
That's right.
Yeah,
So
Could
it
you
looks like
imagine?
Nerf Mage is spawning their pride for the boss. They've cleared out this room. They're way ahead on trash actually.
yeah.
That's the benefit of
How did this
doing the
happen?
first pulls. So the trash in this room is not worth a lot of count. It's mostly it's blob mobs, which historically, if we think about like King's Rest, for example, or Shrine of the Storm, blobs are usually very low trash. They die very fast. They don't really contribute much to your count. So that's why we see Pieces falling so far behind in count right there. But Pieces is pulling the boss first. They're fighting Glob right now, as Nerf Mage finishes off their Pride and their second Plague Belcher here.
Yeah, they will be taking this pride buff though into the boss, which should help them catch up with where Pieces is. Right, that extra damage is going to be massive for the boss fight, whereas Pieces does not have access to that. So I would expect this to kind of close up in dungeon progression. Both teams, I think, will be killing this boss around the same time. Pieces probably killing it a little bit faster, but Pieces has like 15% less trash count, so that is going to be a massive benefit for Nerf Mage if they can get their act together here and stop these slimy morsels from making it to the Plague Belcher.
Yeah, let's talk about what happens on this boss. We have our man's Glob Grog, and he has a few abilities that he'll cast. He'll cast Plague Stomp, which is a large knockback to all targets. It also applies a disease. Notably, Pieces Ponies has a disease dispel, whereas actually has 2 disease dispels in the priest and the monk, whereas Nerf Mage does not have any. He then casts Slime Wave, which is a giant frontal that on higher keys will one-shot you. On this key level, probably not. And then periodically he'll cast Beckon Slime. He summons 1 large slime and 3 small slimes. Each of these will move forward and try to get to the boss. If they reach the boss, they'll heal the boss for 3 times their remaining health. So damage to them is valuable. You want to kill them and not let them hit the boss. We'll see a strat with the big slime just be CC'd. This can be CC'd indefinitely, kind of like, if you remember Priestess Alunza in Ataldazar, where you would CC the Spirits of Gold as they spawned. Same strategy is implemented here. Very similar, not necessarily a similar boss fight, but that mechanic in particular is similar. So we see Pieces Ponies has finished Globgrog and is moving on to the next trash first.
Yeah, whereas Nerf Mage still working on that boss, but the boss is almost dead, and they do have these mass entangles because they have 3 druids. They have a lot of control for the little oozes, and so none of those are going to reach the boss. Nerf Mage will be killing the boss about a minute after Pieces, maybe 40 seconds. Whereas Pieces still need to catch up on count. They are 1 prideful mob and 15% count behind where Nerf Mage is as they move on to the second kind of trash segment of this dungeon. Oh no!
Oh, Splat goes down. That's a frontal. There's 2 frontals in these pulls. There's a frontal from the Spinebreaker as well as a frontal from the Plague Rock. I don't think the Plague Rock one-shot, so I think he took a hit from the Spinebreaker there. Now this area of the room or of the dungeon is kind of the Toldagor cannons of Shadowlands, if you will. We thought we had gotten away from blowing mobs up with outside sources, but Blizzard has not allowed us to escape. It is back. You will find a few canisters throughout this area, along with these plague borers. You see these plague borers come in. They also are effectively ticking time bomb mobs. When you get them low enough or in combat with them for long enough, they will turn into a bomb themselves, which you'll see on animation on the ground, which does a lot of damage to the trash around them. So the strategy in this room is to kind of use the plague borers and the canisters placed throughout to kill the trash for you effectively. So we see that's exactly what they're doing with the 2 plague borers in here. We'll kill the rest of this trash once they start to die. And there we go, right here.
Yeah, there are those explosions, and you can see everything just goes right down. And the manifestation of pride here. This is the first manifestation of pride for Pieces Ponies as Nerf Mage working on some trash that will soon lead to their second being available. So I'd give the slight edge here to Nerf Mage in dungeon progression right now. This trash area, I don't know. I would kind of describe this dungeon. You compared the first trash area to Motherlode. It is kind of similar to Motherlode in that there's these pretty discrete segments of different trash, between each of the bosses, and you kind of pick maybe 2 or 3 out of the 4 trash areas to pull from, and then you can skip 1 or 2 maybe
I
depending
like
on
that.
how much you
That's
pull from
definitely
them.
accurate.
So it is something that that can remind you a little bit of it. This area, it's almost impossible to pass up because of the damage that the trash and the terrain does to the mobs. You can see there's the unstable canister exploding, and that did a solid chunk of those mobs' health, maybe a quarter.
Leaves a dot on them as well. That's
Yeah,
ticking away.
and you can see those mobs are just melting down. It's kind of similar to Freehold, where Painful Motivation just completely annihilates mobs on a dot basis. So because of those canisters and the plague borers being around, it is really difficult to pass up this trash. It just does so much damage.
And we'll see here the congealed slime in this pull, effectively referred to as the purple slime, is the reason they're doing a 2 pull here. This is not something you normally see in a dungeon run setting. Is that mob any other mobs around it will take reduced damage as long as the congealed slime is alive. So they make sure to get rid of that, and then they go into their bigger pull here. Also worth noting, let's talk about the covenant specific bonus in here. I'm not sure if these teams have a Necrolord. I would expect them to not, except maybe
Can,
Priest
can,
or Brewmaster.
can Destro play Necrolord? What are we playing here on Destro?
Destro, he is playing Kyrian right now. We see
Oh yeah,
the
we see a File of Serenity on his.
yeah, the file and the tithe there in his weak auras. So Destro is not. Potentially Andy is playing Necrolord. But the way that it works is Necrolord has an ability called Fleshcraft, which applies a shield to you. It's a 20% shield on a 2-minute cooldown when you channel. If you channel on top of certain mobs, you get additional buffs. And in this dungeon in particular, the different slimes that you kill provide different buffs. So the damage reduction aura we talked about from the congealed slime, the purple one, you will also get that aura for yourself if you fleshcraft on top of it. The red slimes apply a haste aura, and the green slimes are a slight damage proc. So what you can actually do is kill all 3 on top of each other, 3 different colored slimes. You can fleshcraft on top of that group of slimes, and then you'll get all 3 buffs for your group for the next 3 minutes. So I haven't seen the teams utilize it. Necrolord, it just doesn't quite fit into their comps that well, I don't think. And this is one of the lesser impactful buffs, in my opinion.
Yeah, because you have to do some work to set it up, and so the benefits you get from it are maybe outweighed by the disadvantage of doing the pulls differently than you otherwise would. And it's just a smaller deal than it is in the other dungeons for sure.
We see some deaths coming out from Nerf Mage on the small screen here. I guess this is an advantage to them clearing that front part. It's kind of they don't have to skip again. He doesn't have to invest in Vizpot to get back or stealth or anything. He can just run through on his mount, which is it's definitely a decision to be made in this pathing because you don't get your first checkpoint until you slay the second boss. If you wipe at any point up until second boss, it is highly punishing having to run back unless you clear that stuff at the beginning.
Yeah, this is a checkpoint problem, right? Where
Yes, absolutely.
the checkpoint does not update in this dungeon after that first boss. So if you do plan to skip that first trash, yeah, and you can see actually Nerf Mage wiped on a prideful plus trash pull
Interesting.
here, but like those island expedition mobs and like reaping mobs before him, prideful enemies don't heal back up to full when you wiped them. So they were able to just come in and finish off the last 10% of its health, get that buff, and now move on through with the rest of their life. So that is at least a little bit less punishing than it otherwise would be. However, that wipe is going to be an opportunity for Pieces Ponies to catch up here and maybe take the lead.
Yeah, again, it's the death counter here because Nerf Mage is actually ahead on trash right now. They're done their first pack after their pride, whereas Pieces is finishing their 40% pride as well right now. So even though they're different places in the dungeon, as far as completion is concerned, Nerf Mage is definitely ahead. It's just again, it's the 25 seconds from the death counter right now, holding them back. I'm actually really surprised. I want to point this out that they're not using the plague borers or the canisters to slay the manifestations of prides, which I'm actually very surprised because these canisters are target capped as well. They're capped at 5 targets, so doing a big pull on them is not necessarily as impactful as being able to slay a pride with them. And that I think that might have been a better use of the plague borers. Obviously, I haven't been practicing this. We mentioned earlier I'm 100% washed up from this content, but in my brain, I think using them on the prides would probably be a more optimal strat.
Dude, imagine being washed up in a content that literally hasn't been released yet. It's,
Yeah, I know.
it's coming out in
I
a week and
know.
you're already washed up. That's rough. All right, so Pieces did a little skip there around the side of the lake, and are moving on now, almost up on the second boss here, Dr. Ickis. Another pretty good boss name, if I do say so. Yeah, they're almost there. A little bit more to go.
If you have any of the plater mods that shorten the names of characters, like on your nameplates, Dr. Ickis will show up as D Ickis. So that's
Oh.
extremely fun for everyone involved to just be fighting a D Ickis the boss. But he is like I said, he is a phased boss that happens on different platforms. We see the platforms here. You can actually accidentally pull him as well. He jumps around. They brought a lot of classic mechanics back with mobs that just bounce around randomly so that you can ninja pull them because everyone loves that. So he'll bounce from these 4 platforms we see as you're fighting the trash. Ideally, you don't pull him before you want to. But now that we're in a ranged meta, ranged historically has 0 awareness of where the boss is. They're just kind of where they are, casting what they're casting. So definitely keep your mics open and make your ranged players aware of where the boss is at all times.
Yeah, there he goes. You see, he just jumped onto this platform, but they did a good job of pulling the trash and having their range players actually stand far enough away. So
Amazing.
that is going to be a boss not pulled. And he does kind of jump around in a predictable fashion, right? It's always in that, like he runs towards the side where he's going to go, and it's always in the same direction, right? So it is possible to predict where he's going to be.
Yes, it is, but it's also possible to lose track of them. So we'll see here. It looks like they're going to get Pride off these 2 mobs. Not quite. Okay, so Pride will come off the last 2 mobs. It'll be interesting to see if they pull these with the boss here. I think this pull is more than doable for them to do the trash with the boss and then have the Pride spawn part of the way through, but it looks like they're taking the safe route and slaying the trash first from the side of Pieces Ponies. I guess that means they'll probably be doing the Pride with the boss. I hope to
Maybe.
see. I hope to see Pride with boss.
They might just be planning to, kill the Pride, get the buff, kill the boss. Slow and steady wins the race. As long as the other team wipes a bit, which they have. So
I guess they are playing into that strategy. That is an effective strategy. I can tell from past experience. If you just don't die, sometimes you can win matches you're not supposed to win. So
especially in a tournament like this, these dungeons are still pretty new. There's a lot of these players have had beta access for a while. They have quite a bit of experience in these dungeons, but beta is ever changing. These bosses and these trash mobs are pretty different from how they were 4 months ago. So if you just have a strategy that gives you a little bit more room for error, there's a lot more error that's going to be introduced by just everybody being so unfamiliar with all this stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if that strategy ends up paying off for at least some of the teams that use it.
yeah, definitely. Now we'll see if I think when the boss jumps over here, they're just going to grab him. I don't think they're going to try to dodge him here. Notably, Nerf Mage has already slain their 60% Pride. They have their buff. They're utilizing that to take care of the trash. So once again, they're still ahead on trash here, but pretty close on bosses. I don't think they've engaged the boss down below yet. And here we go. This is Dr. Ickis. He pretty simple boss with three phases, like I said, where he jumps between platforms. He will, in the first phase, he basically does nothing. He applies a debuff to the tank that needs to be dispelled that does a lot of damage, and also will jump around if the phase lasts too long. A new mechanic that they've used a lot in Shadowlands dungeons is projectiles that come out from mobs or bosses in cardinal directions. So either north, south, east, west they'll come out, or they'll go to their front, to their back, to their left, and their right. So you see as Dr. Ickis jumps around, the direction he's facing, that's where the first line will come out, and then behind him, and then also on both of his sides directly out. So it forms a perfect X from the way the boss is facing. So we saw that. We're already phased into the last phase here. We didn't even get to talk about the sludge bomb that they have to kill. This is just a plague bomb there that needs to be slain. Otherwise, it kills your team. Pretty simple boss. Repeats 3 times. Easy for you to control when you deal with what mechanics as well.
Pretty nice Destro Lock boss, if I do say so here. Look at that Havoc value. Look at those Chaos Bolts just flying at 2 important targets at once. That's really, really good situation for this spec, especially because those targets are pretty far spread from each other. So it's pretty hard for other specs to get good value from stuff like Splitting Ice, for example, if you're playing a Frost Mage in here.
Yeah, definitely. And as well as the congealed slime that spawns that we talked about earlier on the 2nd and 3rd platforms. You try to keep these CC'd away from the boss and the other slime because you can't do damage to them, obviously. Otherwise, you have to kill them. They did a great job of that. The use of Banish is really good there. We'll see the roots from the Omega Druid comp able to handle that as well. And we're really close here. This is definitely closer than Halls of Atonement was. Just because, like we said earlier, Nerf Mage is ahead on count. They've been ahead on count most of this run. So being slightly behind on the boss is not that big a deal.
Yeah, they're behind on the boss. They are also behind on death counter here, which has increased from when I last checked it to 8 deaths against
right.
Nerf Mage here. So compared to the 1 from Pieces Ponies, that's going to be 35 seconds that Pieces Ponies has to finish this dungeon after Nerf Mage does. I think with those two factors in play, I would give the slight edge to Pieces Ponies from where I'm standing right now.
I'd agree too. I think the Destro Lock's actually going to be quite good on the last boss as well. There's some 2-target cleave involved there. There's some low target cleave on the third boss that we'll get to soon as well. It looks like we have Infernal up for this pull. I would expect them to go to this middle platform.
No, dude, the slime tendy was healing. It was like full healing from that.
Oh no, the Sanguine. No.
Okay, but like I said, Sanguine despawns now after 20 seconds instead of after 60. So instead of that thing living forever, it only lived for 20 seconds, which is actually a pretty big difference. But that is going to cost Pieces some time off the clock.
Now we see the Infernal out, and Splat should just eliminate this pack. I get Dice popping off as the Shadow Priest as well. Let's go. New classes in Mythic Plus, baby.
The Balance Druid in a familiar position there, doing battle with the tank for 3rd place on the meters. It is eventually gonna. Oh no! And Andy's actually gonna take that bronze medal on this pull.
Right.
Great job, Andy. And Nerf Mage just caught up. We're at the same point in the dungeon now. They finished the middle pack. They were faster on those 2 pulls because of the Sanguine that happened on that tentacle. And we are neck and neck with just the death separating these 2 teams now.
Yeah, 3rd boss about to be pulled here. This is Domina Venomblade. So they have to clear a little bit of trash out in the boss arena, and then they'll be pulling this boss. How hard would you say this one is, Dad?
I think Domina is probably in the top 5 of difficult bosses this expansion. She's a simple throughput check. There's a lot of damage that goes out. There's big tank damage on top of group damage, and some coordination that's involved. So basically, there's an aura that occurs on the boss where if you spend, similar to Jaina, for anyone who remembers Mythic Jaina, if you are away from your team for too long, you got frozen on Jaina, you'll get wrapped in a web on Domina Venomblade. The duration is 10 seconds though, so it's pretty forgiving. So you have some time to go do whatever you want to do and then come back to the group, whether it be in melee or wherever you're stacking. And the reason that's important is she'll put out debuffs periodically that have a wide circle around the targeted player that will stun the player and deal damage to them in that AoE. So you have to move away from your group. Your group comes to you to protect you from getting stunned or make sure you don't get webbed after you're stunned. Once the stun's over, you're back in and you continue playing the game. And then periodically on a timer, she'll also spawn a bunch of webs around the room that have to be cleared with either AoE abilities or things like Hunter Flare, any sort of like slow trap, anything that can be placed on the ground to do damage in that area will remove the webs and reveal an ad. And then you slay those ads and you move on. If you don't reveal the ads, they add continuous stacking, ticking damage to the entire group. So like I said, throughput check. You have to handle these mechanics quickly so you don't get overwhelmed.
Yeah, going into this boss with a pride buff is extremely helpful because, like you mentioned, it's both testing your throughput and your mechanics. So anything you can do to increase your throughput and shorten the amount of time you're dealing with those mechanics is really, really valuable. And that's exactly what the Prideful buff is going to do for the team here. So Nerf Mage finishing off that Prideful there, and they're going to be taking care of the last trash mob and then going directly into the boss here. You can see Trell already kind of cheating over towards there on his Trell there. He is actually okay. Not pulling the boss.
One more trash pack.
One more trash pull, and then pulling the boss. So I'm completely off base here. They will still maybe have a little bit of prideful buff here, but yeah, me wrong, me stupid. Trell is playing that Necrolord, so they do have access to that. Like we were talking about earlier, the Covenant.
Trell is cool.
Ability. Yeah, Trell's playing it for Nerf Mage. Pieces Ponies also has access to a Necrolord as well. Their Necrolord is Dice, actually, their Shadow Priest. So.
Shadow Priest, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now this is one of the bosses, like after explaining it, we'll refer to this probably in future dungeons as an always pride boss. That at least you'll want to have pride or bloodlust, sometimes even both, for this boss, especially in live keys. It may end up functioning different in a tournament environment like this, just because of lower key level, it's not really a push key, it's more of a speed run. So typically the bosses are a little bit easier given the key level. But some bosses in Shadowlands you're going to find are extremely punishing, this being one of them. The second boss that we saw, Echelon in Halls of Atonement, was another one that I would describe as a Pride or Lust always boss. And I think it's worth everybody in the chat, anybody getting excited about Shadowlands, to definitely be aware of that when you're planning your routes for these dungeons coming up.
Yeah, this boss is really tough, especially in the first weeks of the expansion when you're going to be playing with people who have no idea what's going on. This is not a boss that this is a boss where
we love Guild Mythic Zeros, man.
You're going to have a lot of
love them.
teammates in web wraps in this boss, and not really sure exactly why it happened. So be ready for that in the first few weeks here. As you can see, pretty good job from Pieces Ponies of managing these mechanics. No surprise there that they're able to do that. But even still, a lot of movement on this boss, a pretty hectic boss encounter. As both teams working on the boss actually within a few percentage points of each other on the boss's health. But like we mentioned, Pieces Ponies does have the massive advantage now of 45 seconds worth of death timer, as even more deaths have been added to the board for Nerf Mage.
It looks like both teams will have their lust come up on the last boss, if I'm looking at this correctly. So there will be no disadvantage or advantage there. It's just how quickly and efficiently they're going to execute the boss. Pieces does need a little bit more trash. So the number is, I think they've tuned this trash, the count involved here, quite a bit. But I think in the current form, it's 84% is what you want before you go downstairs here. We're going to see teams go into the final boss room. In order to cap out at 100, you want to have 84 before you head down here. So that's what Pieces Ponies is doing. Nerf Mage already has their count, so they'll be going into the final boss room now. And this boss room is one giant trash pole that eventually spawns the boss. We have the Plague-Bound Devoted. We have small versions and big versions. The big ones are fast and can't be slowed. The small ones are slow and you effectively kite. And these melee for basically 3 times what a normal mob does. So the idea is you get threat, you misdirect, you tricks, you do whatever you want to make sure your tank has threat, and then you run away while your uncapped AoE classes finish them all off. So I'm sure that's what we'll see here. And then there's one boss mob here effectively that teleports around, disappears, and eventually you kill Ichor Bileflesh off.
Yeah, so once they're done with all this trash, they will be able to get in on the boss here. This is definitely a boss room that it can be pretty fun, especially if you do have access to those uncapped AoE. You can see Goop ascending here with that Starfall that is hitting actually all of these mobs. On the other hand, some players are slightly more capped on their AoE. You can see that, Fire Mage with the positional requirements for everything being within a Flame Strike, that's not going to work out too well against these mobs. And Cry on the Marksmanship Hunter that is target capped. And if you look at those damage meters right now, this is a room where having at least one of those uncapped specs just really, really, really speeds things up.
There's also a room where Sanguine becomes a problem just because of how slow the mobs move. It's almost like all of these Devoteds are Omega Frost Mage slowed at all times, so it's a little bit difficult to deal with Sanguine. They're doing a pretty good job of it here, though. Ichor Bileflesh, however, is bathing in it. He is now full health again. We'll kill him a second time. That's fine. And once he dies, the Pride mob will spawn as well as the last boss. That's required to spawn the last boss here is finishing all this trash.
Yeah, so they will get to fight the last boss and the Pride mob at the same time, but nothing else will be fought with the last boss. This boss arena is pretty important as well for the mechanics of the fight. It's a pretty positionally intensive fight with the little donut-shaped arena that we've got here. Pieces, meanwhile, working on that same pole that we saw Nerf Mage just finishing up there. So Nerf Mage will be going into the boss as Pieces works on this trash. Looks like Pieces is actually pulling this room not all at once, but they are pulling this in a target capped friendly manner where they're fighting each of these poles one at a time. It's a bold strategy. We'll see how it works out for them.
Interesting. Is this the Brewmaster Simp comp? They're pulling so Andy can do damage because all 3 of their DPS are uncapped. I'm very surprised by this actually.
If this handles the Sanguine better, if there's not a huge amount of Sanguine healing, that will actually be a speed advantage as well, because when those mobs are all coming from different parts of the room, it's really tough to avoid the massive amounts of Sanguine healing we saw on the side of Nerf Mage. Nerf Mage are going to be killing that Prideful before engaging the boss, so they'll be taking that Pride right into the boss. Right now on the side of Nerf Mage is going to be the very last boss.
Here we go. Margrave, this boss is almost a raid boss. There's a lot going on here. So she casts Infectious Rain periodically, which is just a disease that's applied to everyone that does a ton of damage. She'll also spawn these malignant spawns, which you'll see tentacles spawn where the mob is not. If you get hit by those tentacles, you will get one shot. The spawn also puts this touch of slime circle on the ground, has to be soaked by the tank, or the team will die. And then at 33%, she will go, or at 66%, sorry, she will go into her pool of ooze and we'll have a little intermission phase. In the intermission phase, we'll have 2 waves of these tentacles spawn that you have to dodge, as well as 3 of the devoted mobs that we saw earlier in the treasure. Oh, we have a wipe from Pieces.
Oh no! Pieces having the prideful with the boss at the same time, and even with the Spirit Link Totem, they weren't quite able to handle all that damage coming out. That you can see they were standing in that link, but it just wasn't quite enough, and they are going to go down. They do have an Ankh available for some wipe recovery there. Oh, but the prideful is still pulsing and nearly kills their shaman after they Ankh. Meanwhile, Nerf Mage in that intermission you were talking about here, that 66% tentacle madness kind of phase. Looks like they've done a pretty good job of managing that. They just have one last ad to take care of, and then they will be right back into a regular phase.
Man, that was wild. That is not something we talked about. Positional requirements making prides harder, things like Storming and Spiteful earlier. This boss is like the Omega positional requirement boss. I can't believe they even tried that, to be honest. I think that's extremely risky. Had they pulled that off, it would have been huge. But as we see, this is probably one of, if not the most difficult bosses to fight with a pride mob alongside it. So we see Nerf Mage choosing the slow and steady, safe play, and it paying off for them. We'll see the last phase is a little bit different. We talked about it gets increasingly difficult. Instead of spawning the singular mob where it's telegraphed where the tentacles are going to be in the last phase, she'll do the same waves of tentacles that she did in the intermission phase, while also doing the Infectious Rain here in this phase. So we see they save their Bloodlust for this because they want to deal with it for the least amount of time and finish off the dungeon. If they finish this boss with no hiccups, they should be ahead. Even given the death timers here. Now that Pieces is caught up on
the
that.
death timer is also completely closed everything up. But yeah, you can see this tentacle madness here. Basically, after the tentacles spawn, they'll slap in that area, and so you can kind of predict where you're going to need to go. Nerf Mage does an excellent job of doing that. They're going to be rewarded not just with a game win, but with a match win and with some loot out of that end of dungeon chest.
Oh, nice trinkets! 210 trinkets to replace their 226 ones from the vendor. That owns.
That gives me flashbacks back to the first season of MDI when we could see the chest at the end of the maps for the teams. All right, well done by Nerf Mages. That is going to be a victory for them in this first series of the day. A bit unfortunate way to start off by Pieces Pony, because correct me if I'm wrong on Dad, but it looked like they were secure in winning that game too had they not wiped there.
I think it would have been very close. It would have came down to death timers. We had almost a minute in death timers from Nerf Mage, and I think Pieces was probably almost a minute behind. So I think it would have been neck and neck had they not had the wipe happen. But so it goes.
Yeah, certainly. What are the major differences if we take a look at the strategies for these two teams, Dratnos? What exactly are the different play styles that we're seeing?
I would say the Nerf Mage has generally been going bigger with their pulls, which has worked out well for them. We say that, but at the very end of the dungeon there, we saw Pieces actually with the much more aggressive strategy of fighting the manifestation of pride with the last boss. It could be possible that they were doing that based on knowledge of the state of the game. I don't know to what extent they were following along with the stream, but if they were doing that, they would maybe know how much behind they were and that they needed to try that in order to try and win the game. So even though it didn't work out, it absolutely was the right strategy for them to try it, because I think they did need that to work in order to win the match. Other than that, they were generally playing a more straightforward strategy of pulling packs a little bit less aggressively together. They did have some fancy plays, though, with stuff like Invis pot skips at the start of the dungeon, whereas Nerf Mage was generally leaving those kind of things to the side and just pulling trash that was in front of them, but maybe a little bit more at the time.
And do you think that strategy that Pieces implemented of the killing the pride as well as the last boss will be something that we're going to see quite frequently for, maybe in the future here? Or is that like too risky of a strategy?
I think on different bosses you'll see it. I think that boss is extremely difficult to pull off with the pride, but there are other bosses like last boss in Halls of Atonement, Lord Chamberlain, I think is a fine boss to fight Pride on if you want to. We'll see some other bosses throughout the tournament that are fine. Second boss in there, Dr. Ickis, I think would have been fine to fight Pride with. It'll just be dungeon specific and maybe sometimes comp specific, but I think mostly dungeon specific.
Dude, I bet it's going to be something like Awakened with the last boss, where just there's kind of an arms race to just keep on fighting
Yeah.
prides with more and more. You know, I think as the kind of MDI season progresses, whatever it looks like, I expect that we will see teams, the top teams in particular, able to fight something with every manifestation of pride that they pull, or even shadow melding off that last one maybe and just going right into the last boss. So I don't know. It's an open question for sure.
Yeah, it certainly is, Stratnos. Well done by Nerf Mages in that first series. They are going to be moving forward in the upper bracket. That's not the end of Pieces Ponies, though. They will be moving down to the lower bracket, and they will face off against the loser of this next series that we do have coming up. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we will go to that series, and it's going to be Battle for Beta versus the boys. We'll be right back.
Can we talk? Are we voices?
everyone, and welcome back. If you're just tuning in, we just had our first series. It was Nerf Mage versus Pieces Ponies, and we did see Nerf Mage move on into the upper bracket with a 2-0 victory. And now we are joined by Fem. Hello, Fem.
Hello.
How did you
I'm
feel about
finally
that?
here.
You are. How did you feel about that first series?
It was interesting. It was, I mean, it clearly shows that Nerf Mage had practiced more. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about this next series that we do have coming up here. It's going to be Battle for Beta versus the Boys. What do we know about these two teams, Janice?
So Battle for Beta is kind of a cool beta-only phenomenon of players from different regions. We have some players from China, from the Battle for Champion teams you may recognize from previous MDI seasons, plus players like Mode, who's an EU person, and then also Yoda, who played for Golden Guardians and MDI. So we've got all the full world's regions combined in this team to take on the Boys, who is a pretty familiar set of players you may recognize. Rads, Bob, who've played together since since early TBC or something.
And looking at that, we have Battle for Beta, who's kind of taken like the best of every region and sort of made this like super team, versus the Boys, who, like you said, Dranos, has been playing together for quite some time. So we can expect their synergy to maybe be a little bit more put together versus Battle for Boys. Do you think, though, that the one team has the advantage over the other, given that information, Fem?
I mean, the Boys should have an advantage, right? Because they've been playing for a long time together. But I know that Battle for Beta have been playing a lot of beta ever since it came out. So I would probably put my money on BFB.
Okay. All right, so we've got Fem's prediction. What about you, Dratnos? You want to make any predictions here for this next series?
I feel like to make it interesting, I'm gonna go with the Boys. That way we can have a little bit of rooting interest against each other here.
Yeah.
Man, usually as the host, I go with like the person that's voted for the most here based on what the casters say. But you guys are split right down the middle, so we'll see here who comes out on top in this next series. Another best of 3, and we can see their comps on the board. Anything that stands out to you guys?
Well, there's a lot of different stuff going on here. Like in our first game, actually, of the last series, we actually have 2 different specs from the same class across these 2 teams here. So we have a rogue on each team, but it's a subtlety rogue for Battle for Beta compared to the outlaw rogue for the Boys. Other than that, the only difference is their tank slot, which we have the Guardian Druid, which we've already seen out of Trell from earlier for Rads. And then we have the Vengeance Demon Hunter, which we actually haven't seen yet today, but I expect we will see quite a bit of. That is a spec that is doing high damage and high threat and high survivability. Maybe not the top in any of those categories on beta, but definitely if you're looking at maximizing all 3, it's really, really good place.
What about you, Fem? What do you feel about talk to me about these tank specs here?
Well, I mean, as Stratton said, the Vengeance is like overall good at everything, while Guardian is mostly a meat shield. So I expect to see big pulls from the Boys and maybe smaller from Battle for Beta, but more output from the tank himself.
Which, like we just saw in that last series, it's kind of hard to determine based on how you are pulling who eventually comes out on top. There's just so many factors that go into these dungeons here. We are going to be going to Mists, a dungeon that we have not yet seen today. It's going to be Fortified, Prideful, Spiteful, and Volcanic. Dratnos, is this going to be a difficult dungeon for these guys?
Yes, this is our first view of the Spiteful Affix, plus our first comps that have a melee player. And so those melee players, I think, are going to have the most fun, Naladra and JPC from these 2 teams, because they are going to have a lot of great spiteful dodging to do, whereas the range players instead will stand back, stay far away from those. We've got access to stuff like Binding Shot, potentially from these teams, control from the tanks as well, in the form of stuff like sigils that they will be using to try and get those spiteful mobs off the back of those vulnerable damage dealers.
I'm sorry, did you say, was it fun, the word that you used there, Jatnos?
Engaging, evocative gameplay, really kind of fulfilling their class fantasies of running away from things from beyond long after patch 8.3.
Yeah, you just had to bring a little bit of BFA into Shadowlands one way or another. But we talked about the new affixes that we're seeing for Shadowlands here, as well as in beta fem before we got these games going. But let's remind chat, for maybe somebody that hasn't been playing beta, what is spiteful? Go through that.
Well, when a mob dies, um, there's a small like shadowy thing that spawns, and it fixates one player. It has very little health, but it does a lot of damage. So you just gotta kill them or run away.
We've also got Volcanic active here, which is new Volcanic. Of course, it's the same as it is on PTR, where it will knock you up if you fail to dodge it. So you will not see very many players getting hit, I imagine, by that. But we're into the first pulls of the dungeon here with the boys up against Battle for Beta. Both teams here. Wow, we actually have a spell book open for our hunter here. Looks like it's actually Shelley on the hunter, as Petco was planning to play this match, but he's in an airport somewhere and his Wi-Fi wasn't good enough on his laptop or something. So a little substitution coming out from the boys here to be able to field a roster, which is totally fine.
And I also do have insight from Shella that it's a new character, so he probably just hasn't.
He's got something that's not on his card.
Lovely.
Yeah. So that's probably why.
I got a spell book open right now.
I cannot judge. I've certainly opened my spell book a fair amount of times over my life. Better than slash cast, which I've also done over my life. Yeah, they're in here to this poll. We've actually, you can see, so if you're looking to see mob count or that kind of stuff on Shella's UI, it was up in the top left. Meanwhile, here on Battle for Beta, we've also got Hunter perspective. This one is Yoda, Golden Guardians MDI player, and I think he's going to be raiding with pieces actually over in EU this coming expansion. So sort of an NA to EU convert. There you can see the tracking in that little weak aura over on the right side of the screen where you'd usually expect to see it.
They've pulled ahead already with like their first build was super fast, so they're already like killing the first two mobs and gonna get pride and go into boss. While the other team is still on their first build.
Mist is kind of special in that it's only a 3-boss dungeon, which I think most of the bosses, or most of the dungeons in this expansion and in the last expansion as well, were 4-boss dungeons. So this is relatively shorter on the bosses, but there is some fun mini game content to make up for it towards the end of the dungeon that maybe
keep using that word, man. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Look, man, if it wasn't fun, would we continue playing? I don't know.
Yes, it's World of Warcraft.
Yeah,
why would we be in these dungeons if they weren't fun? I don't understand. We have a prideful mob here spawning though for the boys. Slightly different pathing actually coming out from these two teams here. The boys are spawning their prideful mob in a different place.
But the way Battle for Beta is doing it allows them to pull the prideful into boss, which is
that's gotta be better, right? Yeah, that's. If it works,
if it works, it's good.
And if it doesn't work, it is extremely costly, as Battle for Beta is fighting that first boss, whereas the boys just taking care of this Manifestation of Pride all by itself. Even by itself, Manifestation of Prides are no joke, though. They have a lot of mechanics, a lot of AoE pulsing out of the mini-boss there, and also players needing to manage their positioning because of those 4 directional spears that come out. So even all by itself, you can see it's almost killing their group here for the boys.
Yeah, and they're going to go and use one of the dungeon or covenant specific dungeon things and open up the gate, which gives them a buff if you click the shrooms of 10% of all stats.
Yeah, Night Phase specific to this dungeon. You also get checkpoints, right? Where if you're Night Phase, you can avoid avoid death. But meanwhile, the first boss has actually gone down for Battle for Beta there. Didn't even really get the opportunity to talk too much about its mechanics, but it is gone. And they're moving on now to the second trash area here. Quite a bit of trash that they'll be picking up in the rest of the dungeon here.
To the fun minigame, as you said, where they have to figure out which way to go.
Yeah, so they've got these 3 different doors that they can progress through in each of these little rooms. And each of the doorways, when you're standing near them, will reveal a symbol. Those symbols will have different characteristics, and you're looking for the door that's kind of the odd one out. Basically the door that has, a characteristic that's different from the others, right? Where the others hold the same ones, right? And it's different. It's kind of tough to explain, but in practice, basically, you're just going to have your healer run around and do it while the rest of you get to fight the trash.
I've already heard rumblings of a weak aura for it, so I feel like most people will just use the weak aura.
Interesting. Yeah, that's. I hope that isn't too too good against this. Is it a weak aura that does it automatically, or do you have to like click what the thing is?
I assume you have to click it.
All right, well that's a little better at least, but
Yeah.
of course, weak aura is the scourge of all these mechanics. You can see as they break through another wall there. If you go through the wrong one, you get ported right back to the beginning of the map, which is or to the beginning of the area. That'll really slow you down.
Which can actually be used advantageously because you can pull mobs, then intentionally get ported back, and then those mobs will run through other rooms, which can then pull more mobs. So you can make giant pulls if you want to.
Mob count in this area is a little bit interesting, right? Because you have a different path through the dungeon every time. So getting the exact correct count can be a little bit challenging to plan. And doing something like that can be a really good way to get some extra count if you need it.
Yes.
All right, we're watching Battle for Beta here as they are nearly done with their maze segment, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit more to go, and then they'll be finished here. What is the trash like in these rooms? Is there anything they really need to look out for?
There's like I think 6 different kind of mobs. There's that healer called Tender. There's like shapers who jump on people. There's small cats that bite really hard. And then there's like 2 tanky dudes. So you should generally just kick the healer and kill everything, you know?
Yeah, we've got a prideful spawn now for Battle for Beta. This is their second prideful of the dungeon, whereas the boys are going to be making their way now towards the mist area after killing the first boss. But the boys killed a little bit more trash before they got to this misty maze thing. So it is not a foregone conclusion yet, but I would agree that Battle for Beta was a lot faster in the first part of the dungeon. So they definitely are in the lead right now.
Yeah, and something you can do while you're fighting Prideful in this mist area is that the doors only open out of combat. So you can have your hunter, rogue, or mage invis, like things like that, to get out of combat, open the door, and then you can chain the Prideful into the next area.
Yeah, Shadow Meld also, I think, can be effective against that if you're far enough away that you don't get put back into combat. And so
it's a 60-yard thing on the Prideful, so gotta get far away.
And yeah, you can see the boys had a different path through the maze that went through the other side than Battle for Beta did at the very start. Meanwhile, Battle for Beta here, just about finishing up with that kind of maze area. What are your thoughts about the maze? Do you like it in a kind of competitive environment, or do you think it's like, is there a lot of variance? If you have a different path, is it going to slow you down?
Yes, there is variance. You can have different amount of rooms, and you get different amount of trash because the rooms contain different amount of mobs. So in a competitive setting, I don't like it, but for on live, it's fine, you know. But when it comes to these competitions like MDI and KSM and DMM and stuff, then I feel like there should be a set path. It kills the fun of figuring out where to go, but it does make it, an even playing field.
Yeah, I think ideally you'd have, if you could, in like a competitive environment, you'd have the two teams like have the same path each time they played, but ideally like different between each time you use the map, and that way you'd kind of preserve that. But in practice, I don't think that's really feasible for them design-wise. I think it would either have to be a set path or fully random. So between the two, I think I agree that a set path probably a little bit better for competitive nature, but I don't know. That does kind of kill the the whole point. Yeah.
It looks like the Battle for Beta are onto the second boss, which has the mechanic of finding the odd one out every. Like it happens 3 times throughout the fight on, I think, 70, 40, and 10%.
What's that mechanic that we're looking for here?
Basically, it spawns 4 things of itself, like mirrors, and then you have to find like 3 of them are gonna be, there's 3 different shapes. There's either a full flower or a full leaf, and then there's circles around them, and it's flower and leaf. So you have to find the odd one out, and then you kill that one, and then you go back to DPSing the boss.
Yeah, it's the
really hard to
exact same
explain.
symbols as the maze. So
Yeah.
if you have somebody in your group who can identify which door to go through, that person can be the person who identifies which ad to kill.
Yeah,
Ideally,
you kind of got to do it fast on this boss because the damage ramps up. So
yeah, ideally you have everybody in your group able to do it. That's going to be the kind of thing that I don't know. I would spend some time in these first couple weeks of the expansion trying to get really good at that kind of pattern recognition, because it'll really serve you well throughout the rest of this expansion. Mistcaller, though, once this last odd one out is found with the guessing game cast, should be going down without too much more difficulty. That dodgeball mechanic, pretty telegraphed, right? It puts those little arrows down, and you dodge the balls that come out in all those directions. And other than that, there's not too much going on with this boss that Battle for Beta can't handle. So they're going to be taking care of this boss with a huge time lead now opening up compared to the boys. Now they have to wait a little bit for some RP. That's every player's favorite part of the dungeon, is waiting for some RP to finish. Once that resolves, they'll be on their way towards the last area of the dungeon. Still quite a bit of trash ahead of them here. You can see only 56% on enemy forces, so they're going to need to get quite a bit from this last little section before the final boss. The final boss in this dungeon is also no joke. This last boss is not one of the trivial ones. This one's got quite a lot going on.
It has been nerfed though. Like you can kick the mind control and stuff, so it's significantly easier than when you saw people have like 100 deaths on this boss.
We do expect they will be able to kill it, but
yeah.
Oh wow, big pull coming out here. 3 packs coming together for Battle for Beta, as that last one is kind of filtering in from the side here. And this is absolutely something that, yeah, you can just look at the damage they're putting out on these mobs. This is going to get them a huge amount of time.
You can also see on the damage meter who is uncapped.
Yeah, there's actually all of these specs are capped. It's just capped at different numbers, right?
Yeah.
And the fire mage may technically be capped with ignite, but they're not capped with flame strike, which is a huge difference because the current build actually revolves more around flame strike than around ignite. That's a difference from the last season of BFA. And so yeah, you can see the fire mage uncapped. The other 2 specs are capped. But despite the cap, Yoda is doing a pretty good job here of keeping up on that Marksmanship Hunter. However, Marksmanship Hunter in a really, really, really high damage place right now, just with its overall tuning. So no surprise there that spec is able to do a reasonable job of keeping up, unless that gets tuned down.
Are they going to wipe?
They are indeed going to wipe here.
Oh,
yeah, this is going to cost them quite a bit of time. I believe they are still ahead. As you can see, the boys are working on that third boss about 50%. So even with that wipe, I think Battle for Beta has a slight edge here, but it is not a big advantage anymore. They are going to reset most of the oh no, they did a really good job there. Did they do it? Yes, they've kept a lot of these mobs in combat, so those mobs are not going to full heal, and that's going to save them quite a bit of time. Although unfortunately, they need to wait for their tank to get back in. They've sacrificed some lives here to keep those mobs. The pride resets, but it doesn't lose its health, or doesn't heal when it resets. So they actually don't care about that happening. It was the other mobs that mattered, and they need to make sure those spiteful shades don't go on a murdering spree here. Manage to do it.
The mobs in this area don't do much. There's like one of the creatures, I don't know what they are, that you need to kick like 2 kicks on, and everything else is pretty much just heal. So it's a really good place to do massive pulls, even though it didn't work out for them that time.
Yeah, you can see they got quite a lot of count out of that whole affair, and they're going to be doing the boss area now. With only 72% on trash, they're in here, and they are pulling that last boss, and then I guess they will be going back and picking up all that trash after, potentially.
Yeah, they're utilizing the pride buff to go for the boss.
Makes sense, yeah. Although they don't have too much left on the pride, but I guess they still have quite a bit. What are the mechanics that we're looking for on this Gahoon boss?
Well, the green stuff on the ground drops down from the sky. It's supposed to predict your movement, so it's supposed to be hard to dodge. And then every 66 and 33%, it goes into the middle and starts consuming. If you kick that, it goes back to doing mechanics again. So what teams are doing is just letting the boss cast, because then it just sits in the middle. You have to dodge the white stuff on the ground. That's it. And there's no other mechanics. So they just let the boss cast, which is, it only really works on low keys. On high keys, you'll have to play the boss fight. where there's
Yeah.
ads that spawn and you have to dodge the green stuff, which gets increasingly harder. And then there's the MC, but it's now interruptible, so you should kick that.
Yeah, there's quite a bit going on here, although you can see they're making a really good amount of like they're using good work with all their CC abilities, and it looks like they're just going to focus on nuking the boss before they die here, as there are a lot of trash mobs here, and they're just CCing the heck out of them, trying to get this boss dead before they die. I think that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, it seems to be working.
Although Mode is fleeing all of those mobs chasing him down. They're now just going to need to get a little bit of trash, and then they will be taking the dub here. Meanwhile, the boys working on that same trash that Battle for Beta will be doing, but with one fewer boss killed. They are hugely behind here. Something's going to have to go horribly wrong for Battle for Beta on these trash pulls if the boys want to close this one up.
I don't think I can see that happening. Even if they wipe multiple times to the trash, the boys have to. They have the same trash percent. They have to fight this manifestation. Then they have to go and kill more trash and the boss. Like there's basically no way, I think.
Yeah, they do have 30 seconds of death timer in their favor, the boys, but they probably need something like 5 minutes, not 30 seconds. So
exactly.
That's not, I don't think that's going to be enough for them. Once Battle for Beta is able to finish out these last couple trash pulls that they're working on, I think that's going to be the ball game here. However, not the end of the match. As there will be at least one more map between these two teams before we can crown a winner in the series.
Which will be Spires.
Yeah, that'll be the next place we go to, which is a map I'm definitely looking forward to seeing here. We've got some comp changes coming out here. As the Shroud also comes out, same Shroud we saw out of Battle for Beta, as these two teams are going to make their way through all of these massive trash pulls, just straight into that last boss before they're done with count, with that prideful buff to go and help them kill that boss a little bit faster. Really good strategy.
Battle for Beta they just killed their pride, so I think they're gonna do the rest of the count in one pull now, which is gonna be a huge pull because I think they need like 17% or something.
Yeah, here we can see that trash pull getting underway. Looks like it is indeed going to be something like 10 mobs that they're fighting all at once here, and I think this is probably enough for count. They just need to make sure that they don't wipe against this.
Yeah,
but with the pride buff, the pride buff is a lot of extra damage. It's a lot of extra mana for their healer. And you can see Rapture coming out from Mode. That is a huge amount of throughput, plus the barrier, although immediately kited out of the barrier. Every healer knows that as soon as you press that barrier button, that makes your tank run away from it. That's
As a tank player, I feel like healers press barrier too late though. So you kind of already got to run, you know? I think it's the healer's fault.
I'm not surprised you think that.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually quite all the count they needed. They do need a little bit more these little flying bee things. But once they do kill these off, even though the boys are almost done with that last boss, the boys still need 20% count as well. I think Battle for Beta is going to have this, although I guess it's
they
not.
They only need that one trash pull, so it's actually closer than I thought.
The boys might be able to close this up. So the boys do have 30 seconds from when Battle for Beta finished. There it is. There's that last pull finished. The boys, if they can do all of this trash that they need to fill out the timer before that 30 seconds expires, they could maybe still do this. I don't think it's realistic, but we'll have to see how it works out for them. I didn't actually catch the time from Battle for Beta, but we can compare the two timers if it does end up coming down to it here.
We'll have to see Max pumping and Shella.
I don't believe this is actually, this is not sufficient count for them, this one pull here.
Okay. Yeah,
they're going to need another pull after this one. So I think that means the boys are eliminated from this one. I don't think they can do it in time. But just to be sure, we can double check.
Not eliminated, just...
just down a game.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way. This has got to be game one for Battle for Beta.
Just gonna wait a second, but
no.
All right, well done by Battle for Beta in that game one. We will be going to a game two though, so they do have a chance to hopefully tie it up here on the side of the boys. But game one victory in this best of three series. Real quick before we start talking about that game, I do want to give a shout out to my mom. It's my mom's birthday. So if everybody in chat can say happy birthday, Mom, that would be, and make me look like a really good daughter, that would be really cool. I'd appreciate that. Thanks. Thank you guys. Awesome. All right, so let's talk about that last game. What were some of the major time differences that we saw between those two teams, Dratnos?
Um, so again, it's kind of a similar story to what we saw in the first series, where one team was kind of doing it slow and steady, one team was pulling a bunch of stuff all at once, and
Mhm.
like we saw in the first series, even though that one team that pulled a bunch of stuff all together at once maybe was wiping a little bit more, having a little bit more go horribly wrong, because they were doing the dungeon just so much faster by default, they ended up
Mhm.
winning. It did end up being really, really, really close, though. I want to point out, even though it looked like Battle for Beta was way ahead for most of the dungeon, because of that wipe, it actually ended up being within a minute of these two teams. So we're definitely in for a good series here.
Yeah, I think so as well. Certainly looking forward to this game 2 here. Fem, what about you? Any takeaways from that last game?
Well, I didn't really see what happened in the beginning, but I feel like the first pull is where Battle for Beta pulled ahead. It seemed like all of a sudden the dungeon started, and the boys were still fighting the first pull, while Battle for Beta was killing the two mobs in front of the last boss, first
Mm.
boss rather. So I don't really know what happened there, but it feels like that was they were ahead straight from the start.
So throughout the rest of the series, then, do we think this is going to go to a game 3, Dratnos, or is this going to be another 2-0?
I think I do have to give the edge to Battle for Beta here, but it's more that it's going to be their game and their series to lose. If they keep pulling like that and they keep pulling those big pulls, if it works out, they're going to win. If it doesn't work out, then it'll be a close game again, and so it could end up going to the boys in that kind of situation.
I mean, that's got to be a really sort of stressful place to be in as a player, Fem. You've probably been in that position quite a bit. It's like, what do you do when you know you're a little bit behind? Do you kind of keep playing in a sort of a scripted way and do what you sort of planned on doing? Or do you take those risks and do those aggressive? What is happening right now?
I'm
I'm
full
sorry, I
screen.
just got just got distracted. Did you hear my question? Do you want me to repeat it?
I'd love you to repeat it.
So you as a player, when you're competing with your team, when do you make that decision to sort of or if your team does do this, or if you've done this in the past to sort of go off script and make those aggressive pulls to try and catch up with the competition, or is it better to sort of stick to the plan and do what you planned on doing from the beginning?
Personally, I feel like it's always better to stick to what you know and hope
Hmm.
they screwed up. Because if you try, like, you're already doing really difficult things, so if you try to add difficulty to that, it's probably not going to work out
Yeah.
unless everyone's really good.
I think production just wanted to highlight Fem's big brain here with that. Just
Yep.
as a reminder from you guys watching from home, this is a community run tournament. We all volunteered our Saturday to have this tournament for you guys. So we are going to have a few hiccups here and there, but we are trying to bring you guys some excellent gameplay. On that note, Dratnos, what about you? What do you think is maybe the best move in those types of situations?
I agree. I don't think you want to kind of change up your strategy too much unless you're in a
Mhm.
situation where you know you're going to lose that exact map. Like there's nothing else the other team can wipe to, and you need to try and go big or go home. And
Mhm.
until you get to that spot, you just keep executing your game plan and hope that your opponent's game plan goes wrong. Because if you had a faster strategy that was reliable, you'd already be
Mhm.
doing it, right? You would have already practiced that.
Yeah.
Here we've got the comps though from these two teams. A little bit of swaps happening. We've got the Resto Shaman coming out and the Vengeance DH for the boys matching up against the Vengeance DH for Battle for Beta. DPS compositions are going to be the same. We have that Fire Mage, Marksmanship Hunter, Rogue combo that we saw from both teams, though. So no swaps in those slots.
And once again, it's Shella, not Petco on Hunter. But
Right.
Mhm.
I feel like the DPS, like from what I've seen in Spires, the tank damage is not that big, so I feel like it's the correct pick for Reds to go Demon Hunter, do more damage.
Yeah, it's almost kind of tempting to play those tanky tanks. You know, you do these dungeons and you're like, okay, I can live through this, but you've always got to be like, all right, hang on, do I need all this tankiness? Because if I can swap to something that does a little bit more damage, that's going to be much more valuable, even if it makes the gameplay harder for me, right? Which it's
Yeah,
always a tough trade off to do.
And Spires specifically, we haven't seen the dungeon in KSM yet, but it's very linear, and you can't really pull big because there's like different platforms. So there's only like 3 packs on each platform, so you can really only pull 3 packs, at a time.
How do you feel about dungeons like this, Fem, as a competitor? Do you prefer the ones where it's sort of a linear route and you can't really do much else, or do you like the ones where you are allowed that creativity?
I love the ones with creativity because I love spending hours and hours on coming up with smart stuff. So
Do you guys?
I dislike this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Yeah, I think that one of the best parts about Mythic Plus is that creativity and the ability to tailor your strategy to your group, to your players, to your specs. And
Right.
so when the pulls are kind of laid out for you in these hyperlinear dungeons, I think that takes away a little bit from that. However, there is still a lot of gameplay to tuning your pathing, and it's not like there aren't options in Spires as well. There are places where you can make decisions about how you're going to pull the dungeon. I expect that we will see differences between these two teams and how exactly they choose to go about doing it. Is just a little bit less open-ended than something like Halls of Atonement, for instance.
I also feel like when, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but when teams start to become really practiced on maps such as these, or like hyperlinear, such as you said, Dranos, that it almost leaves like no room for mistakes.
Yeah, we see these in dungeons kind of like King's Rest was in BFA, where once all the pulls are kind of known and once you've optimized and you're pulling the maximum amount of mobs in each room, then the only question is a team going to wipe, right? Now, it takes a while to get there, and I don't think we're going to be there in Spires right now. I don't think we're going to be at a point where they're pulling the maximum amount of enemies in every possible situation, but it definitely approaches that faster than in one of those really wide open dungeons where there's always the opportunity to come up with a new pull instead of just doing the existing one better.
Also, something to note on the comps, none of them have battle res, and we can't use engineering battle res on beta. So if someone makes a mistake, it's gonna cost them.
Ooh, very, very true. What else do we feel about this composition here? This is the first time that we're seeing it's almost a DPS mirror here, with the exception of the rogue, just a bit of a difference in specs with the added affixes for this dungeon. Do we see any way any of these specs are sort of going to be advantageous with these affixes on this dungeon, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, I think that what's really going to be a question here is how well they're able to leverage that single target against Tyrannical, because that affix is active here. It wasn't in that last one. Even though they're on pretty similar damage comps, we're going to get to see the difference here maybe between the Outlaw and the Subtlety Rogue in these dungeons. As we can see, these two teams here actually have very different first pulls, as Battle for Beta are basically AFKing at the start as their tank sneaks ahead, pulls a bunch of trash, line of sights it around the corner, and this is going to be a huge amount of count if they can get it here. They're doing what the boys are doing in 2 pulls in 1 pull. The two teams also started about 10 seconds apart from each other. That's kind of normal. We don't have any like admins to just start the keys for both teams at the same time. So what we'll be going with to determine which team wins is just the timer at the end. It's not based on when they finish, but based on what the timer says.
Yeah, so Battle for Beta is definitely ahead. They started later and they are already ahead. They did everything in one, while the boys are pulling 2 safer pulls.
Yeah, so much like we saw in the last map, Battle for Beta coming out to a commanding lead right at the very first pull of the dungeon. As the boys not too far behind us, it's not like it's they're shut out at this point or anything, but they are going to need to start catching up. They're already playing from behind against Battle for Beta, making their way. Wow, look at the size of that dialogue box. That is just absurd. So much lore. And yeah.
We also have Raging and Quaking, which are 2 affixes that we all know and love. So
yeah,
and rogues have a soothe now, which is weird to me.
Yeah, that was the big thing we really identified about Rogue going into Shadowlands, is that they needed a little bit more utility. So now they have Shiv as a enrage remover, and that's gonna help out. Does mean that they have access to soothe effect. They also have hunters in both these groups that also can bring that with their pet. So they're really not going to have to worry too much about the raging affix. And Quaking also not too bad either, ever since it was nerfed in the middle of BFA. It's still punishing if they screw it up, but provided they don't do that, they can avoid it doing too much damage, and it'll just be a little bit of a nuisance for the healer.
Yeah, something to note as well is that you're going to be flying with angels between the platforms in this dungeon, and you do take quaking damage while on an angel's back. So
Oh no.
we might see some good things from quaking in here.
Battle for Beta, about a trash pull and a half ahead here, as they're making their way in to the first boss fight here that they've got engaged. What's the deal with this boss fight?
Basically, there's two targets. A bird and its master. I don't know the lore about it. They have shared health. They have a link in between them, and that like line between them does damage. The boss itself does a big tank hit and then flies up in the air every now and then. I think it's percentage based, but I'm not sure. And then the boss throws a spear at a person, while the bird just flies to different locations in the room and spits out those black balls that do insane amounts of damage if you stand on them, but just dodge them.
Yeah, you can see these two mobs at basically the same amount of health here. That's actually not guaranteed, right? You can kill one of these before the other, but it'll enrage the other one, right? Or is it shared health now?
Yeah, they've changed that to shared health.
Okay. All right. I was remembering the old version of this boss fight, but yeah. With shared health, then it looks like they're just focusing all their damage onto the one that's a little bit less moving around.
And they stack them up to cleave when they can, when the boss is not in the air.
Makes sense. Yeah, this boss is going to be going down for Battle for Beta. The boys also actually doing a pretty good job, though, of keeping this really close, because they are also just about to finish killing that boss. So even though the first trash pull looked really good for Battle for Beta, this game is really close still.
Yeah, and the shaman does bring a lot of damage. Like, as you can see now, we just swapped over. Bob is pulling 3k DPS, while Mode was doing like 1.8 on the boss fight. So you can definitely see the value in shaman on bosses like this.
Yeah, especially two targets, they get that extra flame shock out, and that does a huge amount of extra damage with all those extra lava surge procs.
But here both teams have gone right, where there's 2 packs of cats, 3 cats in each pack that are stealthed, and 1 dark praetor, which just jumps away and is really annoying.
I do love those mobs that jump away, especially if you're the fire mage building up a nice ignite and it just leaps away. Yeah, that's a great moment here.
But we'll see where they go. It seems like both teams are going left as well. So it seems they have the same route here.
Yeah, Battle for Beta actually doing a massive pull with the similar strategy to what they did at the start of the dungeon. And so are the boys. Boys also on this kind of similar strategy of pulling everything back and line of sighting so that they can get a nice, massive pull here and then leverage their, actually much less massive on the side of the boys than on the side of Battle for Beta. The boys here fighting about 6 mobs, whereas Battle for Beta, it looked like maybe got twice that before they killed it off.
There is a Kyrian spear, so I wonder if they used it or not.
Yeah, that's the Covenant specific ability for Spires of Ascension. It comes from the Kyrian. What does that do?
Basically, you throw a spear on the ground and it stuns all enemies for 10 seconds and also makes them take 20% increased damage. So it's super powerful. It works against all kinds of mobs. I haven't actually tried to do it on a prideful mob, but it works against everything in the dungeon. So it's super powerful on AoE packs.
Yeah, especially if you can use it to pull more packs at the same time than you otherwise would be able to.
Yeah.
Really, really big.
And we also see a meld skip from Battle for Beta on the manifestation.
Yeah, they're going to be using that to sneak ahead a little bit as their feed does get lost a little bit. We do refresh it though, so you can keep seeing that. And yeah, they're melding into a shroud. So very high technical difficulty plays for Battle for Beta as they make their way towards the second boss fight. Meanwhile, the boys still working on getting towards that angel wing flight segment over towards the left part of the dungeon. As you can see, they're fighting that manifestation of pride with some trash here, so that'll help them catch back up a little bit.
Yeah, with a squad leader, and that squad leader buffs its allies or nearby allies. So, but it doesn't actually buff the prideful mob, so it's fine to play them with. And we're gonna see a huge pull out of Battle for Beta now, and they will utilize the spear here.
Okay, yeah. So this is what they've been saving it for. They have so much control, actually, with the spear, with those sigils. You saw Sigil of Silence into Sigil of Chains, into Sigil of Misery, and these mobs are dead before they can do anything important to the group. As their tank now runs away and starts kiting into the binding shot as well. Look at that huge amount of control that Battle for Beta has for these mobs. Really well played.
And it's amazing to see, because I know for a fact that there are only 3 of them on Discord, because the tank and the mage are Chinese, so they can't actually be on Discord, which is they do all of this with no voice comms.
Yeah, when they want to communicate, they have Yoda translate, right? Because Yoda has a little bit of Mandarin, right? So they're able to communicate a little bit in party chat that way. But yeah, for the most part, this is just an all-star squad of players that they've played a lot together in beta, but they're not actually communicating all that much in the heat of the dungeon.
Yeah, they're just really good at what they do.
Moving in now to this next trash pull, as they've finished that left platform, moving back towards the middle area now, where they will get to fight the second boss sort of soon.
I think it's this platform plus the next.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So there's still one more little bit.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the boys are also here on the side doing this big pull, smaller slightly than what Battle for Beta was actually.
I think pretty it's big the same here. Yeah. Pull. They're gonna also utilize the spear on this. We'll see. And I think all of those mobs are just stunned right now, taking increased damage.
Yeah, you can see their Kyrian player was actually their marksmanship hunter, I think. So put out that big spear AoE that you saw, and just that Covenant specific ability in this dungeon is really big. Also, I'm not sure if it's like as mandatory as the ones in Halls of Atonement, but it is really, really, really good. I wouldn't really consider going in here in a competitive setting without a Kyrian player.
Thankfully, most of the tanks play Kyrian, so you'll pretty much always have one. Well, most of the good tanks.
Which specs are you flaming there?
Well, wait. I think everything plays Kyrian. I mean, Guardian Druid is you can play Kyrian, but I haven't seen anyone play Kyrian except Trell, which he did for Halls of Atonement today. So
yeah, he also played Necrolord on that same spec, so he's definitely got access to those different covenants.
I think he's the one swapping to whatever they need. For KSM.
Right, he'll play whatever they need for the covenant specific dungeon abilities.
Exactly. But the boys are pulling the same thing, but slightly bigger than Battle for Beta did, but they are behind. So
yeah, this will help them catch up a little bit. They were a little bit ahead on count as well, right? Like they need a little bit less trash from the rest of the dungeon than where Battle for Beta was, but of course they're behind in where they are in the dungeon. So
Battle for Beta has just arrived to the boss platform, so they're doing one more pack and then probably boss.
Kind of like Halls of Atonement, this dungeon is a lot of trash in the first half and then a lot of bosses in the second half. And so we're going to be kind of moving into that segment now for Battle for Beta, where they're mostly done with the trash after this, and they're just going to be doing a bunch of bosses in a row with a little bit of trash between them.
Yeah, they're on 7. I imagine this will proc their 80%. And I would assume they play it with the boss, even though that's going to be difficult, but we'll see. Actually, will this proc? They need like 3.5% from 2 mobs.
Let's see. Yes, exactly 80% on the enemy forces meter there. Perfect count for spawning this manifestation of pride. And you can see there.
Without MDT.
Yeah, incredibly impressive math skills from Battle for Beta. They're just going to kill off this manifestation by itself before pulling the boss, and then they will use that pride into the boss. Which boss do you think they're going to bloodlust out of these remaining 3?
They are. This one.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, they're going to love it with the end of the manifestation and the boss.
And the Kyrian Spear. Does that work on the boss?
I don't know, but that boss is taking a lot of damage. You can see they're fighting it right kind of by the edge of the room there. So what's the deal with this boss, and why are they fighting it where they are?
Well, this boss doesn't do much except it does like a frontal that is really easy to dodge, but it also does this shadow steppy thing, and it leaves a like I don't know cloud of things that shoot out the projectiles there, where it stood when it shadow stepped a target a player. So you basically just tank it next to the previous fogs, and then you'll see it's going to be really easy for everyone to dodge here because they are really far away from where they are coming from.
Yeah, so this fight kind of ramps up in difficulty as it does
Yeah.
more of those shadow steps, and you can see now there's two of those puddles that are shooting out all those projectiles, but their tank player is standing right on top of one, and it's kind of tough for their melee, and also for their melee disc priest who has to get in there to use his carrying ability, but the rest of them are able to stand pretty far away.
Yeah, range pref, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a mechanic that, on the one hand, it's easier for melee for range to dodge. On the other hand, they lose more damage if they screw it up, right? And they have to actually stop a cast. So it is in some ways there's a little bit of benefit to both kinds of play. That boss is going to go down for them really quickly as a result of having that prideful buff going into the boss and the bloodlust and the fact that it's fortified rather than tyrannical. So these fortified bosses, when you have the prideful buff, they really do melt.
Yeah, and the boys are just finishing off their pride, and they're gonna engage the boss as well. So they're basically just one boss behind. But I think they're like 2 or 3% trash ahead, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, definitely Battle for Beta have got the lead here. It's just a question of if they have anything go wrong. There aren't really any massive pulls left for them in the dungeon, unless I'm mistaken, though, right? There's another spear being picked up, so that is going to be really useful for them.
Yeah, there's before the last boss, there's 3 angel things. They give 12%, so you have to kill them to spawn the boss. So basically, you're just looking to get 88% before you go up to the last boss.
Yeah, this trash is pretty nasty, and so most teams opt to skip through here if they can, right?
Yeah, there's like all of this trash has a squadron leader, and the squadron leaders are the things that buff their allies. They're really bad to play in general, so you want to avoid as many of those as possible.
So here it is. This is probably the hardest remaining pull for Battle for Beta, and they're going to use that. Wow, they're going to melt this trash, with the carrion spear.
It makes it look so easy.
All right, I changed my mind. I'm not setting foot in this dungeon without a carrion, man. It's not happening.
Yeah.
All right, they're on now to the penultimate boss, Oriferion, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Name. Yeah, this is a big Darksworn robot thing. What are some of its mechanics?
I think he has 4 mechanics. He has these like a circle purifying blast. Apparently, it's just don't stand next to your allies. He also does a stomp, which is aimed at the tank. Don't stand in that unless you're the tank. Also, if the tank is not in melee range, by the way, he stomps someone else in melee range. So, yeah. And then he does this thing, which drops a pull on the ground. And later on, he's gonna try to soak up balls from those pools that you either have to soak or they go into the boss and explode, and you probably die.
Yeah, good job here by these players with the movement, right? They're not only are they stacking up with each other so that they can avoid having too much of the area denied by that mechanic, they're also making sure that they're all on the same side of the boss. And that's going to make it a lot easier to soak these things as they turn into those balls, right? They're all coming from the same side, and it's actually really, really easy for them to soak. They have that rogue. Rogue's really, really good for this sort of mechanic with stuff like cloak and feint. And then they have their tank stepping in once that cloak has expired. So this comp and the way that they've played this is just masterful for this boss.
Yeah, the reason for stacking up all the pools, obviously less area denial, but also it does make the balls come from one direction, so the rogue can just stand still with cloak and keep hitting the boss instead of having to run around.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of you remember in Upper Karazhan, the Mana Devourer.
Yeah,
sort
exactly.
of similar to that one where you really want to make it so you can soak it as easily as possible. Although in that one you could stand right in the middle of the boss's hitbox, which kind of negated the whole thing.
That was cheesy.
Looks like they're going to be able to get this thing dead before it does another of those phases. So that's going to help them here not have too much mechanics to deal with. And you can see also by the way they're moving, they've reversed directions now, and that's going to make it so that when this boss goes down, they're already in the part of the room that they need to be in to go towards the next area they want to be. That's something you'll see top teams doing, is making sure that when they kill the boss, they're already standing where they want to go afterwards.
Yeah, just minimizing movement. I mean, even if it just gains you like a second, it is worth, because you lose nothing on doing it. So
the
you
boys
should always
also
try to do that.
Also really good placement of their void zones there. That's something that also looks, actually I'd say it looks even a little bit better for Battle for Beta's positioning did, but Battle for Beta had quaking overlaps with their placements, whereas the boys didn't have it, so it makes it a little bit easier for them. Quaking plus that mechanic, really challenging actually to handle.
Yeah, and now we see, well, the boys are just fighting the boss, but Battle for Beta are done, and they're gonna go upstairs and fight the 3 angels. I assume they will not pull all, because they do hurt a lot.
That would be an opportunity to maybe have this thing lose for them if they do wipe to pulling all 3. On the other hand, if they pull it slower, then maybe the boys will have the opportunity to pull back by pulling all 3. Let's see how many they fight at once here. It looks like it's going to be 2 and then 1 is the order for Battle for Beta. Maybe they'll kill one of these and then pull the other one in once it dies. Let's see what their strategy is.
If you kill one, though, the others heal to full, so they have to kill both at the same time.
Okay, yeah, there's not an opportunity to do something like you would with maybe bolstering.
Yeah, no.
Some mobs.
Unfortunately not. But they all have unique mechanics, so well, they all have one special mechanic, which is like you can see the spear pulsating out ground effects. That's one of them. I don't know which one, but I think it's the middle one. And then there's one that has a big frontal. It's just for the tank to dodge. And then the third one has a... Oh yeah, the frontal one also has the stacking Sunder armor debuff you can see on screen, which basically just makes you take increased damage. I think it's 2% per stack or 1% per stack perhaps, and it stacks up to 20. And then this third one has a... When the others die...
Oh, the life grip!
The grip. Even if he didn't disengage, mode has him. You know, you can always trust mode to do the grips. But yeah, when one dies, the other gets their mechanics. So now they have the third one, which will have all 3 mechanics, including its own, which is just a stacking dot of arcane damage.
Yeah, so this third one, even though it's half as many mobs, it is still full difficulty here, as we can see. Yoda soaking some of those damage events. That's almost 100% count now for Battle for Beta, and yeah, the count actually ticks a little bit after the mob dies, so they're now at 100%. They get their Prideful, and then they'll be fighting the last boss, and it looks like they're going to take the Prideful maybe into the boss.
That would be risky. This boss is like one of the harder bosses, I feel like. Oh well, the intermission is hard.
Yeah, their Bloodlust is not going to be available here for it, so they're just going to have the Prideful to deal with. And yeah, they're going to wait until the Pride is maybe low. It looks like they're cheating towards it. Yeah, they'll be taking the last bit of it with the boss. Maybe not.
Maybe. They are cheating towards it, as you said. There we go.
I keep getting baited by their movements, but they keep not pulling it. But there they go. Now we're finally in to the last boss here, Devos, Paragon of Doubt.
Yeah, they've changed this boss a lot throughout the beta. It used to be really difficult in this phase, but now it's basically just don't stand in things, and there's a healer debuff that you have to heal. But this detonation that it's casting right now is... It used to be like the zone that they stand in is a shield that shields you from that detonation, and it used to be much smaller, and there used to be some nasty overlaps with this run through that basically is just a charge. If you stand in it, you get knocked and you take lots of damage. But they've now made it so the detonation doesn't overlap with anything by having the boss cast it, so it's significantly easier.
Yeah, then we have these kind of intermission phases on this boss, right? What do they need to
Yeah.
watch out for now?
Basically, the boss jumps away. You have to pick up these orbs that you see on screen. You need 5 to activate this spear in the middle, and then one player has to click the spear and throw the spear on the boss. And if you miss, everyone will laugh at you.
Yeah,
So
it's like
let's
the
see if he misses.
like the cannon shot in Siege of
Yeah,
Morales.
exactly.
Are you speaking from
He
experience?
did
Fem?
miss.
Oh
He
no!
did miss.
No.
And unlike the cannon shot in Siege of Morales, you don't just get to shoot again 2 seconds later. You got to go pick
Yeah.
up 5 new balls. Let's see if they can get it this time. There goes that
Oh.
spear, and this time it's going to connect with the boss, ending that intermission phase. Whew, that is that's not what you want to see though.
It looks like the boys. Oh, that's the manifestation. Okay, they just engaged the boss, but they wiped, I think,
Oof.
from what I can see. In
Yeah,
the
looks like the boys are at least having some deaths on the field. So Battle for Beta really is their game and match to lose here.
Yeah.
They can win this if they just kill this boss without having anything go wrong for them, because the boys are wiping here. So
And this
very bad
intermission is percentage based as well, so that is
Yeah,
a
they're-
good thing, I think.
they're just getting to their second intermission now. You can see the boss running towards there in a few percentage points, right?
Yeah, 30%. And like it is percentage based, which makes it much better for high tyrannical keys.
Right, because if it was time based, you'd instead have to do
Yeah.
this intermission like 7 times
Yeah, exactly.
in a high key. Whereas this way, it's always 2 times, even no matter what the level is. Okay, that spear is ready again. Let's see if they can
Let's
land
see.
the shot.
Mo, turn the camera. Actually, it's Yoda.
There it goes. The spear flies through the air, and it looks like it connects. Yeah, it does connect.
We did it.
Well played by Battle for Beta. That's going to be all they need here as they finish off the last little fractions of Devos's health. That's going to advance them to the finals of our tournament today. But before we get there, we're gonna get to go and see our 3rd, 4th place match between unfortunate Valiant losers here, the boys, up against
And-
Pieces. So that's going to be really exciting next as well.
Yes. Congratulations to Battle for Beta.
Yeah, congratulations to them. Pretty clean run overall. I think there was a little bit of a. It sounded like some people thought that may have been a bug there at the end with the first spear Dratnos.
Yeah, anytime I miss that kind of thing, I always call it a bug as well. So I'm not surprised.
Yeah, that was really nobody misses a shot. I think that's the closest you'll ever get to casting anything sports related to Dratnos when you were casting the spear being thrown
And it
finally.
sails to the uprights.
Oh, that's good. Goal! But yeah, well done by them. They will be moving on into the upper bracket, and the boys will be moving on to the lower bracket. And so we're going to see that matchup next. But let's talk about that run. How do we feel overall our teams did? Do we think there was any room for maybe some time gain for our winner here, Fem, in that last match?
I mean, I have not played it myself, so I have no idea. I think they played very well. They did do big pulls. They utilized the Kyrian spear, which is super overpowered in there. I don't think they could have gone bigger, like without more practice time. It looked really refined.
Credit to the boys as well. I mean, the boys kept it within a boss of Battle for Beta, despite Battle for Beta having some pulls that looked extremely refined and were maybe twice as efficient as what the boys were up to. So the boys maybe leveraging some more throughput in the rest of the dungeon, maybe doing the bosses even a little bit faster than Battle for Beta was, really did a good job of keeping that game close.
Yeah, both games actually.
Yeah, and looking at the performance from all of the teams so far, I feel like this lower finals, Pieces Ponies versus the boys, is going to be pretty close here.
Yeah, I think so. I think we're gonna see Sanguine Depths, which is super fun.
Yeah, super fun. Looking forward to that. We're going to go to a quick break. Then when we come back, we will be going to that lower finals to determine 3rd and 4th place. Once again, that's going to be the boys, versus Pieces Ponies. We'll be right back. Are we back?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Very fun. Welcome back. Sorry about that. If you are just tuning in, we are now in the lower bracket. We are now joined by Undad again. How did you feel about that last matchup?
From my perspective, I think you obviously could tell the difference from a team that's been playing a lot together on beta versus a team that's played a lot together in the past but not played a lot together yet on beta, right? Like Battle for Beta, we know have been putting in tons of hours every day. Even before KSM was announced, they've been playing
Mhm.
together forever just for fun. So I think that was clear there. It's their strategies were a little bit more aggressive because of that. They executed a little bit cleaner, and so the result shows.
Yeah, we will see. They're going to be waiting up there in the upper bracket for a competitor pretty soon here. But we're now in the lower finals. It's going to be Pieces Ponies versus the boys. We talked about it a little bit with Fem and Dratnos before we went to a break here. But I want to hear your thoughts on Dad. Do you want to make any predictions on maybe who has the advantage in this game?
In this game, I think this is going to go to game 3 because the first 2 matches are in dungeons that are super difficult. The
Mhm.
affixes on them are tough. And then in the third game, it could go either way, but I am going to go with the boys.
All right, Fem, what do you think?
I think I just want to strike a balance. I'll say Sanguine Depths. I mean, oh my god. The Pieces Ponies. Not Sanguine Depths. I read Sanguine Depths. That's why.
Well, that's fine. We can't talk about that. That is our first
No.
dungeon. We're going to be Sanguine Depths. It's going to be tyrannical, prideful, spiteful, and grievous. Undad, it sounds like this is a difficult dungeon. What exactly about this dungeon makes it so difficult?
It has some hard bosses. It's really tight areas. It's kind of similar to Toldagor and how tight the hallways are if we think back to BFA. And I think this might be the worst possible combination of affixes that you could put on Sanguine Depths. I don't know that there is a more difficult combination. Spiteful, it's very difficult to deal with Spiteful when you don't have anywhere to go. Like you're just trapped in the arena with Spiteful, very, very narrow hallways. Grievous, Tyrannical together on top of like the throughput checks of these bosses, specifically the second and third boss and the fourth boss actually. I guess first boss too. All 4 bosses are like crazy throughput checks that Grievous just makes even more difficult, and then Tyrannical makes difficult as well. So I think this could be our first clown fiesta dungeon, if you will, because there's a lot going on with these affixes in here.
What do you
And I
think, Fem?
also,
Go ahead.
yeah, I think the second boss there will be a wipe. I think because I feel like there's gonna be things pulled into that boss, and Grievous is gonna kill everyone. That's
Is it
what I think.
just one wipe, or do you think we're going to see
No, I mean there might be multiple,
wipes?
but I
Uh-huh.
expect at least one. So
At least one. All right.
yeah.
Okay. If you were competing here in this dungeon, what do you think your team's strategy would be going into this? Is there anything that we might expect to see in terms of, just strategy going into this dungeon?
Well, I would not expect a Holy Paladin, Balanced Rune, Affliction Warlock, and a Shadow Priest.
Is that what we're going to see? Oh, there it is. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the Holy Pally's for last boss. I think they want the bot for the bleeds on the last boss so they can just AFK and not dodge the charges. That's my guess here.
But what about the others?
I don't know. I think they're just gonna die on the other bosses, but when they get to the last one, they'll be
Yeah.
fine.
What is it about this comp then that you're not quite seeing the
Well, I
advantages
mean,
of it?
the classes are just not very strong right now.
Mhm.
I mean, at least I mean, Boomy is strong on higher keys, and we're not running high keys, right? Because they ramp up in damage.
Mhm.
Affliction's just not good, and Shadow Priest is fine, but Holy Paladin, I don't think I've seen a Holy Paladin since early beta, because they're just in a really bad spot right now, 4M plus. So
All right. And
it's
then
gonna be interesting.
yeah, we'll see how that works out for the side of on the side of Pieces Ponies. We've got the boys over here with their composition. What about theirs? Is there do you think there's a little bit at a comp advantage here?
I think definitely. I'm a huge fan of the Resto Shaman right now. I've been
Mhm.
my hot take has been that Resto Shaman is like significantly better than other healers in most situations. Dispriest obviously has its place in some of these MDI style tournaments, if they can plan their cooldowns around Disc Priest or around the pathing, Disc Priest can be very good, as Mode has shown in the past 2 games. But I think Resto Shaman is definitely the most versatile. It's the easiest to make a comp around, or make a pathing of the dungeon around what a Resto Shaman can do. And then both mage specs are obviously very strong. And the rogue just brings
Mhm.
the skips and the utility to make up for the mages killing everything for you effectively.
And I think Frost Mage is very strong against Spiteful because you already have that Blizzard down, which so they're instantly slowed as they spawn.
Yeah, and the mages gain damage from that too. You get more CDR on your Frozen Orb because there's more mobs to hit because of the Spiteful spawning. So not only are you protecting your team by being Frost Mage, but you're also gaining damage from the Spiteful being there.
Yeah, and if you're just tuning in as well, we do have a rule that we're running with for compositions that players can't play the same spec twice. You can't double up on specs here. So that's why we're seeing a lot of the variance in compositions here for all of these teams. And you know what? I feel like mages, it's like one of their specs is always good. Like, it's not fair. I said it
That's right.
earlier, but I'm
Delete
going to
mage.
complain again. Like, is that... And we talked about the differences as well, but I'm just frustrating, man. They're always meta, no matter what. Any aspect here, not just PvE. But why are we seeing arcane mages? You know, we've seen the fire and the frost mage. Is arcane just kind of worse off at the moment? Do we feel like?
Arcane is really strong as well. That's the thing. Like all
Mhm.
three mage before yesterday, right? They nerfed mage yesterday slightly. But
Uh-huh.
before yesterday, all three mage specs were just overtuned. I think compared to any other range specs.
I think
Oh,
the
here
real
we go
strat should just
with
be
our Frost Mage
play all
POV.
three.
And we'll see this first pull here. I'm expecting these teams to pull this entire hallway as we get started
Yeah.
here in Sanguine Depths. The notable mob in here is the Mist Dancer, which actually looks like Pieces isn't going all the way up to the Mist Dancer. So they're going to do this in 2 pulls instead of in 1. We see below the boys are doing
They're going
all of the hallway
huge.
plus they have the next room as well. So there's 2 of the rock boys, there's a Mist Dancer in here, there's a bunch of ticks, there's skirmishers, there is literally everything in this pull, and we see the Fire Mage Max ascend. Fire Mage was nerfed last night, by the way.
Yeah.
While we're
But-
watching this, let's remember that Fire Mage was nerfed last night, and this is still the damage that they're doing. Obviously, very strong in these uncapped situations.
And they are pulling just enough to make Prideful spawn just before the last mob, before the first boss. So I think they've planned this out very well.
Yes, this is a dungeon we'll probably see Prideful spawn before each boss. I would expect maybe not the third, but first boss, second, and last boss. I would expect them to intend to spawn Prideful for all of that, just because of how difficult that those bosses are.
Yeah, it is tyrannical as well. So I think we'll see a shroud here after this Spiteful mob dies.
Yeah, make sure
Yep.
their count that they'll have proper count to get Prideful here before first boss. And they'll probably double pull this, I would expect.
I mean, they shouldn't have any cooldowns, so maybe they go smaller and then go everything with boss. Maybe, I don't know.
I think with double mage there it is interesting. I think they could have done it with double mage and the shifting power from Night Fae. They have veins, they have orb, they
Okay.
have combust, as we see. Like they actually have all their cooldowns. I guess it's maybe Bob doesn't have cooldowns to handle it, to handle the
Yeah, and
healing of Bob.
perhaps
That might be it.
Rads as well.
Yeah.
Because
We see
Guardian
Pieces is still
outside of
working.
Incarn is very. I mean, it's still good, but it's significantly less good.
Yeah, definitely. They're like indestructible inside Incarn, but then outside could maybe take some damage outside of Incarn.
Yeah, exactly.
So you see Pieces also does the same shroud skip. We're skipping past those packs. This, like we said, lines up the perfect 20% right before this boss. Do you think they're gonna do the Pride with our first boss here, or do you think they're gonna separate this? I think it's pretty sketch, but
Yeah, it's very sketchy to do with boss, but if they're feeling ballsy, they might try. Also, I want to point out that it was not a shroud skip; it was a mind soothe skip by the priest.
yes.
Yes.
Oh yes, new priest. I guess have we talked
Yeah.
about that yet? Mind
No.
Soothe at all?
No.
So priest has gotten Mind Soothe back, which works on it's humanoids for sure, and I think Dragonkin are the only 2 mobs that it works on. Funnily enough, basically it works kind of like a shroud by reducing the range that the mobs will detect you. So you Mind Soothe all the mobs in front of you. and you walk by, and they just don't notice that you're there. Obviously, it's not as powerful as Shroud, but in a lot of situations, you're able to skip what you need to because of that.
Yeah, it is actually surprisingly powerful. Like you can get very close to mobs without pulling them when they're mindseted.
Yeah, I think
So it
Mist was like the
definitely,
most surprising one. When I first saw it used in Mist, Satyrna Scythe, to get past like
yeah,
that one pack right after the first pull,
yeah,
and I was like, "What? I'm literally 5 yards from this mob and it
yeah.
doesn't see me. What is going on?"
Which raises the value of Disc Priest actually,
Yeah,
uh,
definitely.
which is fun to see, I guess, for all the Disc Priest enthusiasts out there.
So you see, both teams are at the same place. They've chosen to do the same route. The boys are obviously a pride ahead. They're pulled the boss already. They're using Bloodlust on the boss with pride to take care of that, while Pieces is cleaning up their pride mob still. Now what does dice goes down, and they have battle
Yeah,
res from Kennex still, or did they use it on the first pull?
I don't. No, they only have one left, so they definitely have it.
Okay, so they have
But
battle res.
I wonder if this is just Holy Paladin struggling.
Well, Holy Paladin definitely struggles with pride. The few times I've
Yeah,
played with Holy Paladin, I have been on death's door the entire time you're fighting the pride.
but they made
And
it.
it
They're
seems like it's the same thing here.
gonna
Um,
engage the boss.
yeah, we'll engage the boss. This boss is pretty scary, has a few mechanics. He'll do Vicious Headbutt, which is just a tank damage. Big damage to the tank, and it knocks the tank back. He'll also do Hungering Drain, I want to say it's called, which
That's the
is the kickable
cast.
cast you
Yeah,
see. Just does AoE damage to everyone while it's channeling. Then the
it also
charge we
gives him
just
a
saw.
buff, does it not?
Does it give the
I
same
think.
buff as the orbs does?
I think so.
I think you might be right. It's funny that I don't know this. I've just insta kicked. I see kick,
Yeah,
I kick. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
It's like- and then we have this, the Severing Smash, which is the most dangerous ability he does. He will. It's a long cast time. You'll spread out. He'll do big damage to you when the cast finishes. You'll spawn an orb at each player. The orbs slowly travel towards the boss. If they reach the boss, they'll heal him and give him a damage buff. But if you soak them, it does damage to everybody. So you have to make sure they're soaked periodically so you don't die before they hit the boss effectively. And that just repeats over and over again until the boss is over.
Yeah, and we also see dice going down again, and they did use the battle res earlier, so they will just have to foreman the boss.
Just putting the boys in a much better position if they can get through this last Severing Smash that they're dealing with right now. That's a fat stack of orbs there that they're going to have to soak almost all at once. They are not
I
ready
think
to.
they're
They might
trying
just
to
kite out the
kite
boss.
it. Yeah, they're trying to at
Knowledge
least,
has
but
evasion here. We're good.
the boss does stand still a lot. So
Yeah, kiting. This is not as easy as it looks. I think they'll skip the battle res here. Nope, they're
hmm,
gonna go for it still. I thought they might
interesting.
have had the boss without the battle res, and then would just your release point becomes here once you finish this boss. So. Oh my god, that double blink.
Did he pull?
Almost pulled the trash. No, I don't think so.
That's an EU special, by the way. He has
The double
latency,
blink.
so his
Yeah.
first blink he doesn't realize that he did it, and double presses it and double blink.
Very nice. The boss healed a lot, by the way. That
Yeah, yeah.
he has
I think
infinite HP
pieces
again.
are actually ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Oh man. That the boss, I think it's 12% HP per orb. So I
Yeah,
think there was probably 4 or maybe all 5 orbs that reached the boss there, and
yeah, and also the reason they are not soaking the orbs is because it does big AoE damage. I don't know
yes.
if people know that.
So Pieces takes the lead. Pieces pulls ahead.
Yeah.
They were much slower early on just by taking it safe in their pulls, but now they have the advantage. This next portion of the dungeon is a little bit difficult to go big in just because of the overseer mobs. So each one of these packs following this one has an overseer in it, and the overseer applies a sacking debuff to everyone that reduces the damage and healing that you do until you are out of combat with the overseer. So it's unlikely to see multiple of them pulled together just because you have to kill both before you have that debuff removed. But
It does
so
cap out on 10 though, so if you're
that's
pulling
true.
2, you might as well pull, more. But they do a lot of damage as well, so it's hard.
So we'll see if they choose to. I think this is going to be a play it safe section of the dungeon. I think this is going to
Yeah.
be like a one pull. Let the frost mage kind of carry here.
This Chamber Sentinel guy does a tank thing, Severing Slice. just so everyone knows, you as a tank, you can just outrun it. Just run away from the mob, and you won't. It's a nasty dot. So make sure you just run away.
We effectively call that crag mawing it.
Yeah,
As you run away
exactly.
from the indigestion
Exactly.
on crag maw. That's that technique.
Crag
So these are the
mowing. I
overseer
like it.
packs. They are choosing to do one at a time. I think this is smart. I don't think that pulling more than one overseer gains you much. We might see them pull the next pack into. There's going to be a room around the corner to the left that has a lot of small mobs in it. So we might see this overseer pulled into that to make a bigger pull here.
It also procs pride, does it not? If you do that.
Yeah, I
feel
think they
like
need to pull the pack in the room to get pride. I don't think these 3 mobs will be pride.
Yeah, but it looks like they are not. And what? The boys are still fighting the boss.
He's healing again. There he goes.
Oh.
He's full health. The boss.
What is happening?
What is going? The boss is full HP. This is nerf tyrannical. This
Yeah,
is a plus
Tyrannical's
13
too
5-minute
strong.
boss fight. Oh man. I mean, they go again. They'll
Yeah,
try
that
again.
is
This
unfortunate.
is kind of what I was implying when I said this dungeon might end up being our first clown fiesta of the tournament, because there are still more difficult things to come. Like the first boss is
Yes.
very hard, but the second boss I think has even more potential to be a clown show.
But yeah, it looks like pieces are just taking it slow and steady. They should proc pride here, I think, from these 3 mobs. And then they'll fight the mini boss kind of dude.
Yeah, they might
Does,
mind soothe. They might choose to mind
oh,
soothe him
yeah.
and walk by. We'll see, because he's not insane count, and all the
No.
mobs around him kind of run away and don't stay put to kill. But so we'll see what they do here.
He has been nerfed though. Like he in early beta, he did his bludgeoning bash,
Yeah.
disoriented the tank. So the tank just lost threat on everything, and then everything would just kill the party. But now the bludgeoning bash just knocks the tank back, so at least you'll keep threat.
If there's one thing I love, it's guaranteed, unavoidable tank
Yeah.
disorients on
Yep.
mobs. That's an excellent mechanic. So we see the boys down below, round 2. On what is this boss name? Cryaxis, I want to say it is our stone
Crixus
boy.
the Voracious.
There it is.
It is.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Now we look for. They are doing this. All right, so they're
Yeah.
pulling the mini boss here, Mr. Head Custodian Javelin. Now what he'll do is he'll enrange these the mobs around him periodically, and which gives them bonus health. But if you soothe them, they lose all of the bonus health. It's an enrage effect. So you effectively you saw it just actually happen there. If you guys noticed, there was one mob that was about half HP and he instantly died. That was Canex soothing the enrage off him and removing all his health instantly.
Well, moving into the second boss room, it's a big circle, which you can go either right or left. I think the mobs are identical on both sides, are they not?
They're positioned differently, but you have
Okay.
access to the same mobs.
Yeah.
And you have to clear. There's no way to fully skip any of this trash because this is also the boss arena. So the
Yeah.
boss arena that we'll end up pulling the boss up here. You will have to use about half of the donut here during the boss because of movement that's required. So usually teams will go and pull all of one side and then sometimes some of the other side afterwards to make sure that they get correct pride timings. But that'll come down to where they choose to get their prides.
Yeah, if you want pride on the next boss, like the third boss, then you need to pull some extra things here. Otherwise, you can just go down after, but then you won't get pride on third boss. So
yeah, but there is enough trash after the third boss that you don't necessarily like. If you don't get pride on third boss, you still have enough trash before the last boss. So it's a choice they have to make.
Also, these stone bat things randomly activate. Like some of them are turned into attackable mobs, and they turn into what are they called? Chamber sentinels or something like that.
We love that
do the
kind of
tank
randomness.
things.
Just witches all over again. We
Yep.
love that. So
I
yeah,
wonder if
sometimes I think
they're
you
on
can have a
a.
rogue stealth up, right, and see if they're active or not, and
Does
then
that work?
proceed from there.
Ooh,
I'm
interesting.
pretty sure you can do that. I mean, we have no rogues in this comp, or
Yeah.
on Peace's side at least, so we won't see that for now. But also another one of the notable mobs in here is the Depths Warden that we'll see just in the next poll. That mob requires kicks. This will, if you don't kick the cast from the Depth Warden, it has a permanent root or a 10-second root that can't be removed. That effectively kills you. It does big bleed damage while you're rooted.
Yeah.
For a long time in beta, this was not kickable, and this mob was just absurd amount of damage put out. But thankfully, they've allowed it to be interruptible now, so you can take care of it
Also,
like that.
the boys have once again fallen to Crixus the Voracious.
He is very voracious. He is
Yes.
taking them out. I mean,
Yes.
but again, this boss is hard. This is like one of the more difficult bosses on top of Tyrannical, on top of Grievous.
Yeah, another
So this
thing to
is
note is that once you when you do all your practice and you don't wipe, you have pride on that boss. Now they have to go again and again with no pride.
and no
which-
lust. They were investing
Yeah.
both.
Yeah, so it's very different.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a theme for. I mentioned this before. For a lot of bosses in Shadowlands are going to be like, you must have pride for this, and it's gonna. I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be certainly an issue early on with pugging these dungeons, and that you're gonna have things like for example, the first boss in King's Rest. How sometimes you go into a pug and you wipe on the first boss and everybody leaves, and that's something that I think there's a lot of bosses have the potential to be in Shadowlands if things aren't tuned properly. This dungeon probably being the biggest culprit of that. But here we go with Executor Tarvold, and what mechanics do we have to look out for here, Fem?
Well, he does one castigate, which is a circle on, it's a big single target nuke on one guy. Well, it's a circle, so if anyone else stands in the circle, it's on several targets. He also spawns an ad, which does increasing, pulsing damage the longer it stays alive. So you basically just swap to that ad and kill it as soon as you can, which then leaves a pool on the ground, which you can see. Oh, well, you can't see it right now. But and then you have these two circulating circles that are spinning around the boss room, one on the inner edge and one on the outer edge. You can see it coming here. If you stand in those, you get a curse that does big damage, but it is curse dispellable. So
And they do have 2 curse dispels available to them
Yeah.
in this comp. The boys also have 2 with their druid and shaman. So when the
Yeah.
boys make it to this boss, they'll be able to dispel curses if it happens as well. And there are some
we
nasty
also-
overlaps here too with the ad and the
Yeah.
castigate cast. I think it's the second one, and then or the second castigate, and then every fourth from then
no.
on is just an
I think
absurd overlap.
this is a wipe.
Yep, here we go.
On
The
second
fiesta
boss,
begins, boys.
I
Let's
called it.
go.
Yeah. So you could see as they pulled the boss, the Shadow Priest got the first castigate and almost instantly died. And then he had to disperse, and then he didn't have disperse for the second one, and then I don't know, Dova just fell behind in healing.
Yep. So now we have to go again on this boss
Yeah,
with no lust
without pride.
and no pride.
Yeah.
Would you
It's
guys
gonna
lower
be-
it at this point?
Yeah,
If
yeah.
it was you.
Oh
minus
yeah,
1
this is
plus
go
2.
next. This
Yeah.
is a go next for sure.
And what is happening here? Crixus is still reaping his victims.
Shalancelot has this. I'm pretty confident Shalancelot can handle this from 30% HP. He'll just kite the boss infinitely. Oh nope, all right.
No.
That one mistake and he loses.
See, I feel like we'll
Too
be
bad.
stuck on the first boss and second boss of this dungeon for a while now.
Yeah, this is like until at least until Lust comes back up.
Yeah.
It is worth noting for chat that if you remember reaping, the Buon Samdi effect is back. So
Yes.
you do have an option after you've fully depleted your key because you've wiped on a boss 100 times. You can no lever the key by spawning prides for yourselves. So once you
It
deplete the
is,
key, you have 5 prides. You have 5 tries.
Yeah, exactly.
And
It's
and then
limited.
you go next after the
You
5
can't
prides.
do the 800 deaths, but
Yeah.
it is 5 prides, and then you actually depleted it. So we'll see if we get there. They might.
Yeah, we'll
showcase it.
see. I'm very curious to see how Holy Paladin is just ever going to handle this. I think they have to high roll, and Splat has to get most of the castigates because he can block 2, and he can invis one of them. So if
Yeah.
Splat gets 3 of them, they're in a good spot. But otherwise, all right, Splat gets the first. That's good. He uses none of the things we just talked about, and is alive. Okay, all right, he's alive, looking
I
good.
assume he has wings on pulls, so maybe he can heal 1.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess he doesn't have block, but he has cold snap, so he could have cold snapped into block. There if he needed it. I guess he's waiting for the next one for that. Little bark skin from Canex. He lives.
Oh,
All right,
we're
and that's the hard
alive.
one. That's the harder overlap there. The second castigate is the bad overlap. Or is it the third? It's second
it's
add,
the-
third
it's-
third castigate.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're gonna have a cascade with an add up.
So here we go.
And oh, I think that was a
Oh,
bubble.
we got a bubble on
Yeah,
Nova.
yeah.
Awesome.
But we're still dying. No, we're good.
We should have disperse or block for next, or alter time as well. Splat can alter time. So we're hoping for Splat on the next castigate,
Let's
and
see.
we'll be in a good spot.
It's on Dova. That's not good. But he must have had some sort
He
of
had something.
defensive, 'cause
He's very
yeah.
alive.
Yeah. And
Right,
then that
pray-
is up, and they have to kill this before the next castigate. Otherwise,
Yes.
yeah.
Pray for Splat. Bless RNG. Splat castigate. Let's go.
And it's on Dova.
Okay. All right. That is.
Oh,
He
we're
lives.
alive.
We have one more ad, and I think 2 more castigates coming, and we're gonna get through this.
Yeah, this castigate I think will have an ad alive.
This ad's gonna be rough too. We have no orb or veins from Splat Mage, and Splat is a lot of the damage to the ad.
Castigate on who? On
On
Splat.
Splat?
Oh no. Oh no.
No, he has cold
And Dova
snap.
goes-
He could have cold.
Ooh,
He could have cold snap
maybe they can do
blocked.
it too. Maybe. Andy's tanky.
Oh, they res Dova. They shouldn't get an ad again. They should get one more castigate, but no ad.
Yeah, but Buzz is on 10%. It depends who this on dice. He should have dispersed, right? Yeah, it looks like he's very alive. They did it.
I was here. Oh my god, the ad's up. Please don't die at 1%.
Okay, there we go.
Let's go, dude.
And
All right.
I think Crixus is about to fall as well. That is
The
amazing.
double kill. Let's go, boys. Well, he's still at 20%. We're not there yet. And
Yeah,
another
but they-
smash. All right, we're
Oh,
not there
no.
yet. Oh no.
Everyone's dead. Oh no.
The boss
I-
is healing.
oh,
All right,
yeah.
there it goes.
Okay. Unfortunate.
How close are we to? We're 18 minutes from being able to spawn another pride.
Yeah.
And the thing is, there's no other trash to get. Like, you can't skip this guy to go get more trash to spawn a pride, and there's not another 20% available before the first boss. So they really
Well,
don't have an option to go
What is
get a
their
pride.
last timer on?
I can't see. It's too small. I can't
Yeah.
actually see right now. It looks like Pieces is going to try to
They're-
get pride for third boss.
yeah.
Like, they are doing extra trash. Andy's dead
Oh,
to
yeah.
the ghouls. That'll happen.
The ghouls, I pulled them for the first time in my life the other day, and I just instantly died. They are worse than the Waycrest ghouls between the 4th and 5th boss there.
Oh yeah, worse than the shadow. I think they also
Yeah.
cast Shadow Claw.
Yeah,
Like, they have
yeah,
like
they
the
do.
same ability. It's just 3 times as powerful.
Yeah, it did like 15k damage, and there's like 3 ghouls, so that's
Yeah.
a one shot.
That's the power of Binding Shot. That is a
Yep.
hunter only pull. That's what that is. No hunter,
But-
you do not pull those mobs.
Do they cast on the close, like if the tank is in range? Do you know?
I don't think they fervent.
Okay.
I want to say that they don't. Though I've been playing a lot of range lately because I started getting fervented by everything
Yeah.
and decided I'm now a hunter and mage, but so I don't want to say for sure.
Okay.
So the boys are going again. They're about 20% in the boss, not at the danger points yet. They should be fine for a little bit. This is, I think, the last trash that Pieces will be doing upstairs. I think there's 7% in the next boss room.
Yeah, I
That'll
think
get their pride.
74 is the magic number. 73 maybe, perhaps. But the last timer for the boys is 3 minutes. So
Okay.
if they should be able to defeat him then if they don't on this try.
So next one for sure.
Yeah, next one for sure.
Here we see this room is just a collection of the oppressor mobs that we've seen earlier. They cast basically like wildfire. They're similar to the augurs, where it does damage and also leaves a dot, as well as a curse of suppression that we see cast there on Splat, which will only target casters, and assuming there are any casters alive, will only target casters, and silences you for 4 seconds. It's a curse that can be dispelled, or it can be interrupt or just stopped with a stun or disrupt.
Yeah.
And now, what do we have to worry about on this next boss, fam?
This boss does lots and lots of damage. It does like a big AoE, and you basically pick up orbs. You'll see small yellow orbs. You pick up those, you get a stack of that reduces the amount of damage you take from the big AoE by 20%, and you can pick up 5 if you're quick enough. And then it does. I think it's Right of Supremacy, the like dot thing on the whole party, which does big dam. It's just for the healer to take care of. And then you have iron spikes for the tank, which is just a big tank nuke that you have. It's basically an active mitigation check.
It's worth noting these orbs, a total of 15 spawn. So
Yeah.
you have to allocate them properly depending on how like what defensives you have. Like if you need 3 orbs plus a mage shield, or your Cloak of Shadowsing to immune it, or ice blocking to immune. Tanks can usually get away with 1 or 2 plus one of their big defensives. But that also means they're using defensive not on an iron spikes, which can make the tank fall behind later in the boss. Brew does pretty well, I want to say, with iron spikes compared to
I
other
think
tanks.
most of them do except Warrior.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's
it's
the
not
theme
blockable
in
so.
general, really.
Yeah.
In most of these dungeons.
But you can see this boss together with Grievous is very nasty, because after this big AoE, it does this rain of yellow holy things, which it's basically the Naru, I think, that cries out. And if you stand in those, you get chunked and you take a big debuff. So the healer doesn't really have time to move and heal, you know.
Yeah, there's just damage always. Like it's a lot of different abilities that are kind of permanently making you take damage. Looks like they're okay though. We have an immunity for the next one if Splat chooses to cold snap. I'm not sure. Does Splat main mage? I don't actually know much about Splat.
He means warlock for pieces. So
okay. Well,
and
it'll
he's
be
been
curious
like
to
a warlock one trick throughout BFA.
if I can tell here, if we're looking at his UI, it looks like cold snap isn't bound. So he might not. Oh, he cold snap. There we go. So he's blocking here.
Yeah, he clicked it though. So
all right, there we go.
He did click it, but
so he has block for this. He immunes. Excellent. We're chilling. They get through the boss. Now we're still not the dungeon gets even harder now.
Yeah.
As unbelievable as that is. We have 2 packs of trash here, which are pretty difficult here, and then a gauntlet. The gauntlet being the most difficult part, I think, for the dungeon, especially for melee. They're luckily running triple range, so it'll be a little bit less difficult. And we might see some cheesy strats here as well.
Yeah, and the next pull after this, I think, is one of the hardest pulls in the dungeon. It has the like elite mobs from the whole dungeon packed into one. So it's just
you get all 3 of them.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, if you taunt pull the far left one, you can get just the left 2 mobs, and you can just fight them instead of kind of like how you could like taunt Tides emissaries out of packs and stuff like that. They're not actually linked, so you can get just 2
now
of them.
that you said that, it's gonna get fixed.
Do you think so? You think they do that to us?
I don't know.
They force us to fight that pack, man.
Yeah.
They put the 3 scariest mobs in the dungeon all together. I mean, I guess
also
we'll see.
An
Maybe.
Update on the boys. They did lust this try, so
and they're at 50% HP.
Yeah.
Everyone's alive, looking good
so far.
And I want to stress that this is not over. Like the clown fiesta could continue in the end of this dungeon, and the boys could crawl their way back. At any other dungeon, I would think this was done, but in this dungeon in particular, I truly believe a comeback can happen. So we see they pull all three together. The 3
Mhm.
demon mobs.
They focus
They
down
just-
the overseer.
Yep, so that they could heal again and do damage. They'll probably get rid of the Mist Dancer next, if I had to guess it.
Yeah, the chamber sentinel can just it's just a tank
Get
damage
cleaved
thing.
down.
Yeah. Dova goes down though.
I
But
wonder who he died to.
the
The
Mist
ground
Dancer
effect,
does
maybe.
this echoing thrust, which is why there's lots of red ghosty looking people.
Yeah, he'll leave a
Uh,
ghost. He does a frontal, and then he'll leave a ghost wherever he frontals, and then whenever he casts the frontal again, he'll also cast where his ghosts are left, and they remain until he dies. So that's how they had the frontal all down one side of the arena
Yes.
there.
Also, the boys have fallen. So
All right, maybe the comeback chances are dwindling
yeah,
now.
the comeback chances are very slim right now.
They have no lust for another 10 minutes. I think who knows, man? Maybe they'll snag it without lust. It's possible for sure. But here we have, this is actually the last boss that the Pieces is fighting here. But it's a gauntlet fight. You battle this boss here, and then you battle her in her arena. You do her in 3 separate phases here at each 10% interval on her health. She'll move further down this hallway with different mobs around her. There's also these vicious Gargans, our favorite mob in all of Shadowlands, that periodically spawn and endlessly spawn while you're in this hallway, and do a big AoE around them, effectively killing any melee that you have in your group, no matter what they do. These mobs, it's worth noting, these mobs were overtuned at the beginning of beta, and then in a random fix, they were changed to do double the damage they originally did when they were already killing melee. So this is a testament to the triple range comp. Is this hallway in particular?
Yeah, and they also keep you in combat because they spawn like at the end of the gauntlet, and they get you in combat as soon as they spawn. So you'll be in combat for most of this gauntlet until you get to the point where you kill them before they spawn again. Also, fun fact: the boss does get healed by Sanguine. So if you
Oh, that's
like
lovely.
have a Sanguine mishap in this gauntlet, you gotta fight her for long. Because
How is it? Where did you get that information from them?
well, I tried it the other I don't know, the other week, and had some mishaps, So
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
yeah.
So this is this big ability Gloom Squall that's cast by the tank. This will repeat while fighting the boss later as well. The tank has picked up a shield. Andy has a shield on him. Gives you an extra action button, and it reduces damage you take, I want to say, by 50% or 60%.
35.
Oh, it's only 35. Okay.
Yeah.
So 35% while you're in the shield, and he uses that for each one of the Gloom Squalls. Additionally, if you're not in the shield during the Gloom Squall, you will get knocked back. If you're in the Gloom Squall, you won't get knocked back. So that'll be used in all of this gauntlet as well as on the last boss. And this is the next portion of the gauntlet is the last portion. When she pushes to 70%, she will go to her boss room. You won't fight her anymore. There's a little bit more trash to be cleaned up in the gauntlet phase. And then you go and fight the last boss, where she repeats many of the mechanics you've seen here, and then also adds an additional mechanic, which we'll talk about when we get there.
Yeah, and the pieces are just kind of slowly moving through. The boys have fallen once again.
This could potentially be a win, but also a deplete. If we're looking at the timer here, we could
yeah, I mean, if
win
they
the match
wipe,
with
for
a
sure.
deplete.
For sure, if they wipe, I think if they don't wipe, I think they're fine, time wise. But it's gonna be tight.
It's gonna be
But-
tight. This last boss is not fast. It is
Yeah.
not swift. And this is a
Also
boss
something
where,
to
like,
note
very
is-
common you kill with 3 people alive. Right?
Yeah.
Like you just like lose
Yeah,
people
that's
throughout
true.
the boss.
It also goes away on 50%, so people don't think you have to get it to 0 because it is a raid
Oh,
boss.
yeah.
Spoiler.
Spoiler. You know
Yeah.
how you can tell it's a raid boss, and maybe potential other spoilers, is raid bosses, their models are still like higher level in Mythic Plus when they're copied from the raid,
Yeah.
and they parry.
Yeah.
So that's fun. So if you ever get parried by anything in Mythic Plus, you can think, maybe I'll be fighting this in a raid later on in the expansion.
I keep
Because the
hearing
mob is
y'all
set
use
up
the
to
word
be.
fun.
What do you mean? I love spending 5 combo points and doing 0 damage with it.
I can hear you
super enjoyable
laughing
to
through
me.
the pain.
So we see Splat goes down, but this is pretty inconsequential. The Gargans are done spawning, right? Like they've made it to the end of the gauntlet. When they, I guess he does need to release for this pride. I'm surprised
I
actually he
mean,
hasn't yet.
he declined the combat dress, and now he's taking the combat dress. So
This is
I
it.
think some
I think I would have
miscommunication.
saved. I think I would have saved Rez's for last boss, knowing what we're getting into there. But
Yeah,
maybe they're
perhaps.
confident with the Holy Paladin that the bleeds are not as big a deal because they could bop any bad overlaps.
Yeah. Do you think they'll invis pot after this, or do you think they're gonna just to get the pride with the boss, or because they haven't fought the last room?
Yeah, they probably will. I wish I could see the potion cooldown for Andy, Dice, and Dova. Because Canex and Splat can just get through.
Yeah.
Because there is,
Perhaps,
for anybody
actually-
in chat, there's one more pack up here that they have to get past.
Could they mind soothe their way through? Okay, they are missing. Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Splat did pot
Invis
instead
pot,
of
interesting.
invising.
So this is boss. We'll do the Gloom Squall we talked about earlier. She will also do a double charge ability, where she'll fixate on 2 players and she will charge to both of them, doing initial damage and leaving a bleed behind. This is at the Wicked Rush. As far as I know, there's no way to tell who she's going to charge to first, but you can dodge it by moving, or as we saw there with Splat, by blinking through it. When
Does she
it's
not
coming
do
to
it
you.
on the furthest target?
No, that one went to Canex first, and Splat was definitely
Oh,
further.
okay.
So I think it's random actually,
Okay.
or maybe it's closest first. He can block this off.
Taking a lot of damage right now.
Chooses not to. I
And
guess
there's the
they're
Gloom
in
Squall.
Pride, they're in Lust, they're probably in Wings as well. So he chooses to not block that off. And then we have these periodic beams that cover a third of the platform, respectively. You have to move. You have to stay in a safe one and then move into them as they go off, because they will now be safe as they sequentially like path through. So we'll see the first one. That's the first one that'll go off.
We see the boys have laid down their weapons. And
They've
are
laid
resting.
themselves to rest.
Yeah. So there's a one-horse race now.
Look, man, if there's a testament to the boys, they find a way to have fun no matter what is going on. So big ups to them for that, at least.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, and there we see the infamous orb off the platform from Splat. That you hate to see that.
The Frostmage
orb
special.
mid-charge.
Then
and
you
it
see the
just
camera
sent
movement
into the
after.
ether. Yeah, the tilt shake.
Yep.
We're at 54% on the boss, and I think we're going to be okay here. It's worth noting that the
Yeah.
way you remove these bleeds outside of bops is with the shield. So the shield will remove the bleeds that are applied through the Wicked Rush when you step into the shield, but you can only use the shield every so often because you have to have it for that Gloom Squall cast.
Yeah.
So it's very important.
The
The
shield
first...
itself
Go ahead.
is on a 35-second cooldown, and Gloom Squall is on a 35-second cooldown. So
Yeah,
once
so
you use
have
it
to
on the
save
first
it.
one, yeah.
And also worth noting that the first, you'll get 2 of these Wicked Rushes in between each Gloom Squall. So you want to definitely dodge the first one is the goal, and then the
Yeah.
second one is less consequential. So we see
And
Pieces
there we go.
timing the key in time,
Wow.
taking the lead. Sanguine Depths, like I said, this had potential to be a clown fiesta. It kind of turned into that. Almost a deplete, lots of wipes on the first boss, and maybe we're in for another one in the other side. The next dungeon is not easy.
The other
either.
side is special as well. So.
But you also have to remember this is the first time we're seeing these teams sort of compete in these dungeons. It's all very new. A lot of these players are, it's not a serious tournament. We're all kind of here for fun. So it's to be expected to a certain extent. But well done by both of those teams. And as you said, we are going to be moving on to the other side, which is going to be Fortified, Prideful, Storming, and Volcanic. Do you think that that's going to be as difficult, Fem, as that first dungeon?
Okay, I just want to mention that Storming is the worst affix Blizzard has ever made. So yeah,
Oh, no,
Smile.
no, no. You know what we do? This is apparently a strat. I didn't know this. You say it's fun, right?
Oh,
You say it's fun and then they nerf it. Is that
okay.
how
Storming
it
is the most fun affix Blizzard has ever made. There you
See,
go.
Demon.
I've heard from other reputable sources that Blizzard does not understand sarcasm and that it's very
Oh.
dangerous. It's very dangerous to be sarcastic about anything
Yeah.
because they might take it as a literal truth.
Oh man. Well, what we've talked about it quite a bit, but for maybe those people that are just tuning in or haven't had a chance yet to see it on beta, what exactly is storming and what about it makes it so fun?
So you guys remember the mobs at the beginning of King's Rest in BFA, the warriors in the first boss room that would just drop tornadoes that would spin pretty much indefinitely and do damage and knock you back. Well, that is storming is that, but it's every mob and every boss, and they do more damage and they knock you up in the air. So that's there it is. That's storming. There
It's
will be weeks where this will be in every key you do.
it's not
And I
even
will
really
not play.
at all.
Yeah.
Just gonna not play that week. Take a week
Yeah.
off when it's storming.
It's a terrible affix. That's all I can say.
It's not really one of those affixes either that allows for sort of any like creative workarounds. It's just sort of you dodge the mechanic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just kind of there.
there.
It's
It's just there.
actually I think it will actually end up being a push week affix as
Okay.
awful as it sounds because it doesn't add time to the key. You know what I mean? Like it is there. It doesn't make the key any longer. You just bring your 3 ranged friends instead of your melee friends and you go about your day kind of.
Well,
We'll
it's
see.
yeah, we will see how exactly these teams deal with it and if they struggle at all. I know that I definitely would. It's one of those affixes I think for me where I would just suddenly find myself in the air and be like, "Oh, I stood in bad." So we'll see how these players do with storming the new affix for Shadowlands. The other side, a dungeon we have not yet seen today. What do you guys think about this dungeon in particular?
I think this is a dungeon that I did not enjoy at first, and as they've tuned it, has become one of the more enjoyable dungeons. I think the other side has
Mhm.
gotten pretty good. It has 3 pretty distinct areas. It feels. I think some people have watched beta streams and seemed like it feels linear, but I think it's pretty non-linear because you do have options for which wing you go to first, depending on when you want Pride to spawn. It's just once you're in those wings, you kind of have to fight the mobs you have to fight. There's not really much choice once you're in each of the 3 wings, but choosing where you go to first and when you spawn what I think is pretty interesting. And the bosses are good now. That now the bosses have been tuned, I think the 4 bosses are all very good.
You all
I
right,
agree.
Fem?
I agree.
You going
I
through a
think-
breakup in chat?
Yeah, apparently.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Okay.
I
Here for
think-
you if you need a chat.
Yeah, thanks. I think what Undead said is like everyone sees the other side as this bad dungeon because of
Mhm.
early beta. But I think it's in a really good spot right now. So other than storming, I think this will be fun.
And what about what Dad said? You know, you said earlier in this broadcast that you really enjoy making those like creative routing decisions within a dungeon. Do you see areas where where it would be allowed to be creative in the other side?
I mean, it's mostly on the left side, like dealer. I don't know its name, the arcane boss thing. Like that
Mhm.
that side you can be really creative. But the other 2 are like you probably skip most of Hakar's side, and Melas and Maleficent you just play everything. I think, if I had to guess.
All right, we can see the compositions we'll be running here to Dungeons Demon Hunters once again. How do we feel about the rest of these specs we're seeing?
We have Dova on the Superior Healer instead of the Holy Paladin now. That's very good to see. Love to see that. Splat busting out the Destrolock again. I don't think the Destrolock was insane in Plaguefall. It was pretty good when he played it in Plaguefall. We'll see what he has in mind here in the other side. And then Gigabob moving over to Dispriest, which I'm pretty indifferent about that. I think if they have their polls lined up to favor Disc Priest, will be pretty powerful. And the Hunter is very good in here. Marksman Hunter is very, very good in this dungeon.
Yeah, and then the graphic is wrong once again. It's Brewmaster
Oh, right.
Valley.
Right.
That's right.
So,
What do you
How
think
do
about the Vengeance from Rads in here? Do you think the tank damage is very high and he'll have to kite a lot? Do you think he's just gonna get in there and blast in the other side here with it being fortified?
I've seen a bit of their practice, and he's definitely in there blasting.
All right, poggers.
Yeah,
Do you
I
have
think
a
the
tank?
boys might take this.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm sticking to
Do you
my
have a-
game 3 as well here. I think the boys
Yeah.
take this and we go to Theater of Pain for our game 3.
Who do you think wins game 3 then?
What dungeon is it?
Theater of Pain.
Oh. Well, Rads always tweets pain, so he's known for it. So I'd say the boys. You know?
Okay. What about
I'm sticking,
what about you?
I'm sticking with the boys because I just don't want to go back on anything I say ever
Yeah.
Okay.
and then get called out on it. So we're
All
gonna
right.
stick with my initial prediction.
I would go with the expert opinion here on the boys, but I'm gonna give Pieces some love.
Oh yeah.
And hold out for them. See if they're gonna take this series here. This is a lower bracket series, so loser of it will be knocked out of the tournament. Winner moves on to the grand finals here, and then after this matchup, we're going to see Nerf Mage face off against Battle for Beta in the upper finals to see who moves to the grand finals from there. But right now, game number 2, Pieces Ponies versus the boys. Only one more victory needed to advance the Pieces to move on to the grand finals. It's best of 3.
It'll be interesting too to see if the Outlaw Rogue holds the boys back at all
Mhm.
here, given that there will be, if I am to guess, there are going to be some massive pulls in the dealer Zayaxa wing, and Outlaw Rogue deals damage to 5 things, and that's it.
Mm,
So
and that's it.
so you can pull as many mobs as you want. The Outlaw Rogue is going to deal damage to 5 of them, and we'll see if that holds them back. Whereas Pieces Ponies obviously is uncapped in all 3 of the DPS specs, so they benefit a little bit more from going big in that section.
Do you like the decision then of the Outlaw Rogue, or yeah, regardless of that loss in DPS, do you think there's like some mechanics that they're utilizing with the Rogue?
I think the Outlaw's good everywhere else except for those pulls. The Outlaw's really good on most of the other pulls. It's a comfort pick for Naladra as well, which is there's a lot to say there, especially this early on. Like we see at the end of expansions, a lot of the teams that compete in MDIs eventually get to the point where they multi-class all the meta picks. But at the
Mhm.
beginning of an expansion or even in beta, I think it's much more often that you just kind of default to comfort and you don't try to multi-class so hard, which is probably why Naladra's on the Rogue, if I were to guess it.
Also, correction to what I said earlier. The nobody moves on for this match. This is simply the winner of this was 3rd and 4th place here. I'm not used to only 4 teams. I think I got a little bit lost
Yeah.
in the a little bit lost in the bracket. But I mean, I feel like overall, how do we feel like these teams are doing here? Is this kind of where we expected to be? You know, we're really not familiar with a lot of these dungeons and affixes in a tournament setting, which could probably be pretty difficult as a player, Undead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has a lot to do with like probably lack of synergy as well. Like a lot of these teams,
Yeah.
even if they're playing beta, like your squad is not always on beta. It's not like there's any incentive to play other than for fun, right? Like when you have the game released on live, there's character progression. You're trying to collect gear. You're trying to get your character stronger for raid as well, and also prepping for MDI. Whereas on beta, it's more like it's different mindsets. Like different players are going to treat this seriously, like we see from teams like Battle for Beta, and then other players and teams are gonna have more fun with it and are just kind of here to hang out, which is the case for probably most of the other players, honestly.
I think all the teams are just there for fun. Like, I don't think anyone's taking this super seriously. You know?
Yeah.
Because it is just beta. It is a fun event rather than who is the best, you know.
And it's gonna be fun as we enter the other side. We see the first pull for both teams kind of just flops. Destrolock
Yep.
popped off, splat. owning with Infernal. Let's see if he can do damage without Infernal. That's been historically the issue, or the weakness, I guess, of Destrolock is when the Infernal is not up, the damage is much lower. So we'll see how we do on this pull. If Andy actually doing a lot of damage here too.
Yeah, and also you could see that on the boys' side, the mage actually held his cooldowns. He was doing less damage than Rads on the first pull, and
Oh,
they
no.
saved Lust and Combust for this pull, which seems to be working. But Shella did die, but the mage did a lot of damage, and they have their pride, while pieces are still trying to
Working
fight
on this pull here.
Yeah, you can see Splat is doing less damage than Andy now. So, and Monk is, I mean, they do decent damage, but
Oh, they
yeah.
pulled the mask with that pack. That's what the boys did
Oh.
here. They pulled the mask. The mask is notably probably the most dangerous
Oh.
mob in this dungeon, and they just did it with that pack, which we now see Pieces Ponies pulling that alone. They are doing a mask by itself
Yeah.
currently.
Makes sense as to why they saved Lust and Mage cooldowns.
Now we
Looks
see
like-
the skip here that you mentioned. You thought that they would
Yeah.
do, skipping all of Hakar's wing.
I actually did this the other day as well. It allows you to get Pride on Hakar, and Hakar is one of the harder bosses still. So I think this is a very good routing.
Yeah, he's also a boss that won't look hard until he is, if that makes
Yeah.
sense. Like when you kill him fast enough, it seems like there's nothing going on. But if you kill him just 30 seconds slower than that, like all of a sudden you get overwhelmed with ads, you can't keep up with damage, you have too many pools on the ground, and you end
Also,
up
look at
just
all that
losing.
storming.
Yeah,
Woo.
in this hallway. You love
Yep.
to see it, man. I assume they'll handle this pride solo and then head into the boss room just with the pride.
Maybe. And they're
Oh,
moving
I'm
in
being
at
proven
least.
wrong. Let's go. They don't have lust. I guess it is fortified. We are back on fortified.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
this will be a bit easier than had it been on tyrannical like we had in Sanguine Depths. We see pieces spawning their first pride now as well. Similar timings, but pieces are going to have some backtracking involved
Yeah,
because
I
they've
think-
moved to the second boss wing to get their
Yeah.
trash.
Exactly. Interesting. I wonder
So
where
I like the
they'll go with
routing from
that.
the boys better for sure right now.
So far.
Yeah,
But they
definitely
are
so
kind of
far.
dying right now. Okay, the pride is dead, so it should be smooth sailing from here.
Yeah, we should catch up here. So this boss is another version of Hakar for us to play. He spawns ads that come out. They will fixate on a target and melee them. They also cast Blood Nova, which just does big AoE damage to everyone. They have very little health though, so it can be cleaved down pretty easily. And when they die, they leave a blood pool behind, which they secretly regen health while they're in the blood pool and then respawn. So they're like phoenixes almost, where after a certain amount of time, they'll come back and eventually you get overrun with ads because new ones continue to spawn while the old ones respawn. And then we have this blood barrier phase, which periodically he will put a shield up and just drop little red poop circles around the room that you have to dodge. If you stand in one of those circles, you'll actually do less damage. You get debuff that makes you do less damage. So you really want to avoid that. And then finally, we have Corrupted Blood, which is just an AoE around you. Think about Fetid Devour, where if somebody else steps into your circle, they'll also get the debuff and take damage.
However, you cannot Hearthstone with this one. So you cannot
Yes, that's
spread it
true.
to Ironforge.
There will be no Orgrimmar pandemic
Yeah.
during this quarantine. But they handled Hakar pretty well. They're moving on. It looks
Yeah.
like they're skipping back. They're choosing to skip all of this trash again from the boys' side, which with storming I think is the move for sure.
Yeah. And it looks like pieces that actually just walked back to Hakar. So I don't know why they did that, but I'm sure there's a reason. Probably pride timing.
Yeah, this is similar to what a lot of people have been doing on beta. They should get pride before Hakar still. It'll just be their second
Okay.
pride.
Okay. Yeah.
And it involves not skipping this trash.
Yeah.
Though I'm
This
surprised. I think
trash
pieces would have a
is-
better shot at pulling big in dealer's room just because they have the 3 uncapped specs. And they
That's
could
true.
get a lot of their count there and skip this because of that. But they're choosing to kill it anyway. So
Yeah, but I think it's a matter of how do they skip, because they could invis-spot one way, but they can't invis-spot the other way.
oh, they don't have the shroud. That's true.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean it is some backtracking, but if they get their pride on Hakaru, it's probably worth.
Yeah, I think
if
they
they don't
should,
have
based
their
on the percent they were at.
Yeah.
We see the boys just chugging along. They're going to be heading into the Mana Storms wing here, which has maybe the most obnoxious trash for melee in the game in the second pull
Yeah.
here, especially combined with storming. We might have the worst melee pull they've ever made, but luckily it's only Naladra that has to deal with that, and he's an outlaw rogue, so he has 8-yard range on his melees and all his abilities. So we'll
And
see
the
what
tank,
happens
sir.
here.
The tank also has to deal with it.
Oh,
you
that's
know?
fine. He's fine.
Yeah. Yes.
One heal.
Tanks don't
He'll be
matter.
okay. He'll be okay. No, you just blame the healer. You just stand in
Yeah,
everything,
true.
and if you don't live, it's not your fault.
They dealt with those really well though. The sigil of chains into binding on the ones that blow up. So and then
And
they're
they've
just
managed
killing the
still
others.
not to pull the car
Yeah.
behind them.
They're gonna do a double robot, I think, after.
You think they
Which
pull a
is-
lubricator with it too, for fun?
Lube up the robots. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. So these mobs, what makes these mobs terrible is you see these spinning up casts. Periodically, these mobs will cast spinning up. They spin around circles. They do big AoE damage to anybody close to them, and they get knocked back when they take damage. So if your melee are positioned in a way where they aren't on the correct side of those mobs, all of them will just get knocked back into your melee, and you'll just effectively get one shot by the pack. And here we go, the double car pull. This is really good. I like this a lot. Let's see if Shelly
Yeah.
uses his carry an arrow to fight from out of LOS. Yeah, he does. Such a cool Covenant ability for Hunter.
Yeah, that's like the one use in PvE though.
Wait,
Like,
wait. He used it after. Okay, man.
oh,
He waited till after the LOS to drop his Kyrian arrow. So what I was getting excited about was that Kyrian arrow, any mobs that are inside the circle when he drops that arrow, you can attack through walls. So that's a cool use for this pull in particular for marksman hunter or any hunter really, that they can continue to attack while they're LOSing the big AoE
does
that
that work
happens
on
here.
survival?
Yes, it works
Okay.
on all 3 specs.
Huh.
It's actually pretty sweet on survival. I say this as the only person playing survival hunter on
Yeah.
beta.
You know.
But you can aspect of the eagle with it as well, so you become a ranged character. So you LOS those, you can attack through the wall, and you're ranged as survival. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool trick you can do. You can do it as BM as well. Like obviously your pets don't die over there, and you can keep your beast cleave up through the wall.
As the only guy who plays survival on beta, is it good?
I think it is one of the better melee outside of rogue
Huh.
because it is uncapped and has
Oh,
binding
really?
shot. Yeah, I
Interesting.
think those two things together. The problem is it's just worse than marksman. So
Yeah.
there's no actual reason to play it, but it is. I think compared to other melee, it's actually pretty good right now. And the single target is originally I thought the single target of survival was very bad, and then I figured out that I just didn't know how to play survival, and now the single target has gotten better. So as we progress through here, we see this is where at least one of your members will die in every one of your pugs. If you hit any of those blobs, you'll get one shot and you'll explode. And if anybody's next to you, you'll kill them as well. So
You can also have fun here as a blood decay, residual vortex druid. You can push these on top of your team members to kill them.
that's
Very
right.
fun. And
Okay,
also
that sounds
storming.
actually kind of fun.
Yeah, it
And
is
also
actually fun.
storming.
Yes.
So these lubricators do a cast. Obviously, here we see self-cleaning cycle. This needs to be stunned, or the mob just heals to full, but nobody has any stops. We see the trap from Shelly. And then they also cast Lubricate, which is just an AoE ability that also puts a debuff on you that makes you do less damage. So you want to kick that as well. And they're pulling this into the Sentinel oils. These are basically just Venom blasters from Ataldazar. They just randomly cast it at different members of the group, and they do big damage. And you don't have enough kicks for everything, so you
One
just ask
thing
for
that's
one heal and you
actually
hope.
really good against all of the casts in BFA, Shadowlands, not BFA. Curse of Tongues from Warlocks is actually really
That's
good.
true. Funnily
So-
enough, rogues also have Curse of Tongues, but it
Oh yeah,
requires 0 globals to apply and
Yeah.
is up permanently.
yeah,
So thank
But
God
if you don't
rogues have
have a
more
rogue-
utility.
yeah. I mean, it is a really useful like mind numbing and Curse of Tongues. It has a lot
Yes.
of good uses, which allows you to like instead of requiring a melee kick, you can get away with a range kick. So
And also pushes things that would normally require 2 melee kicks to require 1 shaman kick. If you have a shaman in the
Oh,
group,
yeah.
you can get away with
True.
just 1 shaman on a lot of things too. If you
Yeah.
have Curse of Tongues or Mind Numbing, which is some nice utility for just the resto shamans, the DPS specs I don't think are real yet. Enhance had a few weeks where it was doing pretty well on beta, and I think that was X'd pretty hard with a few nerfs.
Yeah, but Resto Shaman is at least realistic. Like it's
very
actually
good.
pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's very good. So we're on the Mana Storms. In this boss, you'll fight Millhouse and Maleficent. Millhouse is the first phase. He casts Frostbolts on the tank, which you want to interrupt. He also spawns these crystals throughout the room that you have to soak. They're kind of like again Galavast from Temple, similar to that. You want to stand in the crystal. You take damage, you get a damage buff, and then you want to reset your stacks by moving out of the crystal. And then both bosses do a mechanic, like the other boss is doing mechanics while you're fighting Millhouse, or while you're fighting Maleficent. Millhouse is doing mechanics, and you use those mechanics to stun the boss you're fighting, and that allows you to skip some mechanics. So we saw those Z lines coming out previously. Those will stun you if you stand in them, but they'll also stun the boss if you position the boss in those lines, and you have to use that to effectively not wipe. We'll see shadow burns come out here that Millhouse will cast. A circle will be placed around one character or one player, and they have to drop it on top of the boss to stun the boss. That lets your tank get a reset on the bleed that's applied to them, and will also stop the big AoE that comes towards the end of the boss, but they've killed the boss so fast that mechanic's not even happening.
Yeah, the key is too low.
Key's too low. So that was pretty clean. They're really pulling ahead here, I think. I think we see Pieces is pretty close in count, but certainly behind where they are in the dungeon.
Also, the upcoming area is like the area where you can get creative and pull bigger, because the mobs don't really do much. So I think the lead that the boys have is quite big actually.
Yeah, you'll see probably 2 or 3 pulls left in the dungeon for them to get all of their count
Yeah.
in this next area, because you can pull rather big. They'll probably do the pull in front of the wing, and then probably a small pull to get pride, and then go massively with the
With
pride
an
if they
urn,
get it.
perhaps.
Yes.
Covenant specific thing in here.
Yeah, why don't you tell us how the urn works here, Fim?
Well, there's urns throughout the dungeon at specific spots. You can see one in the background or top left of the screen if Shella changes camera a bit. And if you click those, it's like a 4-second cast, I think, and then it does a big AoE stun on all the mobs. Works on all mobs in the dungeon for I think 10 seconds, if I'm correct.
Yes, it is 10 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't do the increased damage though, like the spear in Spires, but they are stunned.
It's worth noting that if your mage is your Night Fae, it won't do any of that, because your mage won't click it because they are casting damaging abilities, as we saw in that pull. The max is the mage for this comp, so we just go ahead and skip doing that. We'll just do our damage instead. We'll see if he see if he goes ahead and uses it on the next pull, which will probably be a lot bigger.
I think they'll do what you said and do just a small pull for pride, and then go big.
Big with the urn after the pride.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I feel like that's the play.
Yeah, definitely. They need like 2 mobs here for pride. Just these 2 butterflies at the beginning, or they bolster kill this. This is significantly more than they need for pride, so pride will spawn once the first 2 mobs die here.
Also, there is no bolster killing with a rogue, because
they
can only hit 5 targets. So
No, that's the high level Omega Brain play where he
Oh,
moves
yeah,
his
true.
character around to make sure
Yeah.
he hits only the highest health mobs.
It does hit the closest targets, right?
Yes, it does. Your target
you
plus the
could-
closest 4.
Yeah, you could technically do it if you're like Omega Brain, but
that was the plan of the AoE capping. It was just to add a higher skill cap to all the melee classes.
yeah,
The melee
exactly.
classes were too easy to play, so they wanted to add this to it, so you could really tell the good melee players from the bad ones.
But yeah, they'll finish up the Pride. They're on 65%. I imagine there is an urn up ahead, so I imagine they'll use that. But I think it's kind of close to the big dragon thing that nobody plays. So I wonder if they'll
I've
avoid
seen them
that.
pull the dragon. I've actually seen the boys
Okay.
pull the dragon in their practice earlier today. So I think they're going to do a dragon pull. They actually might do a 15% pull first, get their next pride,
Oh, okay.
and then do a big pull with the urn. We'll see what happens here. I'm actually not sure.
What does the dragon do? I've never pulled it.
So he does. It used to be just a small AoE around him. He would fear, but now he sucks you into him first, and then has a long cast until he does a big fear. So he pulls
Okay.
you in. You have to like disengage or leap out or whatever you have to use to get out so that you don't get feared. It's similar to think of like the Crushers in Siege of Borealis, except imagine they pulled you into them before they cast
Oh,
their big fear
Yeah.
thing. And then he also does a tank hit. I don't think it's a bleed. It looks like it's a bleed. Like the animation of it looks like it would be a bleed, but I'm pretty sure it's just a tank,
Yeah.
just a big tank hit.
They're on 75. Meanwhile, Pieces Bonus fighting Melaus and Maleficent in phase 1.
That's right. They have pride for this, so they should push this here. It's worth noting if the key were higher and they weren't able to one phase both of these bosses, you have to be careful not to kill Millhouse in this phase because you need Millhouse to be alive to do his mechanics to stun Maleficent when you get here. So if this was tyrannical, you would probably see them holding DPS on Millhouse and making sure he doesn't die, just so they don't wipe in the Maleficent portion of the fight afterwards. But because it's fortified, it's a 13. They do very good boss damage. They shouldn't have any issue with that at all. Both of them should just die in one phase.
It looks like we did see the urn used, but no dragon.
Okay, so they cut the dragon from their route.
Yeah.
I like that. I don't like the dragon at all anymore since he's been changed. I don't think he is worth the count he gives. It's too difficult at this point. Although maybe they'll fight it with the pride. Like they don't really have
Perhaps.
anything they're doing with the pride here. Maybe they'll choose to fight the dragon with it. I don't know.
We'll see. Go.
So we're at 82.
Yeah.
They will probably pull the rest. I think they're going to skip the dragon and just pull the rest all the way up to the next boss.
With the boss, do you think?
No.
Okay.
I think
wanna
maybe
go
they do.
crazy.
Maybe they do pride with the boss because it's fortified.
Yeah, on Tyrannical, I've seen dealer Exa kill many people.
Yeah, this boss is messed up on Tyrannical. He is not.
Okay.
Oh, they
here we
do.
go.
All right. I'm surprised by this.
This is a dragon and some smallies.
This
It
is the outlaw
target
pull.
cap gaming. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. This is the outlaw pull. This is for Naladra to pop off.
This is the outlaw pull. Meanwhile, Marksman doing double his damage.
Doing double damage.
Yeah. The outlaw pull. Woo.
Well, it's like nobody realizes that Marksman's capped because they just do the same damage as Mage, even though they can only hit 6 things. It doesn't matter that they're capped. Okay, so we have 12% more to get.
Oh no. Pieces are reading the dungeon journal.
No, they probably didn't use the shadow burn effect because they killed Millhouse and they died to the rockets.
Yeah, that's probably what happened. Because
Exactly what I said wasn't a big deal
Yeah.
is exactly what wiped them. So that's my
Yeah.
first caster curse. Here we are.
Yeah. It's actually
Congrats.
like yeah.
Proud of
Basically,
you.
Maleficent does a big AoE that you need Millhouse's abilities for, and they killed him. Like he's supposed to stay alive, but they killed him, and then yeah, that's what happens. Unfortunate.
Yeah, you can get away with it if you have a bunch of immunities and like big damage reductions. Stuff like Spirit Link alongside a block and a dispersion probably would have been able to do it. But considering they're in the dungeon journal right now, I don't think they were prepared to invest those cooldowns, but I think they'll get them on the next go.
And we see this should be 5%, right, from the boys. Enough to.
It might be. These mobs are deceptive. Some of these mobs give a very low amount of count. Like mobs you would think
Yeah.
give a lot actually don't give much at all. It's gonna be close. There's still 3 stealth mobs at the bottom of this hill if they need more after this.
Do you guys want
But
to
it
hear a
looks like
joke?
yes.
All right. What did the steward say after a Kyrian gave it a task?
Oh no.
Owl, see you later.
All right.
Wow.
Can we get I am muted, please?
Yeah,
until
please.
until the match is over. Can we get somebody on this? All right, so they do have to kill these 3 stealth mobs.
Yeah.
It looks like the boys are slow and steady in this. They probably are aware that they're ahead. That Pieces had some issues on the 2 mana storms, and they're just taking it easy, getting their pride, and then they'll take this into dealer Exa, which does what? What does he do, Fem?
Well, it's a really cool boss fight actually.
I agree.
It involves y-axis of several mechanics, but she does have she spawns like these rifts that knock you up in the air if you step into them, and she has like a debuff thing that jumps between players. Always jumps to the closest player, so you kind of want to either have people immune them off or bounce them between as many players as possible, because it does leave a stacking like damage taken increase. But it also has this bomb, and if the bomb goes off on the same y-axis as you get a big debuff. So basically, the person with the bomb steps into one of those shiny rift things, and it goes up in the air and explodes. Just
We
as
saw
you
that right
there.
there from Nala.
Yeah. And then the boss also does a like big AoE, big cast, and it only deals this explosive contrivance, and you're gonna see everyone go up in the air to
Everyone
Nala.
except Nala.
Yeah.
As we everyone tries to go up is the,
yeah,
is the
exactly.
key there.
Exactly. But you can also
it's-
see the arcane lightning on Bob there. That's the
Yes.
bouncing things.
And that's the big heal check on this fight, is just dealing with the arcane lightning for the entire time. It's worth noting that that boss is incredibly anti-melee, because the traps that you use to bounce up into the air spawn where players are. So if you
Yeah.
have more than one melee, you can have the traps spawn on top of each other, and then somebody doesn't have a trap. So instead of them spawning randomly throughout the room, they spawn specifically on players. So you can bait them, but it's tough to bait them when you're trying to fight a boss and dodge other mechanics as well. So we'll see. Let's talk about the last boss here, Mazala. I think Mazala is very cool. I think people have watched beta streams and seen some wipes to this boss and immediately thought that the boss was overtuned or just absurd to be in Mythic Plus. But I think he's pretty cool. He is a 2-phase or maybe even 3-phase fight, depending on your DPS. You'll fight him on a platform. He's kind of like Croesus for anybody who raided in Nighthold in Legion. He's just ahead on a platform. Periodically, he'll do an ability called Master of Death, where he will fire a beam from one hand on one side of the platform, then one hand on the other side of the platform, and then he'll smash the front of the platform. And he'll do those in different orders. It's random what order he does it in. You just have to dodge that. He'll also put these debuffs out that need to be dispelled. Those debuffs leave those circles you see on the ground. You have to move out of those as well. If they're not dispelled, they just do ticking damage, and they leave the circle when they expire regardless. And he does a big tank hit as well. Now, the second phase is what's cool. Do you want to explain how the second phase works, Fem?
No, you go ahead.
All right. We'll explain. You see these markers down on the platform. Those are going to coincide with different portals that spawn, and those portals will take you to different places throughout the room. There are 4 totems at each of where these portals go to. So there's 4 different platforms you can go to. Each one has a totem on it. You have to slay an ad. So an ad will spawn on one of these 4 platforms. And then after you kill the ad, you have an access. You can click on the totem, and the totem frees one of Bwansamdi's chains, and then Bwansamdi assists you in killing the boss. So you have to remove all 4 of the totems, remove all 4 chains, and then you kill the boss as well. So we'll see here. Shelly's going to go to one platform by himself. They probably split, so they have tank and healer went to one. Each of the 3 DPS went to a separate one themselves. You save all your cooldowns for this to make sure you can solo this mob, and you click your totem, and then you go back to the boss, and then you have a burn phase on the boss with a big haste buff. It's like, I want to say it's 20% haste per totem, so you get
yeah.
80% haste, and
Yeah.
each totem also does 20% damage to the boss's HP. So you have to get the boss to 10% health.
Yes.
He starts at 100. Each of the totems does 20, so you have to do from 20% to 10%.
If
see,
you
it looks
deal
like they
enough in
succeeded.
phase 1, yes. They had him on 93, I think. So they need to deal 13% by themselves. Obviously, Bonsamde is currently dealing 80% of the boss itself.
Yeah, blasting. They have a huge haste buff, as you see by these casts from Shelly. He is owning, and they have 2% more to go on the boss. He will phase at 10% HP and not die. This is one of those bosses that parries. Potential
Oh,
spoiler.
what does that mean?
Maybe a raid boss in the future
Yeah.
because he parries in Mythic Plus.
And you
Keep
also
your eyes
can't hit him
peeled.
from behind.
Yes.
Great.
So we'll see how that turns out. But I think this boss is super cool. In
Yeah.
high keys, you'll probably end up having to 2-phase, where you'll have to send like more than one person to each platform and not do it all at once like that. But this will also be a boss that's probably pretty tough to organize for pugs. So
I think
it's
that
worth
boss
learning it
is-
now.
Yeah.
Man, what a dungeon. let's unpack that a bit. Where did we really see those teams struggle in that one?
I don't think we saw the boys struggle at all. I think that's why
Mhm.
they took the victory. We kind of were able to explain mechanics because there were no mishaps. We were able
Mhm.
to share with chat how everything worked. They executed everything pretty cleanly. Their routing was good, and pieces just fell behind because they're wipe on the second boss. That's pretty much the story of that.
I
Mhm.
also think the boys had superior routing just from the start. Like the pieces ponies had to backtrack a bit because of their lack of rogue, I guess.
Yeah, and you guys, if was there really anywhere then that we could have seen them make up any time, or was that just like a perfect run from the boys?
I think you would have had to go. You could definitely make up time in the last wing, in dealer's wing, the Night Fae esque. Just because a lot of that trash, you could pull a 30% pull, and with good execution, you could definitely pull it off. Especially with their comp, their
Mhm.
comp was really good for pulling that big. They just didn't make it there in time to really catch up because of the wipe. Had they not wiped, I think they probably would have gone a little bit bigger than the boys did in that area, and maybe could have closed things or made things closer towards the end, but one mistake and the boys playing clean just kind of set them behind, and there's no way to catch up really.
Mhm. Well, it looks like Necrotic Wake is what we're gonna be going to.
No,
I think
it's
it's
theater.
theater.
Or sorry, yeah, Theater of Pain.
Yeah.
Theater of Pain. Thank you. With Tyrannical, Prideful, Bolstering, and Quaking. How do we feel about this one? We've seen, quite a bit of struggle from both teams. Sort of taking turns there, though, in game number 1, game number 2. How do we feel about this dungeon and how our players will do?
I think none of the teams will have practiced this dungeon.
Yeah.
And it's bolstering. And bolstering is another fun affix. So I think we're in for a ride.
Yeah, from
And-
past player perspective, a bolstering dungeon that's game 3 in your series,
Yeah.
like that, we're not
Mhm.
going in there for practice. That's
Yeah.
not happening. We'll deal with that when we get there. We'll make sure our other dungeons are good. But I think both teams have kind of like shook some rust off. They got their Clown Fiesta map out, each of them,
Mhm.
and I think we'll tighten things up for this, even though they're unpracticed. They may just pull a little slower. Bolstering, you kind of just do a live route. You kind of just W key
Yeah.
and walk through the dungeon and hope you
Do you
don't
think
make
we'll
mistakes, really.
see more dungeon journals being pulled up mid game?
Maybe. I'm trying to think where would we see the dungeon journal looked at? Last boss? Last boss has a lot of mechanics in here.
Yeah. I think last boss and now is it tyrannical?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Maybe the meat hook guy will be interesting. If he stays the longer he stays alive, the worse it gets. So
You start to run out of cooldowns your tank can cycle through, and
Yeah, but
then
the
you're
the
just
overlaps between the pull in and the like wall coming at you gets worse and worse as well. So
oh, that's true. They get desynced, don't they?
yeah,
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 they just don't sync up anymore.
yeah.
Very good design.
What do you think is that the most difficult boss in this upcoming dungeon, or do you think? What do you guys
I
think
think
about that?
Kolthrok is actually going to be more difficult. I think Tyrannical,
Okay.
Quaking, Kolthrok has some pretty bad overlaps. That's the boss in the Lich Wing. For those
Mhm.
that don't know the names, I don't know why that's one of the bosses I know the names of, but it just happens to be that way. But there's some
We're still
really
learning.
nasty overlaps. These comps lack immunities, which are really good on that boss. And Quaking with Tyrannical, if you get a bad Quaking at a bad time, especially as Resto Shaman, who kind of hard casts a lot of their healing, you could see some people go down on that boss. Interestingly enough, both teams have battle reses. They have multiple battle reses, which is good for Kolthrek. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think that could be tough though.
Also, double Affliction Warlock.
Yeah, whipping
One
it
from
out.
each team. Yeah.
Splat and Shelly, let's go, dude.
Is it because they can play Necrolord and get the banner, or
I don't know that
understand.
Affliction even plays Necrolord anymore. I think
Oh,
Necrolord
okay.
has been over so heavily nerfed for Warlock. I think they probably will play Kyrian as well.
I do think that Theater is one of the least impactful Covenant abilities, right?
I think it's really big actually. It's
You
10%
think?
verse and 10% move speed that you get
Yeah, but it's
for
like for 5 minutes, right?
but there's 3 of
Oh,
them. So 15 minutes of the
oh.
dungeon you have 10% verse and move speed. I think it's actually pretty strong. Um
Do any of these like
Shaman can.
classes play? Okay.
If Shaman want to take a little bit of a DPS hit, Shaman can play Necrolord. I've been playing with Cryptix a lot on beta, and he swears by Necrolord Shaman.
Okay.
So I don't know that Dova or Bob will, but that's certainly an option.
Something to look out for. It's very hard to spot, but
Mhm. Looking at this just from a compositional perspective, do we feel like there's one team or over the other that has an advantage?
I actually think the Outlaw Rogue is really good in this dungeon. I think this is maybe Outlaw's best dungeon. This and Mists, I think Outlaw is very good in. Though Mists, not so much in MDI setting or this kind of setting.
Mhm.
Outlaw's a little bit worse. But this dungeon, there's not really anywhere you can pull very big. So
yeah.
because of that, something that does high damage but is target capped is quite strong. So I think the Outlaw Rogue will pull ahead. The casters, I think, fall behind a little bit because they're not able to take advantage of them being uncapped. So I do like the boys comp a bit better, though it is pretty close.
What do
Also,
you think,
something
Fem?
to note is that none of them have a hunter. Like,
Yeah, that is very
but
weird.
yeah, but as we've said before, I think both of these teams are playing for fun.
Yeah, for fun and comfort picks. I think that's why we see the
Exactly.
Warlocks too. Like they just
Exactly.
wanted to make sure they played their main a
Yeah.
little bit for fun.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm really glad that people like Keystone Masters are putting together these tournaments. It's probably,
Yeah.
I mean, you guys can speak for this better, but it's probably a lot of fun to play in them as a player. You know, there's really no pressure. It's pretty early on, so there's not really an established meta, and it just seems like a good time.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
have
enjoyed
to
my time
agree.
playing in KSM more than MDI, to be completely honest, just because the stress level was so much lower. Like you just
Yeah.
got to have fun and hang out with the boys and do some Omega pulls.
Mm. What about you, Fun? Would you rather be competing right now than casting?
No, because I would rather cast because then there's no pressure. When
True.
playing, there's some pressure, but MDI is definitely more pressure. But
If you
I
say
feel
something
like,
stupid, though, you get trolled. I mean,
that's true. That's true.
You
I'll just
get
be
trolled.
quiet.
You get trolled if you say something not stupid too. So it's not like there's really that much
True.
of a difference. It
I
doesn't
suppose
matter.
as a player though, if you have like a misplay, you get trolled pretty hard as well.
Yeah.
So there's not really much of a difference there. But anyways, it is game number 3 here.
And here we go. We saw skips into the first boss from the boys while pieces are fighting the first pack of trash. This first boss is council fight. They do not share health though, so you do have to kill all 3 mobs. Typically, you'll defeat Decia the Decapitator first, as he does big tank damage. He applies a Mortal Strike effect to the tank. When he enrages, which happens at 40% HP, he'll fixate a random player and go try to beat the crap out of him. You can soothe the enrage off though, and then he'll just go back to the tank. So typically you just deal with him as soon as you can, and then the other two are casters that you kick as much as you can. That's really all there is to the boss.
Seeing as you have played a lot of beta,
Mhm.
skipping those first 4 mobs, does that allow you to have pride on the last boss? Like, do they stay there?
They do stay there.
Okay, so you
So
can
you
put pride
can
on.
pull them later, yes.
Ooh.
Which
And I
will give
think
you
we'll
pride on
see
last
that.
boss, which is a good strat. Yeah, but you have
Yeah.
to. It means you sacrifice pride on some other boss. So we may
Yeah.
see some routing that makes them do. I don't actually know all the names of the bosses in here, but the dual boss, I think they'll do that
Salve the
last.
Unfallen.
There we go, Sav. I think they'll do
Yeah.
Sav last because that's the least important boss to have pride on.
Yeah.
If they're planning on having pride on last boss. But yeah, it's
This
good.
is
That's a good note.
also one of the dungeons where there's like most dungeons have 4 bosses. This has 5.
That's right. And it's
So,
tyrannical. So
yeah.
this is a test. It's a shame it's bolstering actually. I think you would have seen the teams pull that trash pack with the boss had it not been bolstering. That
Yeah.
would have been exciting to see.
Also,
See
you
the
can
boys
see
are
on
taking quick work of
screen,
this boss.
Sira the Underhanded is also a part of this boss fight, but she's a rogue, so she stays in stealth, and then she shows up and stuns one of your party members, and you have to stop her from doing that, which they've done with the paralysis. So she's just perma-CC'd now.
Also worth noting, I don't know if this has changed yet, but she just exists outside the arena while she's stealthed, and she can spawn explosives because she is an active
Fun.
mob. So she is just out of the ring where you cannot go to, spawning explosives that your ranged again have to deal with, or you die. So hopefully that gets fixed. It hasn't been explosive week since that happened, so that may have been something
Yeah.
that's been worked on and has already changed. But last explosives week that was an issue. I guess we won't find out here though, because we are dealing with bolstering and quaking.
Where have the boys gone? They're
This is
going
the dual
to
wing.
Sav. Yeah. Sav the Unfallen. This trash has like lots of mini bosses and then one small pack in between. Like it's mini boss, pack, mini boss, and then boss. So it's basically like single target classes are very strong for this wing in particular.
Yeah, and the mini bosses give a lot of count, so they are
Yeah.
worth doing. I don't think skipping them is that good. And I've seen the boys in practice. They actually skip this first mini boss, do the pack in the middle, like there's a pack between the next two mini bosses, and then they've been trying to do 2 mini bosses together. So we'll see
Oh.
if they cleaned it up. But it looks like they're going to another wing first before they're going to push through. So probably saving that wing for last, like we guessed
Yeah.
earlier.
Have they picked up a Necrolord banner thing? There's one right here. So
Let's
we'll
see.
see.
Try to keep an eye out. If it's anybody, it'll be Bob. No, it's Bob Vesper. So Bob is
Yeah,
Kyrian.
that's Kyrian. So I guess they don't have one.
Surprised. I think the buff is really, really strong.
Mm-hmm. And
So these mobs are just like they're kind of. I guess I'd call them similar to the mobs at the beginning of Waycrest. The little
Oh, yeah.
essences that just randomly
Yeah.
cast Scar Soul. Except these it's a drain channel instead of just a cast that slows you and deals periodic damage to you while the cast channels.
Ooh.
And now we have the gauntlet bridge here. We have to dodge the green swirlies while pulling all these mobs in here. We LOS them in, and it's just the same pull we just saw previously.
Yeah, and the reason they are playing this outside of the arena the area is because the green stuff on the ground doesn't drop in like before and after.
Yeah,
So
that will be something that I can't wait to deal with pug tanks that aren't aware of the way this works, and just try to fight these on that bridge. That is, I think you get a pass if you leave groups like that. Like that's for the first couple weeks. Like you're allowed to just leave those. Nobody's gonna judge you for it. You go next. For anyone who tanks those mobs on the bridge.
I think this pull is super difficult. It's Soulstorm guy and Manifestation of Pride. Both of them do extreme group damage.
This is where we see the power of Bob Vesper
Yeah.
coming out.
Better get in that
the
healing
throughput from
range.
Shaman is just insane right now compared to other healers, I think. They're just alive. There it is.
They didn't even need that link, but they used it. I guess it's for the Soulstorm. Oh yeah, these two mobs do insane group-wide damage.
Yep, they make it through. He has to invest quite a bit of cooldowns, but I don't think they're going to need them for the next packs. Most of these next packs are pretty easily handled by having enough kicks for stuff. There's not a lot of damage that will go through as long as you're good with your kicks. There will be a dispel from the Soulbinders here that casts a volley. It's just we see it actually on is this Shelly? What is his character's name?
It's Shelly.
Warlocks. Oh, okay. So we see it on him. That's really the only dispel that's required. Otherwise, there's not that much damage going out. We see the Soulstorm again, combined with the two mobs we've seen previously here. So they're just trucking along here. There's not too much to be worried about on these packs.
As you can see, like even if they wanted to go big, the maximum amount of mobs they can pull on this platform is 8. So that's why.
Did Bob just insta-onk? That's the
Yeah,
fastest onk I've ever seen in my entire life. Holy.
No one even died.
What? Oh my god.
That must have been a cast from the necrotic bolt from the other guy, because he does cast on random people. So.
They're okay though. I think they'll. Where are we at? And they'll probably do 2 packs on the side here. I'm surprised. I would think they.
I think they want the pride for the boss.
Oh, okay, right. So they're gonna do the next platform plus one more platform, and then they're set.
Yeah.
Now we see Pieces doing. Did they do a mini boss here? I can't see behind Splat right now to see if they're also prepping for double mini boss. They might have skipped. But this is what we were talking about previously, where the boys would maybe do 2 mini bosses. This is where it would happen, but it looks like they're not.
It looks like they're only doing 1.
And these mini bosses will be random when you zone into the dungeon. Yeah. Which mini bosses are there? They all give the same count, but which one you have to fight is random. So here we have, this is probably the most overtuned, probably the most difficult one that there is, specifically because of an overlap with, we just saw that ricocheting blade go out. And then there's an overlap, I think it's every 3 blades, where she'll stomp right after. And the stomp does big AoE damage on top of the single target damage done by the ricocheting blade. And then she has her shield that you just have to attack her from behind the shield, and that's all there is to her. It's just a throughput check, really, for your healer on this mini boss.
The shield is really annoying for ranged, I imagine.
Yes, it is. They got to become melee on this boss.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the ranged play melee on this mini boss. Now we're going into the dual boss. Now I want to make it very clear to everyone how this dual boss works and the correct way to play it if you want to time your keys. Now, if you want to have fun, you want to troll your friends, there's a different strategy involved. But on this boss, you will periodically, 2 of the DPS will be sent down to an arena to duel each other. When you come up from the arena, whoever has won the duel will have a damage buff for a short period of time, and whoever lost the duel will do less damage for a short period of time. Now, there's still mechanics going on upstairs while you're down in the arena that you need to get up from the arena as fast as you can, basically, right? Like, it's not, if you want to kill the boss, you don't want to drag the duel on and CC your friends and poly them 3 times, full DR poly, and then Frost Nova them twice, and then kick their cast. You want to just come up as fast as you can. Now, if you want to troll your friends and you want to wipe the boss, absolutely do that. But if you're interested in killing the boss, you just want to cast damage abilities and come back as fast as you can. Whoever wins, kind of.
I feel like you should have one guy, like, just one should concede, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now, the fastest way to tilt me in particular is to not do that. That's the very easy way. If you're interested in getting me to log off, you can just CC me when we're down there. Well, your experience will probably vary depending on who you're playing with.
We'll see now. Dice and Kanex, yeah, Dice is just letting Kanex win, and they're both back pretty much instantly.
Because they have to deal with this pillar, or this banner rather, which slows you, making it so you can't dodge the other mechanics. So you want to get up as high as fast as you can, so you can help your team kill the banner.
Let's see if Kanex will do some big damn now. He's ramping.
I think his buff is already gone. The buff lasts a very short amount of time. I don't even know because it's just not on you for any, like, I don't.
You never won a duel, is what you're saying.
That's right. I haven't won a duel since 2019, I think. It's
Yeah.
been a long time.
But yeah, this boss
but
is super straightforward. It does the mechanics like this is a combo. Does a slam, and then it does this half circle slam, and then it's gonna do a circle. They have to run out of. That circle comes really fast, by the way.
it's also an
So-
interrupt, even if you're not in the circle.
Really?
Yes, so you have to. It is
Okay.
deafening crash, so you have to
Yeah,
stop casting.
I never casting, so.
Yeah, yeah.
But you
so
can
we
see
see
your
Mechanics
Splat
is
is
winning down
giving
here
up.
as well.
Yeah.
Man, I want to play with pieces. These guys
Yeah.
own at this boss. What the
They're
heck?
doing mechanics.
This is the best. But I mean, we've spoken highly about a lot of bosses today. There are a lot of really good bosses in Shadowlands. From my personal opinion, I think this is probably one of the worst that have come out. So maybe other
I think-
opinions will differ, but I think it's just it lasts too long. It's one of those bosses where
Yeah.
you only have 3 people fighting the boss for most of it, and I think it's could maybe use some tuning to make it a little bit more enjoyable, just that it doesn't go on forever.
But I think you're thinking out of like a pushing perspective. While I think this will be really fun for people who wanna, win the duel.
That's
That's gonna
definitely
be
true. The
great.
first couple times
Yeah.
I played this boss was
Yeah.
awesome doing the duel. It
Yeah.
just after a few too many times it just became kind of a drag, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And meanwhile, the boys have defeated Koltharok and are also on their way to the mini boss, or they are doing the mini boss on their way to Sav.
So I guess they invested pride and their bloodlust to Kolthrak as we
Yeah.
expected, and they'll go to Zav with another pride. I guess they will get another pride. They're not doing the double mini boss
The-
like we've seen them
The
attempt
mini
to
bosses
practice.
give 7%. So with the pack in the middle, if that's still there, that should proc.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
And I'm also looking at the buffs. It looks like they do not have a Necrolord. Like they don't have the buff.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if they have this setup where they get pride on every boss, or do they just not get it on Gorechop? I wonder what their path is going to be here.
You could probably skip some of the early gore chop trash and get 80% there. Maybe. I don't know. We'll just
Yeah, we'll
have to wait
see.
and see.
Maybe they skip the early stuff, fight Gorechop, and then do the early stuff on the way back, so they get enough count,
Yeah.
and then the pack upstairs for pride. Yeah, they can actually get pride on all 4 bosses. I like this
5.
route a lot.
Well, yeah,
Well, they don't
5.
have pride on the first boss,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
But they have lust for it.
Yeah.
I like this
So
a
well-
lot out
well
of the
thought out.
boys. Yeah, this is really good. If they end up doing what we think they're gonna do, we see pieces
And-
not skipping any of this trash here. They have a more standard W key bolsterings annoying route.
Yeah.
they kinda
These
they're playing the
smallies
dungeon.
don't bolster though, so that's nice. That's a
Yes.
good thing.
Yes,
There's a lot
very
of
good.
those mobs in Shadowlands where Blizzard has kind of like actually thought about bolstering.
They
when
learned from the
made
shrine
it.
blobs, and then
Yeah, exactly.
they made good changes. That's for sure.
And we could see Splat hovering over the banner there on the right. So I
Is Dice
assume
not
none
playing
of them.
Necrolord?
I assume not, since they're leaving it.
I can't see on Splat UI what his covenant is. I'm looking for an
Kyrian.
icon of. Is he
Vial
Kyrian?
of Serenity top
Ah,
left.
there you did. I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be Dice if they're going to be
Yeah.
Necrolord. Which he played. What other dungeon did we see? We saw him play Necrolord previously, right? In Plaguefall, I think he played Necrolord. So I don't know why he wouldn't in here.
Did he?
Fairly certain he did. I
Oh,
guess we'll find out.
waking. Oh, they're okay.
Okay, they're doing their own
changing.
backtracking. They've just
Yeah.
chose a different spot to do. Okay. I wonder where this gives them their pride timings here. This seems odd. Oh, they're gonna.
Probably after this.
Yeah, they'll do.
It's the
They'll do the
same
same
pride
thing we saw
timing.
the boys do.
Oh, they did just get the banner. So Dice is playing Necrolord.
Nice. So probably the end of the bridge, they'll proc pride. They'll do pride with the Soulstorm
Yeah,
mob,
exactly.
like we saw the boys do as well.
Yeah.
Where are we at on timing here? I think the boys are quite a bit ahead. No.
Yeah, I mean they are currently fighting the last mini-boss. No, Sav himself, actually.
Yeah, they're already at the boss. They've done some trash. Oh no, they haven't done any trash and gore chop swing yet.
No. So I mean, yeah, they're definitely ahead. I couldn't tell you how much because I mean
Yeah,
it's
this
a
is one of those
wing,
weird
but
dungeons where it's very
yeah,
difficult to
exactly.
tell where you're actually
Yeah.
at. They're a little bit ahead on count. They're on a boss rather than clearing to a boss.
Yeah.
They've already slain their third pride, so they're definitely ahead. Probably I want to say like a minute and a half
Yeah, somewhere
is
around
where I
there.
would put them right now. As long as they handle Zav cleanly, the trash in Gorechop's wing is not too difficult in my opinion, and it looks like they're set up to have pride on Gorechop, which should make that fine too. So looking for the boys to just play clean the rest of the dungeon. I think they will be able to take this, unless there's something we don't know about from Pieces. Pieces may have
Yeah,
some
exactly.
Omega pill up their sleeves that we're just not aware of.
The first thing I tried when I did this dungeon for the first time was in Kultharok's wing, trying to levitate to the last platform and just skip that whole thing.
Yeah.
But they fixed that, so it did
There
work.
was a bug at some point as well, that specific characters. I was playing with Psycho for a while, and his character was bugged for like 2 months, where you would take the portal, and the portal would just take you on a trip around the entire room,
Oh.
and until it eventually brought you to the platform you're supposed to go to. You would just be like 45 seconds late to the next platform. But I think that's gone. I think that's been like
Yeah.
totally fixed, and that is not a bug anymore. But yeah, that was fun.
Also, you could see there the boys are also playing the duel correctly and just let Nala win there.
Very good. Now, was Nala playing the duel correctly? Did we see any cheap shots from Nala, or just only damage
No,
abilities?
not only damage.
All right, there we go. Because that's a big feels bad if your teammate
Yeah.
plays it correctly and then you kidney shot him. Like, no, man. All right, we'll see if I think we see a shroud here. I think the boys are going to shroud here
It has to be.
and skip the first, like the big area. They'll probably fight the one butcher with the 2 sludge spewers that pat back and forth. Maybe they skip them as well. They have the bear,
I think
so they can roar to
skip
skip it all.
everything. Yeah, and they just got quaking as well, so it's perfect for it. Here we go.
This is the bear skip.
Because
Hey?
they'll come back in this area, so they'll fight that trash later.
Oh,
It
looks
seems
like they're
they're
fighting
only
it.
skipping them. Yeah, I mean, if they skip one of the big guys, I still think they.
Yeah, their
they
pride
get
should be
there.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And pieces
and
are
we see-
clearing.
Yeah, working their way towards Koltharak, who they look prepared to get pride. Are they gonna get pride off this? Have they messed up their count somewhere? They might get pride
Unless
off
they
these 2 mobs.
skip these, I think. Yeah, I think they're definitely getting pride here.
This
which
seems like
is,
a mistake to me.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't practiced, so I'm
Yeah.
sure they're just YOLOing.
Their routing's pretty good then for not having put much practice in this.
Yeah,
dungeon.
yeah,
like
for
it's
sure.
like this is probably the only thing I've seen that seems a little bit off.
Yeah.
Is this one particular timing?
70%.
We have jumpy mobs again. One of these jumpy mobs is not like the other, it's worth noting, and has much more
There's
health.
an imposter among us.
Yes, there has much more health and is much more dangerous. He has a big cast every 15 seconds that does giant damage to everybody and applies a debuff that does even more giant damage. It's called Withering Discharge. There it is.
Discharge. Yeah.
Needs to be kicked. So if you want to flex on your friends and know exactly what to kick, make sure that's stopped every time you walk into theater plane when the game launches. There's one in this pack as well, so you have to find him and make sure he's stopped before the cast goes off. And then we have the famous Rancid Gas Bag, who has a frontal and a backle that you
Yep.
have to dodge both of. He also does periodic damage while you're in combat with him and beats the crap out of your tank.
Also, it disorients, so if your tank trolls and get disoriented, then the party is very likely to die.
Yes, that's very true. Good luck, tanks.
Yes.
Even more responsibility. You cannot eat the mechanics. Everybody else can. Have fun.
Yep.
All right, so we have the pride. We have shroud up. We'll probably skip the 2 mobs here.
No. I don't
Or do you
think
think
they
we
have.
fight them with the pride?
Yeah, I don't think they have shroud yet. because they just used it, right?
That's true. Yeah, you're right. So they'll fight these two with pride. These two mobs are a bit of tank damage, and they also will target a melee with chop periodically, and that's just some damage and a bleed that needs to be healed. Nothing that Bob Vester can't handle. This is another like just big strength of the Resto Shaman. Just the
Yeah.
throughput, seemingly forever, just because they have many cooldowns to cycle through, allows you to do back-to-back pulls in order that you wouldn't be able to do with other healers, I don't think. And now
Yeah,
we see
Shaman just
Kolthrok.
pumps.
Yeah, just massive healing is pretty much what they bring
But
to
they
the group.
do still like not struggle, but their weakness is still single target healing. Like Earth Shield helped for the tank healing, but if you take a boss like this, for example, where there's 2 single target damage things
Yeah,
on the party,
definitely.
the Shaman definitely like it's not strong, right?
So this is a fight maybe we should explain because there's kind of a lot going on here. So the boss will just melee the tank. He's stationary. If the tank ever moves out of range, he'll cast Spectral Reach, which applies a curse to a random player and does big damage if it's not interrupted. So your tank wants to stay in melee range first of all. Periodically, he'll put 2 debuffs out, kind of similar to the 2 debuffs of the last boss in Siege of Borealis. For those of you that played BFA, you can dispel one, but you can't dispel both. You have to heal through the second one that you choose not to dispel. However, in the case of this comp, they have a priest in the group. So every third set of debuffs, they can mass dispel to get rid of both of them, which is some nice utility for both Shadow Priest and Disc Priest. And I guess Holy Priest, like we did see some
Yeah.
Holy Priest come out earlier, so I guess that spec does still exist. So you can see mass dispel from them, as well as you saw that they were standing in those hands to get stunned. So the way that works is when you're chosen by the boss to have your soul drawn, he'll stun you at the end of the cast, and then he rips your soul from you, and you have to go pick up your soul in order to be able to cast again. Otherwise, you're silenced. If you stand in the hands will catch your soul, and then your soul doesn't move, and you have to chase him down. And that just repeats indefinitely on that boss. And you hope you live. And then what do we have going on here on Gorchop, fam?
Well, Gorchop is a big meaty dude who basically he does the meat grinder thing, which is the walls. There's going to be a hole in the wall. That's the part you want to walk through. You can see it happening now. He also does a hateful strike on the tank, which is just a big active mitigation check. And then he does the tenderizing smash, which pulls everyone outside of melee range into him. And as the fight goes on, the overlap of this tenderizing smash and the meat grinder, this
Yeah, it's getting bad. You can see here it's getting bad. Thank God they killed him.
So yeah, I think you can just stay in melee range at all times as long as you dodge the tenderizing smash and you won't get pulled, right? Like if
Yeah,
you're
it,
already
it
close.
feels a little awkward as a caster just getting used to playing in melee range.
Yeah.
But on that boss, it's something that you definitely want to do. God bless you.
Sorry.
You're okay. God bless you.
That
I
came
hope
really
you're
fast.
okay.
I didn't have time to mute.
But when you get used to it as a range playing in melee, you won't get gripped by the chains there. Like he'll grip you if you're outside the circle. If you're inside the circle, he won't. So you won't have casts interrupted. And then ends up being a DPS gain and makes the boss easier in general. But
Yeah.
something that definitely will take some getting used to for anybody playing range to just make a habit of playing melee on that boss.
Also, you know the mechanic on Kolthrok that the tank isn't in range? I've never seen that. Who tanked for you when that happened?
Dude, you know both Dorky and Schweeb, who I've been playing with on beta, just run around in circles sometimes and they're doing weird
okay.
shit. So
Yeah.
sometimes the cast goes off, man. You got to test some stuff out.
Makes sense.
So now we see them pulling the pack they skipped.
Yeah.
I wonder. You think they think they can do this with the boss?
The
boss boss?
trash.
Yeah.
No, there's no way.
You think they
I'm
do-
sure
they-
they'll just kill the pride.
Think they do Pride with boss, or they skip Pride with boss?
No, I feel like this is like one of the hardest bosses right now as well. It has a lot of mechanics, a lot of things going on. So
Also, I think
I-
this is my favorite boss of all
Yeah.
of Shadowlands. I love this boss that's coming up. I think it's so well designed. It's like if you play good, you won't wipe. It's one of those where like whenever
Yeah.
you mess up, you're just like, okay, I messed up. Like that was my fault. That you never feel like cheated or anything. It just feels fair. While also
Early on in the
very
beta,
engaging.
the Dark Devastation didn't really work well, so then you could blame the game, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
because it was
But-
showing one way and going a completely different way.
but now I think it's very good.
Yeah.
So we'll talk some of the mechanics we'll see. As we'll see, Dark Devastation you've just talked about is a frontal. He'll pick a random person and cast a big frontal beam that you have to move out of. He'll also cast Reaping Scythe, which is just a big tank hit. Does shadow and physical damage. It's
exactly.
half and half, so you can use things like Spell Reflect or AMS or big physical DRs to help with that. He'll then also spawn Grasping Rift, which is just a circle that's placed randomly in the room and pulls your character towards it. If you end up in the rift, you'll get stunned for I think it's 8 seconds and take very high damage while you're stunned in the rift. He'll also spawn circles around all 5 players periodically. Those deal damage when they expire and spawn 5 ads that you have to kill. I'm pretty sure those ads are currently Mythic 0 mobs. I don't think they're scaling. Either
Yeah,
not
it
scaling
feels like
well
it.
or they're supposed to be that weak. I don't. It's hard to know, I guess. And then we have phase 2 at 50%. We hit phase 2, and she gains 2 new mechanics on top of the infinite mechanics she already has in phase 1. The 2 new mechanics are she'll spawn 4 boars and a rider on each one of the boars throughout the room. They will charge in directions, and then she does this this challenger smash where ghost battlers appear and smash the ground. Have to make sure you're not in those. So it's a lot of things, and there's a lot of different overlaps that happen. And just being prepared to deal with how each overlap occurs and when it's going to occur, and just reacting to the different space denials. I think the boss is really cool.
I have to agree. It has a lot of things going on, which is fun always.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't feel like just 3 minutes of nothing, you know? Which
Yeah,
a
there's
lot of
always a
M plus
mechanic.
bosses, yeah, exactly. A lot of M plus bosses just turn into, especially on high tyrannical, just stand there and take the damage and then either live or don't live.
Yeah, I think this may end up a tuning issue later on. Like a lot of the stuff just like you just take periodic damage in the second phase, and this may end up a giant issue later. But for right now, the key level and gear level we're at, this boss feels super fair, super good, and just enjoyable to play. It looks like the boys are taking it.
Yeah,
The Prophet
Yeah.
strikes.
Right.
yeah,
You both of you guys predicted the boys, right?
yeah.
That's right.
No.
Okay. No?
Did we?
No.
I thought you
Wait.
both predicted the boys.
Yeah,
I
for
swear you did.
after it was 1-1, we both did.
Oh.
But I
Okay.
don't remember who, but one of us predicted
Ye-
Jesus.
Yeah, you
In
guys
the
were
beginning.
split
Yeah,
in the beginning. Yeah.
yeah,
I think this
All
came down to
right.
really good boys routing. Like routing
Yeah.
was very good
Mhm.
from the boys here.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Well done by the boys. They are going to be 3rd place, and then Pieces Ponies will be 4th place. But overall, I mean, it sounds like Gundad, you really like this dungeon and the way the bosses are designed here.
I think this dungeon owns. I think all the bosses are cool except for the dual boss. I don't
Mhm.
like the dual boss. I I probably talked about it too much, but the rest of the bosses own. I think this dungeon's sick, and I think the choices to go to different wings to get different trash,
Mhm.
in different orders is really cool.
What about you, Fem? Do you like that one?
Yeah, I like Shelley's comment as well. When we kill one boss, nothing can stop us.
All right. Well done to those guys. We are going to go to a break. And before we come back, we can talk about it a little bit. This next matchup we got coming up, it is going to be the grand finals. That's going to be Nerf Mage versus Battle for Beta. Both of these teams doing pretty well so far. Do you guys want to make predictions before we head to a break real quick?
Battle for Beta.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Nerf Mage for the sake of difference.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
the Moonkin and the Fire Mage are gonna pop off in these dungeons from Nerf Mage. I think they're gonna Goop is gonna ascend. and take the lead for him.
Okay, Goop is gonna ascend. If you're watching in chat, why don't you type in your prediction of who you think is going to win in the grand finals? And when we come back, we'll go to that best of 5 series coming right up. Can we talk? Welcome back, everyone. We are now on to the grand finals, and we have Dratnos back again on the desk. How did you feel about that last series or any of the games today?
That last series was so great. I had so much free time between casting my previous series and this one.
Mhm.
Even though it was a best of 3, I have a sneaking suspicion that it might have taken longer than our finals, which is a best of 5, is going to
Mhm.
be.
Those were definitely some really long games, but kudos to those players for sticking it out. It's certainly difficult when you see those games start to sort of fall apart. When in a live setting, you'd probably just like drop the key and start over. But in these tournament settings, you kind of have to persist and hope for the best. But we are now on to the grand finals. It's going to be Nerf Mage versus Battle for Beta. We heard Fem and Undad's prediction before we went to a break. Jatno, so I want to hear what you have to think about these two teams.
I'm going to go with Battle for Beta here as well. I think that this team is they've shown a level of polish and gameplay that,
Mhm.
they don't have the ability to communicate with all 5 members of their team in the middle of the game. So that might end up being important in these games. But if that doesn't become a problem for them, I think that they've looked really, really good so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well, Jatnos. And we are going to be going, this is going to be best of 5. Previously, it's been best of 3 throughout the day. So we're going to see at least 3 games here. We're going to go to Halls of Atonement first. We did see this in the beginning of the day, so it's going to be the same affixes. If you're just tuning in, that's going to be Tyrannical, Prideful, Inspiring, and Necrotic. And overall, how do we feel like these players have been handling this new set of affixes, Undad?
I think the most interesting points of the new affixes is obviously been prideful and how the better routes seem to be the teams that have found better ways to get their prideful, ways to do prideful with a big trash pack or before a really big trash pack or even with a boss, and sometimes even skipping them. I think that's going to be probably the story of like all of season 1. This expansion is how are you able to manipulate your prideful in a way that benefits your team the most. And so far, I think both these teams have done a really good job of that, both Nerf Mage and Battle for Beta. And we've seen Nerf Mage in halls already, and we praised their routing. We thought their routing was pretty good. It'll be interesting to see what Battle for Beta does to counter that.
What were you laughing at, Tratnos?
Nothing.
I saw you smiling.
I'm being very well behaved in chat.
Of course, you're a super professional caster, Jatnos.
I think one of the things that we're going to see here is that we've got this kind of clash between a triple range comp and a rogue comp. We had that in our 3rd, 4th place series as well, but here with these winning teams, both teams able to win with those different DPS compositions. It'll come head to head here, and actually both of them playing that balance druid. Also worth noting here, Yoda, not normally known for the balance druid, is flexing onto it for Halls of Atonement. And maybe one other dungeon if we get to the end of the series.
Yeah, how do we feel about these different compositions here? Do we feel like just based off of the specs that we're seeing Undad that either of these teams have an advantage here on this map?
I think this map could come down to JPC versus Cry, and which one is able to kind of lean into the strengths of their class, because that is our biggest difference, I think, in the comps is the sub rogue versus the marksmanship hunter. Sub rogue obviously bringing a lot more control than the marksman hunter does, but the hunter bringing a lot more damage. And then also seeing if Thalmir can manage to keep up with Qingshen, the mage for Battle for Beta. Qingshen notably is one of the if not the best mages on the planet. And Thalmir is flexing onto mage. It's not a class or a spec he usually plays. So if he can manage to keep up and compete, and Cry can output more damage than the rogue just because that's what his class does. I think that's where the gap may be made up by Nerf Mage and help them to maybe steal one off of Battle for Beta, even though Battle for Betas look so strong so far.
We also have a big difference in the tank compositions here. Guardian Resto Druid versus Disc Priest Vengeance Demon Hunter. There's extremely different playstyles. The Guardian Resto Druid is going to be a lot of tankiness, a lot of healing throughput through that. Whereas Vengeance / Disc Priest should be able to output more damage, but maybe things are going to be a little sketchier. That's also fewer battle reses, so there's only 1 battle res on the side of Battle for Beta versus the 3 on the side of Nerf Mage. So if things go a little bit wrong for Nerf Mage, there's maybe a better chance that they can pull things back.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this map pool too, Halls of Atonement, like I said earlier, that's going to be our first one, and it's a best of 5 series. Do we feel like this is going to be potentially a 3-0 here, Dranos, or is this going to be a game 5? How do we feel like these teams are matched?
I think that we'll probably see a contested series. I think that there'll probably be wins on the board for both teams. It's worth noting, if we do get to that game 5, we're going back to Tyrannical Grievous Sanguine Depths. So both teams do have an incentive to make sure that this ends by game 4.
What about you, Undead? What do you think?
Also worth noting, I want to see Necrotic Wake. We don't see Necrotic Wake at all in the tournament unless we get to a game 4. So I really want to see that, especially because there's some hilarious looking visual bugs currently happening in Necrotic Wake that I would like to share with everybody in chat, because it's pretty hilarious. And also, I just want to see the pathing through it. The dungeon has probably the most potential for very big pulls of any of the dungeons that we've seen so far. Kind of the whole first area of Necrotic Wake can be done almost at once if you want to, or if you think you can pull it off. So with that said, we're getting into Halls of Atonement. We've seen what we got out of Nerf Mage here. They go right and they pull 20%, and instantly we see a difference in pathing where Battle for Beta is shrouding past this trash rather than pulling it. We'll see what they put together here.
Yeah, it looks like Battle for Beta is also setting up a reasonably sized pool, just maybe composed of slightly different enemies in this area. Okay, they've skipped a little bit of trash that Nerf Mage has pulled. So okay, but Nerf Mage isn't pulling that.
They've got it now.
Yeah. So Nerf Mage is actually on a much bigger pull here. This is a lot more precarious, but if they can get this done, this is going to set them way ahead. This works out
like 30%, man. Holy.
Yeah, this is insane. Did they go this big last time? I feel like they did this in 2 pulls last time. But
yeah, I don't know that they did this in 1, but it's everything's dying. Thalamir has shown up, and everything is dead.
That is completely absurd. Here comes that prideful spawn in the middle of this pull still, and they have that
inspiring mob.
Yeah, they've got to finish off these 2 low health mobs. But once they do that, they should be somewhat stable here. They did commit their bloodlust to this, as did Battle for Beta, which we can see swapping over to their perspective here. Battle for Beta ending up about 10% shy of where Nerf Mage is going to get from this pull. So really massive.
That was awesome. It's worth noting too that once they got everything dead except the inspiring mob, the threat of necrotic was gone. We mentioned earlier that the prides themselves don't apply necrotic, and also the last mob remaining was a Houndmaster, which just shoots random players. It doesn't actually melee the tank. So necrotic was effectively a non-affix once they got past the danger zone, if you will.
All right, so we're back over now to Battle for Beta, and is that the Mind Soothe that they're using here to sneak by?
It looks like it. Yeah, they've soothed everything. Anuo is somewhere else. Anuo is on a mission to collect infinite mobs while his team waits to destroy them all. This is much different from anything we've seen. They're using the LOS again to pull a massive pull in here. I'd expect this to be 20% on the dot to spawn
a lot of finesse coming out from Battle for Beta in these pulls. Look at the way they're combining these sigils into the solar beams, and look at the way that they're using stuff like Shroud and Mind Soothe to facilitate all these pulls. That's the kind of thing that it means there's been a lot of planning and practice combining for a Battle for Beta strategy. Oh my goodness, their tank nearly perishes, nearly having to go to the double Shadowlands there, but is able to stay alive and stay with us in just this one.
That's their 40% pride. And where's Nerf Mage will be spawning theirs as well right here? We're within 5 seconds of one another, 5 to 10 seconds right now. These teams are neck and neck. Okay, dude, let's go. We have
a game on our hands.
In with the pride.
Yeah. So Nerf Mage has already killed the Shard of Hakias up there, whereas Battle for Beta are pulling into it now. So even though percentages look pretty similar, that's actually a benefit in Nerf Mage's column, because those mobs are kind of healthy relative to the amount of count they give. But of course, you have to kill them, so they're definitely in everybody's future.
Yeah, I think by the end of this, Battle for Beta will have slightly more count, and their pride will probably be dead slightly sooner than Nerf Mage. I think they're ahead by about 5 or 10 seconds here right now, if I had to give it to anybody. And now we see this is the next point where you can go massive here. We have everything along the left side leading up to the third shard of Halkias. There's a lot of trash you can pull to the right that can funnel into this shard. We'll see if both teams go for another 20% pull. We see the range characters. Oh, no, Yoda falls down. I saw down below Yoda trying to stay up top to avoid all the mechanics and slip down the cliff. We've seen this pull from Nerf Mage before. This is another 20% pull where they LOS everything up here with the Shard of Halkias. I believe they have Incarn back up from Goop. This should be a Goop Ascension pull. and Thala obviously uncapped as well, doing massive damage.
Yeah, this is some large AOE coming out from our uncapped gamers. Our capped gamer, of course, competing with the tank on this one. It's going to be close, and I think he's barely going to be able to edge it out there. That's kind of how these Shadowlands dungeons works. Is if you do have these capped AOE capped gamers in your group, there are just going to be some pulls that it's rough for them. But they have to make up for it with how their damage works out in the rest of the dungeon. For marksmanship hunters, it's really good in the rest of the dungeon.
Yeah, definitely. As we get into their boss damage is still very good. They have good priority damage on all these packs, and they're still like a lot of these packs are still doing good damage. It's just not uncapped, right? So their damage to those 6 targets is very high. And again, we see these teams are within 5 or 10 seconds to each other. They've spawned their prides almost simultaneously. They have more trash getting pulled into the prides to make up the count. They're neck and neck here. Well, it'll be interesting to see if both teams. We remember last time Nerf Mage wiped to pulling a trash pack in with the first boss. We'll see if both teams go for that, and if both teams can pull it off. I think that'll probably be like the big pressure point of the rest of this route, and then everything kind of happens from there. That's probably the most difficult portion of the dungeon we'll see.
Yeah, if you recall our very first match of this tournament, it had Halls of Atonement with Nerf Mage, and they ended up wiping to a ambitious pull onto the first boss, where they pulled a bunch of trash onto it. Looks like Battle for Beta is now suiting up to do something similar to that right now. Yeah, they're kind of sneaking their way around.
They're putting even more in. They got another packet too.
This might not go into the boss, if I had to guess. We'll see. It looks like they're kind of thinking about it.
Interesting that we're not seeing any of the Stoneborns pulled. There's 3 Stoneborns that surround this little arena area. They could all be pulled in. I guess you could sequentially pull all 3 into the boss if you wanted to, but I figured on a pack like this, maybe you'd pull one in, but I guess Chingshin has just killed the pack for them, and there's no need to cheese it in any way. There's Fire Mage, ladies and gentlemen. the pack is dead.
Now they get these loyal Stoneborns for the single target on this boss, right? It's gonna be mind controlled by their Venthyr player, which is Yoda in this case, on that Balance Druid. And if you watch the damage meters, even though Yoda nowhere near his cooldowns, he's every time that Stoneborn auto attacks, you can see him just shoot up on the damage done meters, competing with the Shadowblade Subtlety Rogue.
Nerf Mage pulled it off, by the way. They're further ahead on the boss because they did the pack with the boss. They pulled the boss sooner. Did not wipe this time. It looks like these teams are at similar counts. And yeah, this is even closer than it was 30 seconds ago. These teams are right next to each other. We'll probably see the same pulls throughout the rest of the dungeon as well. We're probably going to see the double pull into the third boss. We'll see execution on the second boss, and then just raw damage blasting in the room after third boss. Crucial that Yoda's also on the Balance Druid here, because I think had he not swapped to Balance Druid, Nerf Mage would be able to take a significant lead in the Minnie Mouse room with Inquisitor's Cigar.
Yeah, the Starfall really carries any kind of segment of massive spread AoE with several targets, and that room has like 20 targets or something. So Starfall really nuts for that. That's hard carried by the Moonkin. Another thing that's being hard carried by the Moonkin here is the single target damage, although it is deceptive because that Loyal Stoneborn damage is being added to Yoda's total, and the Loyal Stoneborn probably represents about half of his damage on this boss fight, if I had to guess.
They caught up. They got these Stoneborns in better than Nerf Mage did, and totally caught up on boss damage because of it. I don't know if Nerf Mage has another one available to try to pull in, but they are slightly behind again by probably 5 to 10 seconds because of this.
The leads are getting traded back and forth indeed.
This is nuts.
Trash count from both teams also looking pretty similar. They're probably going to have, we've got some trash coming in at the end of the boss for Nerf Mage as well. So they're going to collect some more of that percentage here. Battle for Beta pulling it after the boss instead with some cooldowns.
I think this procs their pride. These groundkeepers, are they enough to proc their pride and then they just skip up to second boss?
Yeah, maybe they'll run to the they'll probably kill the pride and then use it on Echelon, but maybe they'll just go and skip the pride and melt it off.
It's definitely an option. I think it's faster to skip.
Yeah, we've seen Nerf Mage actually before do this, so I know what their strategy is. They're going to kill the pride unless they've changed plans.
I think they changed.
They
airsold all that.
Difference. Okay, no, they're going to use the loyal.
They're killing it. They're killing using the Stoneborn to kill the pride. So is Battle for Beta. They're doing the same thing.
All right. Yeah, so there it is. There's their mind control. Battle for Beta, though, somehow have gained 20, 25 seconds now on Nerf
Yeah, almost
Mage's
a full pride.
position. Okay, because now they're going to use their Shroud to skip. They do have the benefit of having Shroud available, so they're not going to need to use Invis potions, but neither is Nerf Mage. If you look at Nerf Mage's comp, they have Invis, 3 Druid Stealths, and Camouflage available, so they don't need to use any Invis pots either. They can make their own Shroud whenever they want.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think this is going to be on a knife's edge. I think this is all going to come down to the third boss pull that we saw. I'm assuming that Battle for Beta will execute this same pull, where they pull everything into the third boss with the Loyal Stoneborn when we get there. So as long as we execute cleanly on the second boss here, and execute cleanly on the last boss, that's where I expect the pendulum to swing, if you will.
Yeah, Battle for Beta, meanwhile, are going to make their way up towards that boss. Looks like they've maybe had something go wrong. I'm not sure why this is something that they're okay. Maybe we've just fallen a little bit behind on the stream or something.
No, they
So I
have
thought-
more trash. They have 84% trash.
okay.
They must be skipping something here.
What is their strategy?
That's very
going on?
odd.
Yeah, I thought I saw them pulling this boss, but maybe I'm just losing my mind here. As Nerf Mage, have now got a sizable advantage in terms of dungeon progression, but maybe this trash count thing is going to work out well for Battle for Beta. We haven't seen them in this dungeon yet. Maybe they're going to skip all the trash ahead of them and just go straight to the third boss.
Yeah, we'll see if it makes up the time, because I don't think Nerf Mage actually loses any time by pulling any of that trash into the boss. Because if you remember, they pull everything between this boss and the next onto the next boss and allow the Loyal Stoneborn to just kind of take care of it for them. And also worth remembering about Nerf Mage is they have 4 Curse Dispels, so their kill time on this boss should be higher or should be faster than Battle for Beta, just because they're able to just not get stunned.
They have 2, and they have Cloak of Shadows available as well for one of the casts on their rogue, unless that needs to be saved for the next pull.
That's true. And JPC can also Kyrian Potion to get rid of another one. So two of the 3, I think, that they'll get, he can just remove completely.
It's still definitely better on the side of Nerf Mage, but I don't think it will lead to a huge difference in kill time on this boss. And yeah, you can see actually Battle for Beta here, despite pulling the boss substantially later than Nerf Mage, they've really closed the gap on its health. Yeah.
It's just raw single target damage. I think it looks like it's Fire Mage damage actually making the difference. We can see from the meters, Qingshan is doing significantly more damage than anybody else right now. Now, how much of that is pad on the ads and how much of that is boss damage is hard to say from our perspective, but judging by how quickly the boss is dying, I would expect it's not pad at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the benefit of a Subtlety Rogue on this boss. Subtlety Rogue's damage, the number may not look all that impressive, but a huge amount of that is done to the boss, right? Especially in this kind of environment, you've got priority damage going, and Subtlety Rogue
true.
A huge amount of priority damage. Nerf Mage doesn't have access to as much priority damage specs. Marksmanship Hunter.
They caught up. Really they are caught up. They're killing the boss first. Holy crap!
Yeah, I think we can give some props here to the Subtlety Rogue. Looking
definitely.
just at the meters is that you see the Subtlety Rogue in third, but almost all that damage is done directly to the boss, and it's enhanced by the ads being around there. So, boss is dying at the exact same time here.
Let's go! All right, this is the breaking point for sure.
Crowd control coming out on the dude. They're sitting around here, needing to make sure they get this right.
Nerf Mage is already fighting the boss. They're already in High Inquisitor's room. All the trash is coming in. They're going to be taking a Stoneborn. And they did this very clean last time. This didn't seem like it was an issue for them. I think they've had enough practice here.
I don't know, man. I have the feeling that this is the kind of pull that it looks very clean, but they also still wipe 20% of the time or something.
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
There's just so much going on here. And Battle for Beta, choosing to pull slightly less. It looks like 1 pack less in this area. But that means that their route had an extra pull in it, and I think that's going to work to Nerf Mage's advantage.
This all comes down to boss damage now. This is Subtlety Rogue versus Marksmanship Hunter boss damage. I think that's the real difference in the comps here, and there's no more pathing to swap, right? Like everything is equal now. It's just about who can do more damage.
Yeah, and unlike Echelon, there is no really big subtlety funnel opportunity here once all the trash is dead. However, Battle for Beta had the trash alive for quite a while, and you can actually look, the boss is lower health for Battle for Beta, despite them pulling it somewhat later than Nerf Mage.
Wow. This is wild.
So I would say that their single target is looking phenomenal.
Yeah. This is sub rogue diff, and maybe even Vengeance Demon Hunter diff as well.
Yeah, I think
with Bear not doing as much damage.
not only is Vengeance Demon Hunter as a spec doing more damage than Bear, it's also adding 5% to your Fire Mage and to your Balance Druid, and actually to some of Subtlety Rogue's damage as well. So
Yeah.
that is actually, is it 3% now? But either way, that Chaos Brand is certainly responsible for some of this.
On top of the power infusion as well. We have
yeah.
power infusion going up over to Qingshin from Mode, enhancing his damage a lot too. There's a lot of moving parts here that are making like slight advantages for Battle for Beta that are adding up.
Yeah, and this game is going to come down to 30 seconds or less. So those
Yeah.
sorts of percentages are absolutely going to make the difference.
Yeah, notably we have no deaths on either side as well. So there's not a death timer to take into account currently. Perhaps we end up with one, but the way it is right now, this is just pound for pound. Whoever finishes first is going to take this.
Oh my goodness, they're actually neck and neck.
Hey, this is nuts.
Here. Yeah, this is completely wild. So after this boss goes down, they're gonna have the mini boss Trash Gauntlet, and then they're gonna have the last boss. The boss going down while the notification is still up for the other team. You can see they're just racing through.
Wait,
I think they're aware of how close
Nerf Mage is short count.
Oh no!
The inspired mob didn't come in. Oh no, man.
Maybe that was planned. Maybe they were planning to pull it into this mini boss gauntlet area. It kind of looks like they're running the wrong way, though.
This is too slow. Something happened with it. I think it reset somehow. They probably CC'd it or something happened and it reset because it didn't look like it was CC'd out there. It would have walked in. They were in combat with the boss for long enough. So something happened with that mob that caused it to reset.
Oh, tragedy has befallen Nerf Mage here, and that is going to cost them a huge amount of time here now. Now, Battle for Beta will definitely win this map unless something goes horribly wrong for them, because those 30 seconds were the entire margin of error between these two teams.
Yeah, it was too much. I mean, we could end up with maybe a meld skip on this Pride goes wrong. Maybe something like it's not like you're just invulnerable in the last boss. So, but if Battle for Beta plays this clean, I think this is definitely theirs to take now. I'm very curious what happened with that Gargan that just didn't come. That's very interesting to me. I gotta think it can't be planned. Something just went wrong somewhere.
Dude, they're communicating in party chat. Look at that. Kill ? Skip, vanish, all caps. Because of course they don't all speak the same language here. 2 of the 5 players on Battle for Beta do not know very much English, and actually it looks like
they failed the skip.
They've got this in. Now again, Kill ? Comes out and kill everybody opening up their party chat to type kill here. And yeah,
they have time. They have time to still kill this.
This is going to close the gap a little bit, though. Now they're going to have to spend a little bit of extra time killing this manifestation. If Nerf Mage instead skips it, they can pull the boss a little bit ahead of Battle for Beta, but Battle for Beta is going to get this damage buff. And actually, they're pulling the boss at the same time, and Battle for Beta is going to have this prideful buff.
Yeah, I think this is Battle for Beta's to lose for sure. We'll see. It's hard to say what cooldowns were invested there. It doesn't look like much at all was invested into the Pride.
Yeah, that was wise.
The weak core is here on the side. It looks like just Shadow Blades was invested into Pride. We still had Combust. We still had Incarn for boss. So I think their boss kill time should be higher than Nerf Mage.
Yeah, when you save your cooldowns for once you have the Pride buff as well, it can get really nasty because they multiply together and you're just doing huge damage here. Sometimes you need to use them on the Pride to actually kill it successfully, but if you don't have to do that, then it's really great to have it all on the boss.
Yeah, that's a big advantage of Sub Rogue. Like with Shadow Blades not being the sickest AoE cooldown, that's something that you see Sub Rogues typically save for Prides, and then they end up hard carrying the Prides, which allows your other DPS to save their cooldowns for after the Prides, ultimately speeding up your dungeon. And then this is it. If they get through another one of these Ritual of Woes, which they should, no problem, I think this will be Battle for Betas to take. But this is a lot closer than I expected it to be. I think Nerf Mage is showing that they can play just as clean as Battle for Beta and have some really good strats set up.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what happened with that resetting Inspired mob, but if that was a bug, then it's certainly good news for Nerf Mage that they're within a 1 bug difference of Battle for Beta.
Oh yeah, I think they take it if it was in fact a bug. Like obviously we're not aware totally of what happened, but if it wasn't a mistake, I think they probably take this match.
Ooh,
they were on pace.
The statue tossed into Yoda.
Yeah.
Perfectly calculated, though. He knows he's going to survive it. And they are going to
be... that's the ranged player calculation right there.
That's going to be the boss going down, though, for Battle for Beta. They're going to take the lead 1-0 in this best-of-5 grand final series.
Man, I'm psyched for this series now. That was awesome.
Yeah, I am as well. Well done by Battle for Beta on that game. Number one, as you said, Drano, so this is a best of 5 series, so they have 2 more victories that they need to win in order to secure their grand finals championship. But how neck and neck were those 2 teams, Undead?
I mean, it was the whole way. It was with every pull, they were 5 to 10 seconds apart. Nerf Mage caught up by pulling their trash onto the first boss, onto Halkias. That's where they made up their 5 to 10 seconds. Battle for Beta took a lead again with superior boss damage. I think a lot of that credited to Sub Rogue and Power Infusion on Xingshin, allowing him to do more damage. And then made it up again with a better pull on third boss. Nerf Mage caught back up, and then obviously the reset or whatever happened. I keep saying reset, but I don't actually know. On the Gargan afterwards, and yeah, that was great. I can't wait to see what happens in the next dungeon.
Yeah, and there were quite a number of really good pulls, Dratnos. You seem to be impressed quite a lot by both of these teams throughout that last run.
Yeah, suffice it to say, the skill differential between the players in the tournament and the casters in the tournament has never been more apparent to me than watching that game.
Oh man. Well, do you think we're going to be going to Theater of Pain here for this next dungeon? It's going to be the same affixes that we saw when we saw that dungeon earlier. It's Tyrannical, Prideful, Bolstering, and Quaking. Is this going to be another close one, Dranos?
Yeah, I think so. Theater of Pain is going to be a match that we have actually some comp swaps even coming in here. So I think that this is going to be a tough one to pick a winner for. I'm going to stick with Battle for Beta on it, but I don't know. What do you think, Undad? Do you think that there's a chance that Nerf Mage pulls it back in this one?
I mean, there's definitely a chance. We've seen differing routes in here already from the 2 previous teams. That we've seen differing routes. Maybe our 2 teams here have even better routes to pull out. We also see both rogues swapping on to Outlaw. So we'll see if, or not both rogues, sorry, Thala playing Mage, but swapping to Outlaw Rogue. I think of Thala as a rogue, even though he's playing Mage in this tournament. But he's going back to a comfort pick. JPC, who typically plays Subtlety Rogue most of the time, maybe Outlaw is not as comfortable. I think he's put enough time into the Outlaw that he'll be fine, but something worth considering. And then Yoda swapping back on to the Marksmanship Hunter, which is more comfort for him as well. So there's a lot of moving parts here with players going from comfort, away from comfort, and we'll see how they all play it out.
Yeah, it looks like Yoda on our graphic is maybe back onto the balance sheet here. I heard one of our admins complaining about it as well earlier that that Yoda had maybe last minute swapped to balance. So we'll see which of those he does end up playing. Both teams
he's gonna go Hunter. It's a bug on the
okay.
graphic.
He's going Hunter. Cool.
Yeah. Go ahead. It's already cut in.
no problem. Thanks for letting me know. We do have the teams playing that same tank composition that I think these teams are going to be playing the same combination for each of them of tank healer in all these places. I'm not sure if I'm sure that like either one is necessarily better or if it's dungeon by dungeon dependent, whether that Vengeance Disc combo or that Guardian Resto combo is going to serve either team better. What do you think? Do you think that either of them will work particularly well in Theater of Pain?
I'm of the opinion that the Vengeance is probably better in here, judging by I don't think there's anywhere you can kind of go big enough that you really warrants the extra tankiness of the bear. We'll see how that plays out. I think the Vengeance just does more damage, and if the Vengeance can live everything, then I think it's better. That's kind of how I judge those 2 tanks. If you can live on Demon Hunter, it's probably better than the bear. If you can't, the bear becomes better because you can now do bigger pulls. Maybe they have stuff in mind that, like, obviously we haven't seen these teams play these dungeons yet. I could be totally off base. That Nerf Mage could have some wild pulls that you definitely need bear for. And they'll show us here in the upcoming match.
I doubt it, given that bolstering is active, but it's definitely possible. There's also quacking to watch out for, so the teams are gonna have to watch out with the spread. It'll be a little bit easier with the range melee split not being a 5 melee composition like we saw in much of BFA. So I think that the operative affix that we're going to be looking at here is bolstering.
Definitely. And we saw from the previous 2 teams that bolstering in here, not hugely impactful. It's probably one of the least oppressive dungeons for bolstering, just because the mobs that you're pulling are generally, it's smaller packs anyway, and a lot of the trash, the jumping mobs don't bolster anyway. So a lot of what you're doing is pretty unimpacted by it, as opposed to other dungeons where bolstering is a huge headache. So I think we could still see some cool stuff, but again, it's Theater, and Theater is kind of just a do damage dungeon. It's have good pathing and do big damn. and that's how you win these matches more so than combining any omega pulls. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So in this tournament, we are playing with that rule that teams can't double up on specs. Given that, I feel like I'm curious to ask you guys what would be the best composition in your eyes currently in beta for this dungeon.
So if you could use multiple copies of the same spec is what you're
Yeah.
asking?
Mhm.
Yeah, I wonder if that means you'd see. I think that the most likely candidate would be like a second fire mage
Mhm.
joining the roster. Maybe
Of
like
course.
fire subtlety for a lot of these dungeons, because subtlety really kind of helps fill out the fire mage's weaker points, I'd say. I don't know.
Mhm.
There's a little bit of tension though between those specs as well. Undead, what do you think? Do you think there'd be a reason to play two of the same spec in either of these?
I think Marksman is absurdly good in this dungeon. I think Marksman is kind of flying under the radar behind the Rogue and the Mage a little bit, just because it's like easier to talk about Rogue and Mage because they have either big AoE burst or cool funnel damage. But I think just the way the cooldowns line up for 1 minute cooldowns, which is huge for Marksmanship Hunter. Most of the pulls are 5 mobs or less. Huge for Marksman again. I think that I would probably play. It would depend on routing. I think the Shroud is pretty important. So maybe Rogue Mage Hunter actually is the best route or best comp. But if you didn't need the Shroud, I think one Mage and double Hunter would probably be very good.
And in terms of tanks, we talked about it a little bit. We pretty much primarily saw Warrior at the end of BFA, or I guess like throughout a lot of BFA. But then in this tournament, we're seeing a lot of back and forth. We've seen Druid, and then we've seen Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. Is this something that you think? I know it's kind of a hard question to ask since we're not really sure exactly the meta that Shadowlands is going to be, but is this something that we're going to continue to see, at least in terms of the different tanks, or is it going to be one tank again that's favored all the time?
I suspect that Vengeance Demon Hunter is going to be the new prop warrior for this first season, in the sense that it'll be the most dominant one. I do think though that there will definitely be space to play stuff like Guardian, maybe Blood Death Knight, maybe Protection Paladin, maybe Brewmaster. Ironically, maybe everything except for prop warrior, which prop warrior, it's actually not bad for Mythic Plus. It's still really strong against heavy physical damage, which is most of Mythic Plus. So it's still pretty good in that setting, but the damage is lower than it was in BFA. And you're huge trouble against certain types of magic damage profiles, which do happen rarely, but they do happen in Mythic Plus, and you're in big trouble in those cases.
Yeah, I think inherently that something we'll probably see in season 1 is if Vengeance is good enough, there's very little reason to play anything but Vengeance, just because of the amount of utility it brings. It brings damage for your casters, Sigil of Chains, Sigil of Silence, a lot of self-healing. Like it just has a lot of like things for these big pulls that you want to have set up properly and controlled properly. It's something we saw in Toldegor, for example, in MDI last expansion. When you could bring Vengeance, it trivialized Toldegor, and that's the case for a lot of these dungeons if Vengeance is good enough. So I would expect that theme to kind of carry forward for at least this first season.
Looks like we're getting underway though here with Battle for Beta moving in with the Shroud. Both teams using their Shroud here, and so the notable thing for me here is that Rogue looks to be so important for the pathing in this dungeon that even Nerf Mage, who generally don't play a Rogue, have swapped onto it for this one.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a good outlaw dungeon. It's a very good dungeon for outlaws damage profile. So it doesn't feel like you're losing as much as in other dungeons, on top of gaining the utility from the Shroud and all the stops outlaw has.
Right, and the evidence for that is Battle for Beta. Their Rogue is playing subtlety in every other dungeon, playing outlaw in this one. So
yeah,
definitely the case in this place. This first trash pull it's a little hectic for our ranged gamers, but it's not too bad. Nothing too worrying going on here. Like you said, there's kind of a little bit of a on rails component to this dungeon where besides the option to maybe pull some of the trash that they skipped, which both teams have chosen not to do, and I think very wisely. There's really not too much. There's not too much opportunities for like slightly difficult but not too difficult pulls, right? Like you either are doing something completely impossible or you're doing something extremely doable with a lot of these trash pulls.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best way to put it. Like it's either way too hard or it's way too small, and you just find like a medium point, which is kind of just walking through the dungeon and just doing as much damage as you can. We'll see that this boss too is once the first boss of this council is defeated, the rest of the boss becomes pretty trivial. He's like the hardest part. So this is just all about trying to keep these two mobs grouped as well as you can with proper kicks so that you can get effective cleave, and that helps speed up your kills here, which it looks like Nerf Mage is actually full cleaving all three down. Whoa. Battle for Beta's pulled in the Bloodhorn at the end. I don't know how they tagged this. I didn't realize he was in range to pull in. That's awesome. This is so cool. So they don't have to do this later on. They get their lust on the boss, and then they still get these mobs cleave down while they finish the last two bosses. This is a very cool adjustment they've made.
Dude, yeah, I didn't know this was possible either. This is
Looked like he pulled it with sigils. It looked like sigils were able to be targeted down there or outside the arena and pulled through the wall there. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be the boss going down for Battle for Beta. Slightly ahead of where Nerf Mage being slightly ahead of where Battle for Beta was, but Battle for Beta having secured a little bit of that extra count, right?
Yeah, they're that full trash pack ahead. Now, it's worth noting that if you can do that trash pull during the RP that happens before the last boss, then that's not really a gain, right? Like, it's just going to affect their pride timing more than anything. So they probably have that set up. They want it early, so they have a pride where they want it, rather than it really being a time save by doing it that way. Because you do have it, it's about 30 seconds, almost a minute once you come upstairs at the very end of the dungeon before the last boss spawns. So that's where I'm assuming Nerf Mage will clear that trash, and if they clear it before the boss spawns, they lost no time by doing that.
All right, both teams now onto this same poll here. What do the teams need to watch out for on this pack?
It's mostly the Arbalists. You'll see in the group of 3 small mobs. The Arbalists are your typical crossbowmen. They just cast shoot on random enemies, which is big damage, as well as Jagged Quarrel, which does initial damage and leaves a bleed as well. So that's most of the damage that's happening here, on top of the interrupting roar coming out of Rockthrar the Mangler. That it's obviously just an interrupt cast and does big damage to everybody. But for the most part, as long as the Arbalist dies quickly, these packs aren't too dangerous.
Yeah, there's some abilities that you only need to see them start casting to know exactly what they do, and interrupting roar is one of those abilities where if you have any familiarity with previous dungeons, you'll know exactly what will happen when that cast finishes. Looks like that banner is being used here by our Necrolord on the team of Nerf Mage. That is Trell Bear. Trell on his I guess his beta bear is called Trell Buff Brew. But yeah, he gets value from that Necrolord Covenant in there. Oh, Goop going down.
This pull is nuts, by the way. They need to get Goop up. They need the Solar Beam, or this pull doesn't happen without Solar Beam.
They've got so much trash in here. Goop releasing it. Looks like he's going to try and run back. Terracin is just getting slapped around here. Somehow is able to survive, though. Now it's
I don't know how they live this,
takes huge damage here. And somehow they are able to do this without that Solar Beam that you mentioned at the start. Things are going okay for now.
Whole string is going to start, man. This is going to get out of control if there's no beam. All right, there's the beam. They have to kill within the beam, basically, or they're probably dead.
A couple mobs.
This pull is nuts.
Side of the beam as well. Yeah, because they had Goop die on the run through here. Oh my god, look at all those bolstering stacks. There's like 7 mobs here with 7 stacks of bolstering each. This is that hardest point when you've killed half the mobs in a bolstering pull.
Typhoon 1, Typhoon 2, Typhoon 3, Ursals.
I think they're gonna escape this with their
lives. They live. They put a few deaths up on the board. They have, let's see how many, 5 deaths. Oh my lord.
Dude, 1 auto attack is going to be the end of trial here. Oh my god.
And pride spawns.
No. All right, but I think they were able to stall for long enough here to get the rest of the team back, and I think they're going to be able to slightly recover here. This pull was massive. It was extremely gutsy.
And they're pulling into the Soulstorm. Oh, all right. They're going for it. Okay. This is like they're gonna breathe after this. If they get through this, they finally get to breathe. Holy.
This did cause 5 deaths to be added to the scoreboard. So in addition to the sloppiness and the extra time added from that, it's going to be 25 seconds against them at the end of the game. And 25 seconds absolutely could have decided the last game. So in this one, it could as well. Look at everybody's health getting so low.
All right, the pride is gone. They need to top a little bit before the Soulstorm. Oh, the heals from Trell Buff Brew. Let's go.
There we go.
Right, they're good. They're good.
Meanwhile, Battle for Beta took a different pathway here, I think. And they are on now to the
Zav the Unfallen. They're on their first boss right now. They have 40% trash. They killed 2 prides. I think they actually skipped the pride that they just spawned. They melded off, and now they're pulling this boss.
Yeah, so this is skipping prideful mobs is still usually a time save. If you can successfully kill the boss without the prideful buff, you do save time. You don't get the prideful buff, but you don't have to kill a whole mob that's worth no count, that has a lot of health and sometimes requires some cooldowns. So it is probably worthwhile for Battle for Beta to do that meld.
This boss in particular, I don't think this boss is so much dangerous, and a good portion of the pride buff is wasted during the duel phase. The duel phase happens pretty quickly into the fight, and 2 of your DPS effectively just don't get to hit the boss while they have pride for a good 10 or 20 seconds. So I definitely agree with the skip on this one. I don't think you gain enough to warrant it.
Yeah, as you mentioned last time we were watching this dungeon, this boss not among your most favorites. I can only imagine that a couple of duels haven't gone your way, and they've permanently soured you on the whole affair.
That's right. That's ever since I got full DR shept for 15 seconds, I have not been a fan of Zap the Unfallen. He's no longer on my list of good bosses.
Yeah, this is a boss for me where if it's IO score for me, I will be doing that duel in a serious and reasonable fashion where I'll concede it to a player that benefits more than me, and I won't do stuns at the end or whatever. If I already have as much IO as I can get out of the given run of Theater of Pain, I will be doing as much as I can to make whoever my opponent is miserable in that arena.
It's worth noting here. There's actually pointed out in chat. I didn't notice that JPC is playing the Necrolord for them, which is a testament to how close the covenants are for Rogue. That if your comp needs a specific covenant, you can typically sacrifice taking Kyrian, which is typically best for Rogue, to take whatever your covenant or your comp needs to cover buffs. So he's picking up those versatility buffs for his team, while Trell's picking them up for Nerf Mage.
Yeah, the Necrolord really has fallen in glory from the old days.
Oh yeah.
For the first 8 months of beta, where it was by far the best for Rogue, but it's definitely still not that far behind. And the benefits of those banners that the Necrolords can use in this dungeon certainly make up the difference.
Yeah, very big. Especially, I think the move speed is very underrated too. Like obviously you get the 10% verse, which is big for everybody, but the move speed, especially in some of these wings, is very valuable moving from pack to pack because there's nowhere you can't mount in this dungeon. It's all travel on foot. So 10% move speed just adds up, and there's a lot of mechanics you're dodging too, like a lot of area denial mechanics you want to be moving out of, and the move speed helps there.
All right, we've got a Pride now spawning for Nerf Mage as they are escaping it as well. So that is going to be a skip for them too. This dungeon does have some different options in pathing through the dungeon, and these two teams have.
Oh,
the Pride! The Pride was not skipped, not even a little bit.
They didn't dodge the last boast here. So they melded, but they were stacked on top of each other. So they took damage from the last boast going off, and that kept the Pride in combat with them. Man.
This is really unfortunate. The second dungeon in a row where Pride has been accidentally not skipped properly by either team or by a team. So I imagine that's something we're going to have to look forward to in all competitive Mythic Plus for this first season, because these mobs are fiddly and they definitely are harder to skip than it looks. It's similar to Reaping in that way.
Man, don't bring that up. I'm having nightmares of trying to skip Reaping during MDI in season 2. Man, the infamous shrine where we had a match where I think Edel was 1v1ing a Reaping wave while we were all waiting for her to come back and res us for like 5 or 10 minutes.
I was gonna clip that and make a compilation with that song, like Edelweiss.
No.
I didn't want to be mean.
Yeah, so I don't I'm bad memories now. Anyways, skipping Pride's not super easy, but they're gonna get good benefit. They're lusting on this boss anyway, so having the Pride buff is not
it's slower.
I mean, obviously,
it's
it's
not
time
that much
loss,
slower.
but yeah, exactly, and it's good on this boss. This boss can be dangerous. I think it's hard to say in theater, but I think Battle for Beta are like maybe a full minute or so ahead right now.
I would imagine as well, but yeah, you're right. The only way we'll be able to compare this is once they basically reach the very end of the dungeon.
Yeah, exactly.
What's important about this boss that you think has caused Nerf Mage to use their Bloodlust on it?
It just does high damage constantly, and it has some really nasty overlap. So I mentioned when we talked about this earlier, when you get your soul drawn by this boss, it's your soul is removed from your body and it runs around the platform. There's another mechanic that is there to catch your soul. The hands that you see here, you'll basically drop your soul there, and then your soul won't move, making it easier for you to catch. And you have to catch it because you'll be silenced until you do. Notably, every third cast of Draw Soul, there will be no hands, and every fourth cast of Draw Soul, you'll get Draw Soul overlapped with the 2 debuffs, which is they're both extremely dangerous overlaps, which is why you typically use Pride and Lust on this boss to make sure you don't get to
Yeah,
like the 7th and 4th cast, or 7th and 8th rather.
I believe we may have just seen that overlap slay Goop.
Yep, that was the 4th one right there.
On the side of Nerf Mage. So they're able to use a battle res there, but that is going to be a crucial resource that they are now without. They do actually still have 1 battle res available for the rest of this dungeon, despite that kind of fiesta of a pull earlier. That one actually didn't end up using any of their reses, so they're still going to have 1, but no longer will they have 2. Meanwhile, Battle for Beta also engaging a boss, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're battling Gorechop now. They have Pride for this boss, and then I guess they have Koltharok left. They have not done anything in Koltharok's wing yet. Have they? Koltharok's wing is usually the longest wing, so maybe it's closer than we think. It's hard to say. So they're a full boss ahead, but they've done the shorter wing already, the shorter 2 wings rather than the longest wing first. So again, it's very tough to say where they are. This is another boss that ends up with some bad overlaps if it goes too long. So we'll see a lot of teams use Pride and Lust here to make sure that they don't get into those bad overlaps with the chains on top of the other chains getting desynced a little bit.
Yeah, this can be a really nasty one. You know, it's technically dodgeable, but it does not feel like it all the time.
Yes, that's well. It's because it ends up desyncing where you get pulled in like right before the chains come across. Because of because of the way the spell queuing works. That's the way the boss ends up. The further you get into it. So as long as you kill him before, I don't know, maybe the 5th or 6th time the chains spawn, you should be okay.
This is going to be a boss that goes into my folder of fun high tyrannical bosses.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
It is worth noting they at the very least have made these pools despawn. So every 3rd set, the remaining pools that spawned initially will despawn, so you don't actually run out of space anymore. That was a huge issue with this early in beta. You would 4 or 5 drops into the boss, you would just have no space, and it was unplayable. So good change for them.
yeah, it feels like ever since Legion, there really haven't been like abilities that scale uncapped with time on boss fights anymore. Like they can get nasty, but like they don't get nastier 3 minutes in than they were 2 minutes in generally.
Now we see Nerf Mage choosing to CC the captain. Oh, they're gonna meld this off. This is smart. So that captain's like a squad leader where all the mobs around him take less damage. So they choose to CC him, kill the mobs around him, and then meld him off so they don't have to fight him. It's very smart use of meld here, which does mean that they're going to be fighting this Pride though. Oh, they haven't melded yet. They still haven't CC'd. They're going to meld both with the same meld.
Okay, all right.
That's very cool.
I like the sound of that. Yeah, anytime you can get the same ability doing double work, that's always good value, and that's going to be exactly what they're able to do here. So they may be able to close a little bit of the gap here because they are almost at their 3rd boss technically, but 2nd boss of the the split area of this dungeon.
And Battle for Beta they have broken up this pack. They're not doing the Omega Nerf Mage pull without Solar Beam. They're splitting it up into 2 pulls. This is a lot safer. It's only 6 mobs, so only 5 bolster stacks rather than the 11 bolster stacks that we saw Nerf Mage deal with earlier.
And it looks like tragedy may have befallen Nerf Mage here because I believe they are fighting this manifestation of Pride despite perhaps their best efforts. Or maybe they did meld just the captain earlier and are fighting this Pride now all by itself. Either way, okay, they're going to be able to pull it in.
They can
here.
pull this in, boss. Yeah, they can definitely do this.
This is okay. This is going to work out reasonably well for them. This may even be a time save slightly compared to skipping it, but it'll be close either way. That's the thing about Prides. It's always close either way, whether you skip it or whether you pull it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when we get into like the actual MDI season and these teams have a lot more time to practice. There's a lot more on the line, so they spend more time practicing. What the general consensus ends up being versus dealing with the Prides and not dealing with the Prides. That I'm looking forward to a lot for this MDI season.
Yeah, because the one thing you don't want to do is try to skip it and then fail, because that will usually end up being much slower than either killing it or skipping it successfully.
Yeah, definitely. And you may see teams want to utilize Prides to do bigger pulls because it certainly is a huge buff and a lot to like it's enabling healers that would probably not be enabled as well. Like things like Disc Priest or Mistweaver Monk that sometimes have mana issues in Mythic Plus. When you spawn your prides at the proper moments, they no longer have mana issues because the big regen that you get after you kill each one.
Especially after the nerfs to drinking water and to the sugar crusted fish feast, healers are really in a place where they're relying on those prideful mana regen moments to avoid being really slowed down throughout the dungeon.
Yeah, otherwise you can just play Shaman and you don't have mana issues at all, and you can just skip all the prides. But funnily enough, Shaman can't meld, so
yeah,
you can't skip. You can't
cool
skip.
Joke.
The class that doesn't care about killing prides is the class that also can't skip the prides. So balance is restored, I guess.
Which Ankh is sort of a meld once every 30 minutes if you're really, really, really generous.
Yeah, a meld every 30 minutes. That's a good way. So we see Nerf Mage is fighting Zav, and they still have to do Gore Chop Swing. Okay, I think Battle for Beta is significantly ahead at this point. This is not nearly as close as I thought it might be. Nerf Mage has to do the entirety of Gore Chop Swing, plus Gore Chop, plus they have the pack upstairs still to complete, whereas Battle for Beta has 2 more platforms, plus Koltharok, and then they just go fight last boss and they're done.
Yeah, so Nerf Mage probably 3 or 4 minutes behind maybe where Battle for Beta is at this point. It's not over by any stretch, but Battle for Beta definitely, if they can keep things clean from here, should be able to take this one home.
Yeah, last boss is definitely a boss you can wipe on too. Like it's not, especially considering that there's no battle res available for Battle for Beta. So if mode makes a mistake, that last boss will kill your team. There's ticking damage in the second phase that's unavoidable. So I think we're looking to make sure mode plays clean on the last boss, and if he does, this should be Battle for Betas to lose. Like they should take this pretty easily.
Yeah, it's going to be a real test of his discipline abilities. But I got to tell you, if I'm up against mode, and the only way I win the game is if he plays poorly a discipline priest on a fight,
yeah, right.
I'm not liking my chances.
Yeah. So now we'll see big pull here, or are they going to go a little conservative? I guess they go conservative because of the bolstering. They don't want to bring in too many mobs, I guess. They'll probably pull them in as these die, since the smallest ones don't actually bolster. Interesting. I thought they were going to skip some of this trash as well, kind of like we saw from the boys. But it seems like they have other plans.
It's such a difficult line to walk here because they really do have this pressure on their composition to pull bigger because they're lower damage with the Resto Druid and the Guardian Druid as compared to Discipline Priest, Vengeance Demon Hunter composition. So they really need to find ways to secure more count in less time, right? And it's challenging, especially with bolstering active, to do that.
What are they doing here? Oh, they're shrouding here. Oh, they're not shrouding here.
This is the. I think this wasn't how it was supposed to look. I can't say for sure, but okay. Well, we do have Shadow Meld available, but
yeah, maybe they can get through here. The problem is these mobs leap. That's like the biggest problem with skipping these mobs. It's almost like skipping Saurids with Meld. It's very difficult. They pull it off.
Yeah, Trell with the great recovery there from what otherwise could have been, that otherwise could have cost them 25 seconds instead of 5. So definitely that sort of thing could absolutely matter.
We see Battle for Beta on Koltharok now. This again, Koltharok is a boss that can kill your team. Disc Priest though makes it significantly easier than other healers as well. Just because every third set of debuffs you can mass dispel, so you don't have to deal with healing the second one at all. You just dispel both of them with the mass, which is a nice utility for Priest in this dungeon.
Absorb Shield's pretty effective as well because some of the damage is pretty telegraphed in advance, and so you can buff up their effective health.
Yeah. In fact, all of the damage on that fight is just on a timer. So Disc Priest very good. And Cry goes down to the backle.
Yeah, to the backle, I think.
You dodge a frontal, it's just the backle gets you, man. I don't know.
Dude, I think backle might be one of the best words.
Is backle a word? Can you consider it a word if it's not a word?
I mean, at some point, every word wasn't a word, right?
You're asking the man that likes to say poggy woggies. So
that's true. Do we have Poggy Woggies enabled in chat yet?
Poggy Woggies
happen?
Poggy Woggies is 2 words, so that's that. There you go. That's
all right.
This is so embarrassing for you, Aya.
Okay.
So we see Koltharok being dealt with here by Battle for Beta. Doesn't look like they're having issues. They're into 20%. Mode still has plenty of mana to deal with all this. I don't see this being an issue. And then we go to last boss. We execute last boss correctly, and Battle for Beta takes a 2-0 lead. So that's what we're looking out for now. It's really on them. I don't think there's anything that Nerf Mage can do to come back on their own currently. They're kind of just put in a position where they have to try to play as clean as they can and hope for a Battle for Beta mistake.
That's a tough spot to be in, but there it is. Third boss going down, or fourth boss, I guess, for Battle for Beta. Okay.
What?
Disengage. Yoda.
Oh.
I should have known he was about to disengage, but for some reason I thought he slipped on a banana peel and fell off the edge there. Oh yeah, and they're making their way now towards that last boss.
And worth noting, if a wipe happens here, Nerf Mage is in striking distance. They're fighting Warchop now. Like they are. This is insanely close if a wipe happens here, and it's unlikely a wipe happens before 50%. So there will be some time investment as well. That will affect Battle for Beta. So all eyes, I think, on Mode. Pretty much anybody on this boss can die and it's still killable, other than Mode. So Mode just has to play well. He's played insanely well in this tournament so far, so I don't think there's anything to expect him to make any mistakes currently.
Yeah, so there will be engineering res in this expansion, but these teams don't have access to it on beta right now. So there's no recourse here. If Mode goes down, that's effectively going to be a wipe for them unless they're able to finish off the boss from low health.
Correct. It's not that you can't even get engineering res on beta. You can, but it's not something that's given on any of the vendors. And the restrictions for this tournament are if it's gear that's available or items available on the consumable and gear vendors, you can use it. Otherwise, you can't. So you would have to go out and actually level engineering on your character in order to have it. So that's just not part of the rule book here.
Yeah, which is good. We didn't want this tournament to be about who has grinded engineering and who hasn't.
Yes. Because it is a grind. It is not. Let me tell you, I got I think 20 nodes into going out to try to mine to level engineering, and now none of my characters have engineering on beta. So
I don't blame you. So what are we looking at here? We've got some graspy hands coming in. Some the flavored ones, even I guess Necrolord flavored ones.
It's precisely that mechanic. Actually, it's graspy hands that stun you and do damage if you get pulled into it. So that's a good way of describing it. We're in phase 2 now.
Hands taste like?
I've never eaten a graspy hand. I'm sorry.
Sounds like Dranos. No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm not a caster. I'll stop talking.
All right, Dranos, do you know what graspy hands taste like? Is it something you want to share with the class?
I got nothing. I got nothing.
All right. So we see the boss come down. They obviously we explained a little bit of this, but basically it's just dodge a million things is the story of this boss. They come out in waves of different overlaps, different sets of things to dodge. We see Yoda committing the turtle, saves himself. Ching Ching committing the block. That's fine. They should beat the next frontal. With 10% left on the boss HP here. And I think even if there are some deaths here, I think they still finish the boss off. I think Anuo can probably solo the boss from here, to be honest. And we're going into game 3, I think, with Battle for Beta taking a 2-0 lead, playing insanely well yet again. Very clean, 0 death run.
Yeah, for sure. Well done. Well done by BFA. They only Battle for Beta. Excuse me.
Yep.
BFA. I'm getting confused here with my acronyms. But yeah, well done by Battle for Beta. They are 2-0 now. This is a best of 5 series here, so they're only 1 victory away from winning the grand finals. But yeah, like you said on Dad, incredibly clean runs for Battle for Beta.
Yeah, that's right. They've had 0 deaths in that run. I believe there were 0 deaths in their Halls run as well. They've not dropped a player this whole series so far. And we're going back to Mists of Tyr and Scythe next, which we did see them have some hiccups on. So if there's one map we've seen them play a little bit sloppier, it's been this one. So I'm sure they practiced in between the matches and probably cleaned things up. It was really just that one pull that we saw some mistakes from them last time. So excited to see what they show in our next match.
Mm-hmm. I also feel like we've talked about it quite a bit today, but it's really cool also the fact that this team is made up of a bunch of different regions, people that we've never seen compete with each other. We have 2 players from China, and then the rest of them are in Discord together, and the communication isn't 100% there. They're not in voice together, and yet they're still having this incredibly clean run, and they're doing super well so far in the tournament considering all of that, Dranos, which I feel like is just super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, they're coordinating some of these things, like these on-the-fly decision-making moments in party chat. That kind of stuff is really impressive to see working out so well for them. But it's because each of these players individually is at such a high skill level that they can pull these sorts of things off because they know what each other is going to do, because they know what they would do in that situation.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see if they continue that success going into game number 3. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to see who the grand final winner is. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are in the grand finals, best of 5. Battle for Beta currently up 2-0 against Nerf Mage, and it has been an incredibly close 2 games here that we've seen in these last 2 dungeons, and now we're going to be moving to Mists, and it's going to be Fortified, Prideful, Spiteful, and Volcanic. Do we feel like this is where we're going to start to see these teams fall apart a little bit, Undead?
I think that up until the one pull at the very end of the dungeon, Battle for Beta played this dungeon insanely clean. So I think it's going to come down to if they clean that one pull up, it's their game to lose, and we'll have to see what Nerf Mage brings out. Like maybe they have some better strategy. They've been able to see Battle for Beta's routing. They can take the good stuff from that, kind of put that into whatever they wanted to do in the dungeon and make improvements that way. But yeah, these dungeons, it's a 2-0, but it's been very close 2-0s. So.
Yeah, certainly has. These teams are just absolutely neck and neck. But what about you, Dranos? I want to hear your thoughts on this third dungeon.
Yeah, so if you're rooting to see all the Shadowlands dungeons in this tournament, you're rooting for Nerf Mage in this one, because that means that we'll get to see Necrotic Wake, which we haven't yet seen. If, on the other hand, you're rooting for the series to end, then you're rooting for Battle for Beta, which I think the series is not quite ready to end just yet, so I'm rooting for Nerf Mage in this one. I hope they can take this one
That's
down
fair.
and get us to that Necrotic Wake. Either way, if this does go to a Game 5, we're getting back to Tyrannical Grievous Sanguine Depths. So I imagine that that Battle for Beta would really like to close this one out, either in this map or the next one, and not have to go and do battle in that place.
Not have to go do battle in that place. Love it. All right, well, how are we feeling about these compositions here from Battle for Beta, as well as Nerf Mage? Not really anything different than what we've seen throughout the day.
Yeah, both teams are back to their standard. JPC back on the sub rogue, Thalamir back on the mage, and Goop still on balance. Chingshin still on fire. Cry still on marksman. Yoda still on marksman. We're pretty much this is their standard comp for both these teams. I think that'll kind of be the theme and miss throughout this expansion. You kind of play your standard comp in this dungeon. There's not too much, just because you're kind of forced to pull the packs that you get within the maze. So there's not too much to do as far as optimizing like a specific class for some giant pulling. Just because you do want that good target cap damage, like an outlaw rogue or a sub rogue and a marksman hunter are very valuable in all those packs that have between 4 and 5 mobs in them. So I think that's a trend we'll see all expansion, and I think it's nice to have a change of pace like that, where you just play some good old melee and hunter in a dungeon and actually perform well.
Yeah, it's really nice to see specs like Mage and Hunter being good for a change. It was a long expansion in BFA. Um, I think the main thing you're going to want to make sure is, ideally, you want to make sure you can fit a Night Fae into your group. Besides that, I really do think pretty much anything can work in here, as we have a massive pull coming out of the game. Oh no, Terracent gets immediately removed from existence by a frontal there, it looked like. Rough.
Might be okay.
Yeah,
I think
Trell
all the small
no
mobs are
damage.
dying, and Trell is just an Omega tank apparently, and just doesn't care that he doesn't have a healer. It's identical pulls, worth noting, from both these teams. So wherever we're at the end of this pull, that's where we're at. So no discrepancy in count so far, coming from either team.
Trell is just under so much attack here. Okay, now Goop and Cry are going down as well. This pull, it may not be a wipe, but this pull is going to be a huge time loss for Nerf Mage. Not only is it going to take longer, but they are adding deaths to the scoreboard here, and that's not what you want to be doing up against Battle for Beta, especially when you are on match point.
Yeah, we talked about how clean Battle for Beta is played, and there's nothing that's shown us. We don't think they're not going to play clean. I think it's our expectation that they're going to clean. They're going to fix their mistake from the end of this dungeon we saw previously. Nothing is hinted towards them not being able to do that. So it's really on Nerf Mage to play well in order to compete with them. So not the start you're looking for, but really they're not all that behind. It's pretty much just a death timer, and maybe 5 seconds more on top of that.
Yeah, about 20 seconds ago here, Battle for Beta picked up that Night Fae bonus of those mushrooms in that little side area. So that is working to their advantage here as they move in now to some trash before the first boss.
Yeah, and these mobs are actually pretty interesting. I like these mobs. They have this ability, Furious Thrashing. You saw both of them do. They will not cast that ability until they reach 50% HP. So depending on what cooldowns you have, whether it be healing cooldowns or damage cooldowns, you can kind of control how hard this pack is. So you can take that knowledge into your pugs, or if, for any of the teams planning to compete in any of these tournaments. Usually pretty good if you have a big healer cooldown to push them both at the same time. So your healer cooldown covers all of the mass AoE damage, rather than staggering them and not having a cooldown for the second one. And we see, looks like we're going to pull Pride into boss, perhaps? Or maybe they're just positioning to be as close to the boss as they can without pulling. That may be what's happening here.
Yeah, Battle for Beta always does this to me as well, where their tank always like takes 5 steps towards the boss with the Pride. I'm like, all right, they're pulling, and they're not actually pulling. They're just positioning. But yeah, here we go into the first boss of the dungeon here. This is only a 3 boss dungeon as well, so pretty short dungeon overall. And the boss is not too much of a big amount of time in this place.
That's right. And this boss, very cool boss to me. It's a 2-phase boss. You control when you phase. Whenever you push the tree Droma Quifarin to 20%, he'll activate the amp phase, where he stuns Ingram Malak, who is the main boss, and causes him to take triple damage while he's stunned. So this is a cooldown allocation boss. You want to push into the expose phase when you have cooldowns available, and then sometimes you do things like Battle for Beta, where you literally do 90% of the boss's HP in 10 seconds, and then you move on to the next trash. That's kind of the way it goes.
Yeah, that boss has just melted for Battle for Beta. They're taking care of it in something like 30 seconds. That's the real benefit of multiplying Prideful plus Bloodlust. Actually, not even plus Bloodlust, but Prideful plus the triple damage boss mechanic there, and the
Yeah.
entire thing just melts. So great work.
Insane boss for Sub Rogue and Fire Mage, because they both have short cooldown windows with Symbols of Death being 10 seconds and Combustion being 10, 12 now? Combustion being 12 seconds now? So they're able to fit most of their damage into that phase where it's taking triple damage without really sacrificing anything. And it's shown by shredding the boss. And we're going to see Nerf Mage push into their first exposed phase, or have they had an exposed phase yet? It's hard for me to tell on the smaller screen here. Either way, the next time they push, I think they're going to be done.
Yeah,
with the
they're
boss.
just going to
Yeah,
kill
they're
the boss
finishing
here.
off Hydra.
They finished the so that's maybe a minute and a half working against Nerf Mage here. So not great, but Battle for Beta did have some stuff go wrong for them in the later part of this dungeon the last time they played it, and Nerf Mage is certainly in the range to win if their run is clean, and Battle for Beta's is not from here.
Yeah, we could see mistakes with the maze too. It's worth noting that this maze is not just like an auto win. You do have to solve the puzzle. You have to find the correct path, and you're trying to do that while fighting these mobs. And sometimes you'll lose focus for a second because you have to take care of a mechanic, and all of a sudden you've forgotten what one of the shapes was, and you end up running into the wrong door, and that's a big setback if that happens. So it's not something you can just breeze over. I don't think the difficulty of the maze in this part of the dungeon.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing where nobody is going to notice it 9 out of 10 runs because it's going to go right, and then it's going to go wrong in that run, and that's just such a disaster when that happens.
Yeah, it's probably about a 30-second loss because it pulls you back to the beginning of the maze. You have to mount up, you have to rerun, you have to do the maze again, figure out where you're actually going. So a big testament to the healers. This is typically going to be a healer job. Definitely in this environment, probably in live keys too. It'll be the healer who's responsible for figuring this out while everybody else does the trash. So yeah, testament to these guys in this high intensity situation being able to just solve this puzzle as well as play their characters.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that healers really do get slapped with all kinds of extra jobs like that. Ooh, we're into the dragon here.
This is a mob that, from what I understand, has been fixed. There was a long period of time where his spell queuing was set up, where he would drop his pool of, I want to say it's like Pool of Destiny. It's pool of something, which is it's a massive heal on the ground. He'll heal for 4%. Pool of Radiance, there it is. While he's in that pool, he'll heal for 4% of his max HP. There was an issue with spell queuing for a long time where he would cast his breath immediately after, and he would just stand in the pool and heal to full, and there was nothing you could do about it. Since that's been fixed, this guy still takes a while, but is much more forgiving and does not punish you by making you spend 3 minutes fighting a single mob anymore.
Yeah, that thing is worth a sizable amount of count as well, as you can see just there. What was that? 7%, 6%? 7%.
Yeah, I want to say they're all worth that. All the mini bosses are worth the same amount of count.
Not like they have much of a choice anyway, though. They're in the maze.
Yeah.
They are fully on rails here.
It'd be interesting. I wonder. I'm gonna have to talk to the teams after to see if they have any alternate paths for the second half of or the last part of the dungeon, because the amount of count that you get in this maze is random. You can't guarantee the exact percentage you leave this maze with, because depending on your path, you get more mobs, you get a mini boss, you get different packs. So I'd be curious to see what their plan is. Like they probably have, if we're at 57%, we do this pull after second boss. If we're at 65, we do this pull. If we're at 60, we do this pull, and so on. I'd be curious to see what the differences are there.
Yeah, that kind of reactive gameplay. People decry RNG in this game, but I think to some extent there can be moments where RNG that you have to react to is extremely skill testing, right? Because unlike a normal path, you can't just do the same thing every time, right? You have to actually change your strategy based on what's happening. Now, if there is a path through the maze that is 30 seconds faster than the other path, and it's just RNG whether you get that or not, then okay, yeah, we have something that's gonna mess with the the competitive possibilities of this dungeon. But otherwise, I think that in general, when you have an opportunity to respond to RNG, that can be much more skill testing than if there's no RNG involved at all.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that I had you asked me like the first 2 or 3 weeks I was playing beta about this, I would have heavily disagreed with you. And then the more that I've played and the more that I've kind of gotten used to this dungeon and how it actually plays out in practice, the more I definitely actually agree with that sentiment. That it's interesting that you have to have a few different plans for the end of the dungeon based on what you get during this portion of the dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, you can always just play it safe, right? You can just play it such that no matter how bad your maze is, you're always going to have enough count. But the drawback of that path is that you're going to lose time relative to somebody who is able to react and shave some if they get a better maze. But yeah, and that's the kind of thing that just like a little bit of time spent with MDT and a little bit of practice doing it, reacting to whatever the maze gives you, will go a long way.
Yeah, so similar to Waycrest as chat's reminding us how you had to react to top left, bottom right, bottom or top right. Now, granted, that was not something you had to do in MDI setting, and maybe we'll see that this standardized when it comes to MDI season. We may see the maze standardized for the sake of competition, but at least for playing on live, I think it's a neat little intricacy of the dungeon.
Yeah,
now
I
we
think
see Battle for Beta pulling the boss here, so we're definitely now we know they're ahead. It's kind of hard to tell when we're in this maze who's actually ahead of who. But once you open the door to the boss, we can confirm Battle for Beta are probably 1 to 2 rooms ahead right now.
Yeah, there's really no way to know, and until Nerf Mage pulls that boss, there's just no way to know how deep they are in this maze. It's impossible to calculate.
I think they have one more room and then boss after judging. I was looking at their mini map as best I could, and you can kind of tell from their mini map if you're close enough to the boss to potentially have the boss next. So I think they have this room, Pride, and one more room, and then they'll have boss.
All right, so Mistcaller here, second of 3 bosses in Mist Eternicides. This boss is really just all about that same mechanic that identifies which door is the correct door, lets you identify which of these ads is the correct one to kill. And quickly doing that identification of which of these symbols is not like the others allows you to really quickly get through this boss.
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious what you think, Dretnos. Do you think it's better to have one person who's responsible for solving that puzzle, just so there's only one voice and there's no confusion? Or do you think it's better to have everyone on the team try to look and solve as fast as they can?
I think that ideally you would want a team where everybody is independently verifying, but one person is calling it out first. The problem with 5 people calling it out all at the same time is that you're multiplying the chances of, like, if there's confusion, instead of one person being wrong 2% of the time, you've got 2% chances of somebody calling something wrong, and then you losing a lot of time trying to resolve it. So I think you want one kind of primary shot caller, but you don't want everybody to just blindly trust it. You want everybody to be immediately looking and potentially shadow stepping whichever target they identify before it's called out.
I think I agree with that. Worth noting here too, for all you DBM or bigwigs users, so literally everyone, make sure, little quick tip, there's an option in there. Well, the mobs on this boss will be marked using target markers. Make sure circle is disabled and is not usable, because circle is one of the calls you'll be using to be like, this is what we're killing, and sometimes circle is not circle, if that makes sense. So that's just a little tip for anybody getting ready to fight that boss when you get your DBM and your bigwig set up. Either disable the marking or turn circle off, because it is hella confusing.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where if you play with a group, you may have different naming conventions as well. Like you can call different world markers and different mists markers, whatever you want. Just make sure that you don't have the same word referred to two different things. That's always something you want to avoid in any Mythic Plus situation.
And here we have Redemption Time. This is Battle for Beta's big pull that slowed them down significantly in their last match. So if they pull this off, I think this series is almost in the bag. This is by far the most difficult pull they do. They don't look like they're in danger at all. Qingshin is ascending to 45k, almost 50k DPS on this fall. Like,
already back to BFA numbers here. Yeah.
Yeah. It's 2020. We're in Shadowlands, and Qingshin is doing Eternal Palace DPS. Let's go.
Massive damage coming out, as they do have their Prideful spawning now. So their strategy is going to be kill this Prideful, take that Prideful buff with the Shroud into the last boss, kill that last boss, and then come mop up the remaining trash that they need. And that might be the moment where they make their deviation based off of what happened for them in the maze, potentially as well. And yeah, you can see boss, the call in party chat for us. That's for our benefit, perhaps.
That's awesome. What a testament to these guys. I think it's a testament to just how much these guys have shown, like, the drive. Like, a lot of it was just, we talked about them being top players. But these 5 players, I think if you looked at everybody playing beta and everybody playing Mythic Plus on beta, I think these 5 players individually would have the most hours clocked, the most keys done, the most just repetitions of all these dungeons, that it's already like second nature to them at this point, just because of the sheer amount of time they've invested. Which bodes well for all of them looking into MDI. They'll probably be on separate teams if all of them are interested in being on teams. But they have obviously the correct attitudes to succeed in that tournament environment.
Yeah, you see there actually they've just made an audible. Somebody typed 100 boss in, and another person typed okay. So they're actually going to do the last prideful wave and then take that into boss and get all their count first. Meanwhile, Nerf Mage here, this is their opportunity to maybe make something special happen and catch up. They're going to do an equally ambitious pull here, it looks like. Maybe not quite equally ambitious. No, equally ambitious pull coming out
the
from
triple
Nerf Mage.
pack.
Yeah, there it is. This is the full thing. They have a tankier composition in the tank and healer spot, but a lot of the danger in this is one of your DPS players going down as well, because there's so much going on, especially with all these volcanics going on too.
They also should kill this pack faster with the boomkin involved versus the rogue, just because they have an additional uncapped class. So maybe they make up some time. I don't think they're going to make up enough time, but they should make up some time on this pull. And really any pulls in this area, just because they have 2 uncapped classes versus the 1 from Battle for Beta.
Manifestation of Pride is spawning in the middle of this trash pull for Nerf Mage, so that might be a way for them to save a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Nerf Mage, meanwhile, a different perspective from the same team has caught
Yeah,
me.
it was just spitefuls. It was just spitefuls that were left. It wasn't all the trash was actually dead there.
Okay, it was just all killed at the exact same time, so really well played by them on that front.
Yeah, and we see the last pride being battled now with trash. Extra trash is being pulled. Okay, this gets dangerous. Without the poison dispel, and three reavers have been pulled with a prideful and 2 bugs still alive for Battle for Beta. This is a test. If mode gets them through this, they're fine. But this is not easy for Dispriest to handle.
This has got to be accidental in the bottom left of our screen here. We can see.
Oh, surely.
Like they've pulled extra trash at 100%. So yeah, we will swap over to their perspective now. They're going to kill this manifestation, and I think they're then going to meld into the boss, if I had to guess, or maybe they're just going to finish off this trash. But being at 100% and killing these enemies is really, really, really not what you want to be doing. So that is going to slow them down. Nerf Mage already pulling the last boss now. So Nerf Mage coming into the last boss now ahead of where Battle for Beta is. But Nerf Mage is going to have to go and kill trash to get to 100% after the boss is done. So that is going to be something that does cost them time. Plus, there's 20 seconds on the death timer. Battle for Beta now just pulling the boss, and this is going to be neck and neck, actually.
Yeah, I think Battle for Beta still has it here if they just execute this boss cleanly, but this is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Man, I thought Nerf Mage was significantly behind, and this is they're 1 trash pack away from being there, and we'll see how they handle this boss. Previous matches we've seen that Battle for Beta typically has better pure single target damage, so I don't think it's going to be an issue for them to take it, but again, there's a lot going on in this boss.
Here's that consumption cast, which you may think you should interrupt, given the fact that once you break through the shield, it's interruptible. But turns out that it's much easier to just let the boss do that than do anything else.
Yeah, as long as the damage is healable, he is doing just ticking damage to the group while he channels the consumption. So at higher key levels, when we get into like push style keys on live servers, it will probably be a little bit different. You might have to interrupt him just because the damage will be too high. But in all these tournament settings, I would expect the strategy to remain not kicking him until the last second.
Yeah, the swirlies on this fight do kind of predict where you're going to go, the green swirlies. So you got to start moving in one direction, then kind of juke them in another direction, which is, I think, a really cool mechanic to actually add to this fight, especially because you don't get to see where the second swirlies are coming, right? You don't get an indication of it. You just get the first swirly there. And now, so now you can see kind of the weird U-turn that Yoda does to avoid it.
Yeah, correct. I think this mechanic is awesome when I'm playing my range characters. When I'm playing a character that needs to be on the boss, I think it's a little less awesome, but still cool nonetheless.
That's going to be Battle for Beta, though, actually killing the boss first, despite pulling it after.
That's
Nerf Mage.
Their single target owns, man. Holy.
And that is a 3-0 victory for them, securing the grand finals here in our tournament. Very, very well played by them. Extremely well played by Nerf Mage as well, though.
And what a tough competitor to beat as well. Nerf Mage, a super strong team, but Battle for Beta are going to come out on top with a 3-0 victory in that grand finals. And I feel like overall that entire series against Nerf Mage was super clean in all 3 of those dungeons undead.
Yeah, they showed up. They figured out their mistakes and missed, and They had already played insanely clean in the first one, even with the mistakes at the end of Mist here. Didn't cause
Mhm.
many deaths, didn't cause a wipe, pulled it together, and then just full send in the last boss and end up catching up on boss damage somehow after being behind like 20%. Like absurd.
Mhm. Yeah, and normally in a victory like this, I'd be like, hopefully they'll stick together as a team and we can see them compete in the next expansion. But unfortunately, that's probably the only time we'll see those guys compete against each other in a tournament setting, unless Keystone Masters decides to do another beta tournament for the next expansion. But what about you guys? Are you disappointed we didn't get to see Necrotic Wake?
Well, the only reason I wanted to see Necrotic Wake was for the animation bug. Like I was very excited to
Oh.
just see the I was very excited to see the bug in the what's it called, in the necropolis,
Uh-huh.
especially with a solar beam. Basically all the animations are like 10 to 15 times larger than they're supposed to be in
Mhm.
that area right now. So I think solar beam just covers the entire room. So that was going to be exciting. I was really looking forward to that. But
Yeah.
otherwise, I'm sure we'll see Necrotic Wake in future tournaments.
Yeah,
We'll
we've
get
got
there.
plenty
It'll
of
be cleaned up. Yeah.
tournaments coming up for that. But yeah, overall, I mean, how do we feel like these teams did? Now that we've seen most of these maps in a tournament setting, it is beta, so it's of course going to be a little bit different than Shadowlands. But any major takeaways from today, Dratnos?
Uh, so I think that we saw some pretty convincing evidence for Vengeance Demon Hunter in particular, being
Mm-hmm.
a very, very, very strong tank on this current build of beta. Now, to be fair, this isn't necessarily the final tuning that we'll have, but time is
Mm-hmm.
sort of running out. We've got the expansion in less than 10 days now, so big remaining shifts in beta balance they've got to happen this coming week, or they're not going to happen at all, right? And they'll have to happen once the actual game launches. So um, I'm kind of hopeful that they maybe hit Vengeance Demon Hunter down a peg or two, because I feel like most of the other tanks are within range there. If it gets taken down just a tiny bit, because we saw Trell on the Guardian Druid making really big use of its strengths. It's really tough to compete with a spec that has no weaknesses like Vengeance right now. Everything else though that we saw, I mean, maybe another big takeaway is Mage and Hunter just being extremely resilient to the last couple rounds of nerfs that they've taken.
Mm-hmm.
Also still looking incredibly strong. Nice to see stuff like Balance Druid. It's nice to see, we've seen stuff like Restoration Shaman, Discipline Priest in today's tournament. And, we only had 4 teams in this tournament as well. So I
Yeah.
imagine we would have seen even more diversity if we had people playing, other teams competing, right? It's not like this is a highly tested metagame that's developed or anything. This is
Mm-hmm.
just a first stab at it from a lot of different people. So I'm sure that we'll see more iteration as things go forward as well.
Yeah, and I'm super excited to see that as well, how this all develops in Shadowlands. But speaking of going forward, make sure you guys are following Keystone Masters on Twitter. This is, of course, not the last tournament you guys are going to see from these guys. They've got plenty of content planned for the upcoming expansion, Shadowlands. And if this stream has inspired you to pick up M+, you can check out, once again, Keystone Masters on Twitter to find a full list of all the competitors who played in today's stream, so you can maybe learn some more information on what you're interested in, some M+. But Dratnos, do you and Tettles have any M+ content coming up? You want to shout out?
Nothing specific to announce or anything, but hopefully, yeah, some stuff from us in this coming expansion as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really great format, especially I think that MDI style speedrunning keys like Keystone Masters is promoting here is really fun. So is high key pushing. I think that both of those sorts of Mythic Plus are really exciting for everybody involved. So I hope that we'll get to see a lot of community based tournaments in both formats throughout this expansion.
Yeah. Yep, I do as well. But thank you guys so much, chat, for sticking with us. It's been a super fun day of dungeons, seeing how everything's lining up right now in beta. So shout out to everyone working behind the scenes of this tournament. Shout out to the mods, shout out to production, as well as Lappy and Aversion for our companion streams. And also Blizzard for supporting the Keystone Masters for this beta event. I don't think they've ever done that before. So thank you everyone for participating. And any final words on Dad? I'll let you close it.
I'm excited to see specifically Battle for Beta where their players end up. Right, like
Mm-hmm.
we saw Anuo play in the MDI with Battle for Champion, but Qingshin did not. He wasn't on their MDI team. He just played live keys with them. So interesting to see if he gets picked up, if JPC gets picked up by a team or forms a team. I think I've heard that Mode is not interested in MDI, but maybe this has changed his mind. I think he was having a lot of fun
Maybe.
practicing and playing for this. So maybe he'll find himself a team. And then obviously, good luck to Yoda with Golden Guardians again moving forward, seeing how they perform. So really excited
Yeah.
for the new season.
I'm excited as well. And if you guys want to participate in a future Keystone Masters race, once again, make sure you guys are following them on Twitter. And that is it for us. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you in the next expansion.